Want to welcome everybody to the Crypto Kingdom and Bitcoin Spike. This is London. How's everybody doing? We are very excited to see the market getting where it needs to kind of get, guys. It's been exciting the last couple of days. We have achieved some value. You'll understand we have been very, very adamant about the fact we wanted more value. That is exactly what we are seeing. Shout out everybody to all the VIP, our top level of membership. But guys, it's an exclusive club, period. I'm going to tell you that. In terms of membership, I always say that, what is it, guys? YouTube kind of recommends it, and we just insist upon it for the top level of investors that we have around. Want to shout out, let's do the introductions. As always, we have bottom right, we'll just start off with Josh. What's going on, Josh? Big $1 million champ for 2021. Big heavy hands. Exciting to see what you're going to do in 2022. And guys, you'll see the VIP stroll through the bottom, okay? Each and every one of those guys. I don't know, I say it's a selective group just so that you know we cover TA heavily. You will maybe find us any night of the week marching through the wee hours of crypto as Asia sinks its claws into the market, etc. We understand it's 24/7, and we are the guys that are really on top of the market. So we've been around, guys, for long enough. I'm going to tell you on Bitcoin as we talk about it. Last night we had a great discussion with Kenny. Shout out to Kenny, Alpha Trader, etc. Someone I was training, calling the top of Bitcoin before this big drop down. It was nice to receive that confirmation because a lot of you guys may not have been around. And I was just spending time with Kenny then, and bam, absolutely called this big drop from the previous 65,000. If you guys have been watching, etc., etc., and I don't want to do this as a personal accolade, but this is the group. This is what we're known for. All right, we're known for making, I'd say, incredible entries. Okay, and that's a really great segue into the next introduction that I need to make, and it's at the top right of your screen. Angel Matos been around Bitcoin since $7.79. Okay, his first entry into Bitcoin. So this is a very interesting group dynamic, and a lot of love to you and your family, Angel. I hope everything is just going great. That's all I can say, is going great. And I know that it is. So when we see red on the screen, and I've been, guys, a lot of people will respond. They will react to the market. You understand that? You'll see different, yeah, you guys, everything from MSB. It was funny, I saw some MSNBC today, and some of the individuals there were just, you could see, because it's been a rough week on the market. Today was a rough day on the market, etc. NASDAQ has been a little rough. And you can see their standard, if you guys watched it at all, it was hilarious. It was just funny because they're standard commentators. They're standard, this is on MSNBC, okay? They're CNBC, sorry, CNBC. They're standard analysts and commentators. You could see them prepping before they actually went live, right? They were supposed to engage on the camera. And the smiles that they had on their face, it's like they had been told to smile. They had been told, hey, shout out to Angel. Hello, and good morning to you. Absolutely good morning. Angel, I don't know if you caught CNBC at all today, but the market was very red. Okay, some issues with the, and Angel is shouting out to the VIPs, etc. If you guys are watching this tomorrow, some of you guys may be, and Angel and I are up. I'll just tell you guys that in terms of the market, we're focused on the market quite a bit during these early morning hours. It's just, it's essential. The market's open 24/7. A lot of people don't understand. They don't understand it. Like you tell them, well, you know, it requires that you pay attention during these like early morning hours, etc. And we'll go over the price, guys. It was 35,700. Love it, huh? And this is just the group. We don't react in terms of the typical reaction. I tried to lay that framework. I tried to lay it extremely, just guys, very strongly. I'd say that over the preceding days in this level, particularly, in terms of double top, in terms of Austria's involvement, in terms of this move down. Like we could chop up each section of this and say, yes, clearly indicated. But we started, this $40,000 threshold was a big deal. You guys understand that everyone was talking about what if it goes past the 40,000. Well, you guys have heard in no equivocal terms whatsoever. You absolutely heard it here. Like of all of the groups, and I'm telling you, just like pro football coach, whatever we could do, put it together just to let other people know, really. And we rally around this premise, absolutely. But that absolutely wanting lower prices, just in terms of that, guys, the cyclical nature of the pricing is where the value is at. We last night we went through a great example in terms of Bitcoin. I'm just going to do this real quickly again just to remind people of one element in, like, $1 million Bitcoin, $100,000 Bitcoin. Do we like it? I tell you, we got to 69,000. It was a great run up. We really made some excellent entries, and I'll just shout out to Angel. Really some great trades. 2021 was phenomenal. Really great trades. Looked back today. And I just floated this over to Angel beforehand, before the stream, and did say Luna, because I've been saying on stream $4.60. It's $4.06. So I just said that, and that's one of the biggest trades, one of the best movers in 2021 period. Incredible ecosystem. In terms of the value presented, and Angel and I were just kind of chit chatting about some of the the strong. I mean, everything from Sandbox to Luna, everything from what did you say, Polkadot to obviously Bitcoin to it's just there's a lot of value. There's a lot of development right now in this space. Phantom, even like you start to look at like Rose has really just like come out like blaring. Some of these are really, and it's kind of replaced some of the, maybe something we could talk about later, kind of replace some of the chain links of eChain, some of these other, projects that have fallen a bit by the wayside. Sushi's one that kind of started to rear up a bit. Matic still real strong. ADA still has a real strong community, and in terms of the development platforms that are surrounding those, we're looking for integrated technologies, integrated what we say, just almost investment solutions, crypto investment solutions. Like what can they come out with that can drive investment and utility in the space? Absolutely, and don't forget Matic. You betcha on Matic. We're going to also talk about Near. Near is a real interesting program to the extent that decides that they decide or that catches wind big time. Near already has been huge. I mean, huge this year. We're going to go over one premise real quickly just to reframe the overall reason why, because it sounds, if someone just tunes in and they have no idea what's going on here, literally they don't trade, they don't have any concept of buy low, sell high, they don't know what, and I'm going to talk also about the typical day trader. What differentiates us from a typical day trader? We're going to talk about that in a little bit. It's crucial stuff, guys. I really want you to pay attention here in a little while. But someone would tune in and say, I ran across a station and they just wanted lower prices, and they'd be appalled, right? They would be absolutely shocked or appalled. I talked last night. I just want to review this really quickly. I think it's a very important component of, let's say, Bitcoin. Let's talk about, we could talk about, we talk about derivative gains, but we talk about the carry forward, the expression of the price. What is the behavior? Kind of the behavior set, the express behavior set of the pricing of Bitcoin, right? 2021, December to January, right? I'd say December 2020 to January 2021, bull flag, repeat of bull flag, right, into through in March, right? Okay, so as we look at this, we saw a repeat move, same amplitude, right? I'm bringing this up for a very specific reason to put this into context. Okay, we discussed this last night. As you look at the expressed tendency of Bitcoin, it's just a layover, guys. It's been a layover in terms of the expressed moves to the upside, the amplitude moves, etc. And that's something that has driven, I'd say, some analysis on our behalf, so that what we can look at. So that what we can look at, and you say, don't forget, I'm waiting for that, Angel. I'm so glad you're here. Huh? You're the only guy with a wrench. I just got to tell you that. You're the only guy with a wrench in the VIP. That's a good thing. You guys get out of line, you're going to have to deal with Angel. That's just it. And just $1,000 Super Chat King. He's the man. $52,000 contributor overall. Just very exciting to see that. And that's just small potatoes, guys. It's in terms of like, you look at that and like, oh, well, guys, that's just, it's not what this is all about. It's not about the money. It's about the relationships. And we're very big on that. Let's get back to this technical discussion real quickly. In terms of the expressed amplitude, these moves on Bitcoin, why would I possibly be excited about a move down? Why? Because someone would tune in and immediately they would say, well, this is not a right channel. These people are out of their minds. They just don't know what they're saying, right? Well, let's talk about the expressed moves from, and we did this last night. I'll redo it here just quickly. If you guys didn't catch last night, a great stream last night, just quick and brief. I've been curtailing them a bit. If we have technicals to do, I'm like, guys, let's go do this, let's go do that, kind of prepping for the next day. But 130%, a 130% move was the amplitude of this move. And guys, please watch this on a big screen TV. Don't sit there and hold your phone. Get a big screen TV and flip it up with Bluetooth or whatever you need to do with Wi-Fi. Put it on a big screen TV so you can see this, please. In terms of the technicals, they're just extraordinarily important. So we'll look at this expressed move to the upside from December 2020, okay, in and around the price. Let's just say ballpark 17.5, okay, 17,500 up to roughly, let's just say ballpark $40,000. Boom, 130%, 130%. Why is that important? Because everybody wants the march up too. And we did this last night. I just want to recap this very briefly. Let's take this same amplitude move that we saw repeat 1, 2, 3, 4 times, okay? it's a tendency of Bitcoin, right? It's a tendency of Bitcoin. Let's go ahead and march this up. Let's say, well, we want that tendency to repeat. Let's have it repeat up around, let's say we're waiting time, etc. And let's say, we get on up to the price of 180,000. We got up to the price and we're trading, right? We're trading. And we get up to 175,000. Great, we're pushing up to 200,000. What's the return on that express move? 14.5%. Okay, so yes, there's a lot of ground to cover between here and there. It can go absolutely parabolic. That could be a huge, differently structured event. The time factor of this, though, in terms of waiting to get to a position and an overall macro pattern that could take us there in terms of becoming more parabolic, you would really start to, and I said last night, you'd start to have to really calculate this. Why? Because as you would have to wait, let's just imagine you would have to wait. Like, and part of this retracement here has just been the time factor. When we talk about momentum, it's been to the downside. What's the key factor in terms of the reversal, right? Yeah, Sony Bravia. There we go. 82-inch, baby. You got it right. I know that, right? And absolutely, it just makes a big difference. And the guys who do real well, a lot of times it's just simple stuff like that. Watch it on a big screen TV. The guys who do really well. Shout out to Freddie. We have to say shout out to Freddie. What's up? Freddie is the January champion. What's up? I know the first week, Freddie doubled, and you'll see a nice trophy there, NFT, etc. Right? We got that to him. And, Angel appreciates powering through a level of resistance. Absolutely. And that's what Freddie did to gain that trophy. And what I'll say is that's for January 2022. So I can't wait to see who's going to be for February. All right. So. But Freddie, the first week he doubled his account, almost tripled it within like 2-3 weeks, and when he became VIP. And the interesting thing is, as we look at that, what did he do? The first thing he did was buy a big screen TV. He says, well, Angel has one, London is saying this, that, and so he's all into the technicals like that. And it's very important, just the little small things. And those are the guys who are winning. So as we look at the difference, and Angel powering through with a $500 super chat. Angel, he is maintaining this $1,000 super chat king. Absolutely, he is absolutely rifling through the trajectory here. We'll wait for that to kick through the system. But I just saw that light up. We'll see if they can pick up with a nice slam through graphic. That should kick up with a nice slam through graphic here in just a second. But very nice. I appreciate that, Angel. It's very nice for the community to know that you are with the community during this time here. Angel does understand. We picked up so many as we started talking about tonight. We started talking about the pickups that were in early to mid, let's say around in mid 2021. What did we get into? Well, what did we get into? We got into a little bit of discussions in terms of retracements, because a lot of the key altcoins right now are going into let's say a zone. I mean, we could talk about Luna a bit. Luna, the $4.06, which was real crucial as we look at this, the $4.06 mark here. Now, actual pickup may have varied, but that was the target. And I still have that chart. I gave that to Angel tonight, just a recopy of that chart. Now, as we look at that, that was the most unpopular time to pick up anything. That was when everything was, crypto was, we ain't going there, right? Everyone was really shunned off of crypto. That's when we dug in deeply. That's when that was a big fallout, guys, from the, if you just remind yourselves, here it was in a period of time, just days where 3 days, 4 days, your altcoins lost 75% in 3 or 4 days. That can happen. When that happened, who made money? Our group made money. The entire guys, the VIP made money. Value, bam, stepping into it. So it's nice to have those old charts that we looked at. And from $4.06, I'll just say from $4.06, various people in the community may have picked up, etc. I know that Angel had some beautiful pickups in that area, and again, paying attention, live, this and that, and just stepping to the forefront, just there. I just tell you, in terms of who's there and who's not there in the market, I mean, when they say like 90% of life is just showing up, right? You got to show up in the market. Some people just don't want to follow that. As we would look at that, up to 103, right? $103 from $4. That's a good. That's an impressive return, right? So we're excited to have that underneath our belt for 2021, and we're going to be looking for more opportunities like that, more projects in terms of the development that's going to be occurring in 2022. And this is kind of the flux that we get into. The flux is that the majority of the market is right now really, I'm going to say, behind the curve. We're not behind the curve. We've been I hate to say we've been pushing for lower prices, but in the midst of this, this frustration here, we've been very ready for this determinative kind of move, if it can make a determinative move, rather than just kind of, staying, maintaining within its pattern, etc. We really have been looking for, and I've been excited about. If you talk the talk, then you walk the walk. You betcha, absolutely. And that is just super, guys. It's just, there's one thing to be reactive, right? You can react to the market. We could sit here and say on the flip side of things, after this zone, to bring up, okay, this kind of pattern looks like a double top. Well, this one looks like an elite way. This one kind of looks like maybe it's going, I don't know. And let's hold each other's hands, sing kumbaya, and we're going to get through this somehow. No, 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 no. That's not us, guys. We're ahead of this curve. We've been ahead of the curve in 2021. Bring us lower prices. Bring us some value. And I think maybe one of the big differences is I have been on the phone with some of you. For instance, like with Angel. Like we date back to 2021 in terms of the relationship. And still holding $184,000 of Luna at 590. Absolutely beautiful. And as we look at that, going back through those zones, I know the VIP. I know literally that they're sitting there, and they I mean, what is it, guys? You understand? It's like, no, this one is it low enough? Like Freddie consistently, right? Consistently, Freddie is of that same mentality. He's like, guys, it's getting low. And the good traders are looking for lower entries. Right? They just are. And it may not seem natural. It's like, well, buy the dip. Well, you could have bought 30 dips, right? You could have, literally. And that's not really, as we apply a technical overlay here in terms of Fibonacci's on the micro, then on the macro, right, from ground zero up to all-time high, elimination of prior channel, about three different key Fibonacci targeting, I'd say, techniques that you can use. We'll get into, beyond that, we'll get into a core value acquisition. And we do those on certain coins, right? We do these on certain coins in and below, let's say, that classic 86. So we have a lot of, a whole lot of, let's see, I'm getting a little bit of foreign feedback here. Nothing wrong with that. I have to hide you on the channel, though. We sprechen Sie English, hermano. So, and a lot of other ones. Let's see what we go. BTC, no. Carolina Visitra, don't know who that is. Vamos colocar BTC no cofre. Hablo español también, amigos. No sé quién eres. There we go. So as we would talk about this, that is the difference between this group. We're out ahead of this. Not that we're individually pushing this down. I want to say, guys, you would look at, and I got to say something too. I have to say this about El Salvador. I love the idea. It's great. But when I know VIPs that have more money in dog coins than El Salvador is buying in Bitcoin, I got to tell you guys, I'm serious. They made an acquisition of $15 million today in Bitcoin. I like that. That's nice. But when I know VIP that have more money in dog coins than they're making an acquisition in Bitcoin, I'd really like to see somebody step up, right? Maybe they need a consult with Angel, or they need a consult with, I don't know, Josh, if Josh has time, or somebody else. Maybe Vlad will step in. But I'd like to see them, maybe hammer into it a little bit more. Huh? Maybe start that, escalate that, powering into the market idea. I like that it's getting some attention. We all like that. But again, I'm going to say, he's the sovereign, guy over whatnot of El Salvador. That's nice. But when I know VIP that have more money in dog coins than he's making an acquisition in Bitcoin, I kind of think, I don't know. I kind of think that maybe the VIP have got it like that. So congratulations to you guys. That's just the truth. And we would like to see more institutional involvement. I think it'll really drive the market. In terms of the news that we've gotten recently, CBDC, right? Let's go through just central bank digital currency. We can discuss that in line with Russia, in line with all of these factors, all of the issues that are coming forth. Okay. Russia is interesting. I'm going to say to the extent that the news really, it's not coordinated, but it's very conveniently timed in terms of the kind of the expression or the white paper that was released by the Fed, conveniently timed with Russia. Also, it just seems coordinated. And I said, just like fancy timing. that just you can say coincidental. That's fine, but it is very very odd timing that we would see both of those come through the way they have. Now it's been aggressive enough. It really hasn't stopped in terms of the downward price action. It really hasn't stopped for much in the way of Fibonacci's. You guys know that. Let's just talk about the lower expressions. And one thing that I had discussed, kind of I don't know, principally in terms of the let's get into this Fibonacci. In terms of the expression of the wedges, that it really felt like we were hammering into that we were headed towards the 50% retracement. So the 50% retracement is a level that I've been looking forward to for a while. Okay, this 34,436. Okay, the all-time high about about 69,000. So about half of that, about 35, right? And that has been that's been a level that this wedge has appeared to be heading for, and to be able to get to that level is exciting for me. Now, will it hold specifically at that level? I want to just talk about that. Anyone who wants to hold feet to the fire in terms of, well, this wasn't exactly a 50% retracement. It did. It got to 55. It got to 50, 53 in here, all up through kind of that 50% retracement. What's the level below that? We never really hit the golden pocket on the macro here. I just say that. And you guys understand the level to which things want to, right? As we look at, investments like DOT right now. Well, let's just take a look at DOT because I want to see where it is on the macro in terms of this. Let me go ahead and remove these. When we talk about some of the larger cap coins, let me go ahead and roll through. I just want to see where it's at on his fib right now. Let me get through. We'll go through. Let's go default. That's fine. Default doesn't look good. Let's go through and let's switch this up to aggressive bull buys. Let's go into, let me go into this, just kind of some clarified, just a clarified picture here. Let me go to ground zero and let's just take a look at where something like, DOT is right now. On the macro, DOT has just kind of, I'm going to say this, flown through at 61.8. I'm going to go through and make sure that we have the 65th, okay, because this is a big deal because it's a good example of, and I just kind of had that intuition. I kind of knew where DOT was, etc., where it was, the levels that it was on, and technically on the entirety of it, just like I was discussing on Bitcoin, is Bitcoin going to stop at its 50%, etc.? We have to, understand that, the level of a pickup that there was on DOT at the golden pocket literally was this. Let's look at the 1 hourly, real small interaction. So, a little bit of interaction there at the 61.8, small hit on the golden pocket. A little bit of interaction on the 65th, small hit. All right, right at that golden pocket. As we discussed that on Bitcoin, and not that there's a direct correlation at all, but I just want to show you the magnitude of kind of the move that's going on right now. Now, DOT has been below its golden pocket before. People who've been around know that. Okay, the fact that it may stutter, stagger, it may also surprise on its golden pocket, but that it may just power through, which is what it looks like it is certainly doing. We want to just keep in mind that there are always lower levels. Just real simple. There are lower levels. What is the key wherever we go, guys, is back up heavy reserve cash, right? Heavy reserve cash. Those are the principal movers in terms of the guys that are doing really well. They understand the need. And I just tell you, as things are moving down, and it's kind of been, just a real staggered kind of. It seems like it's still stepping down. That's the one difference. We had in early 2021, we had just days with just power down, wham. If you had your orders waiting, let's just look at this. If we had orders waiting, literally, recouping up to 20. Look at this, actually, up into the next day. See, we had moved. That's unbelievable. And I had forgotten that on DOT. Up to a 75% return just with orders waiting. That's a big deal. That is a big deal. If you guys will check out, just for an example, just look at it technically aside from the project, 100%. But orders waiting, bam, 75% to the upside. So this has been a little bit more staggered, more like a stair step. You see, it hasn't been as necessarily aggressive in one fell swoop. And I want to bring up a terminology that I heard today, not the first time I've heard it, but as we look at DOT, currently down about 10% at $17.61. As we look at, as we look at the at the price action, you could call it fallout, etc. Just the negatively expressed price action right now. Cramer and Company, right? Jim Cramer. And I'm not a big fan or not. He's made he's got a lot of backdoor connections. I'll tell you that, a lot of backdoor connections. But as he's got a lot of experience too, and I'd say good and bad. Who knows? I won't judge it. But as you look at that, what he said was a lot of program selling. program selling. Absolutely. Let's see. What did Angel say? I want everyone to really, really understand when you can combine the best technicals on the planet with real intel, everyone here that's VIP will become financially independent if you execute. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And you got that right, huh? Isn't that nice, huh? If you combine, just read what he said. If you can combine, I want everyone to really understand. When you combine the best technicals on the planet with real intel, okay, everyone here that's VIP will become financially independent if you execute. Beautiful. Just strongly said, huh? There you go. That's power, guys. That's I could not have written that better myself, and I wouldn't try. That's very nicely stated. Absolutely, just huge. When we have someone who's been around in Bitcoin since $7.79, etc., right, etc. Thank you. Awesome. But in terms of the additional your additional positions, but when you're saying that, hello, who's not going to listen to that? And the thing is, some people just are incapable of it. I think they're not going to want to. But that's what we're going to focus on. And we went over a little bit today. I reminded some people in terms of the Ethereum. Ouch, right? Just the 500 for what? When we look at the Ethereum, that chart, just a real big reminder that the best technicals are laid out for us. And, in sometimes in formats that we're not really excited about. It's like, do we really want to deal with, I brought up Kramer, etc. Buy. He's more of the fundamental approach that you're going to see on the street. He's not. It's not. You're not gonna see pricing targets necessarily. You're gonna get the gist of the story. You're gonna get that may sell on the street. Right, you're going to get more of his, and that's in line, I think, with his background. If you guys have studied who he is or what his positions have been in the past, those are the discussions. That's a Wall Street discussion. For us, we capture cyclical pricing. We capture volatility. We are in a completely different paradigm than equities. Right? We deal with, and I just want to bring back up, like just 2017, 18, 19, 20. We have different approaches. We deal with return to, not return to zero, but we deal with return to 78%, losing 80% of the value of something all the time. We're bulletproof to that. That's literally what we focus on and what we look forward to. Why? Because it's gonna be in the market. It is here. It's an expressed tendency. It's almost a requirement. Oh well, it's over. You get there with crypto. Oh well, crypto's over. Guess what? It's over. There's an 85% drop, right? 83% thereabout in 2000 up through 2018. It's over, and then it was over until it produced a 340% return. Oh, it's that kind of over. Yeah, and then again, as we would look at it, when it trajected from about to 20,000 down to about that 33,000 to 3,500, back up to 13,000, about 13,999, back down. Here we go, another 80% loss. Okay, another 80% loss. Okay, so when we look at what we're dealing with, we can stick to the gracious story in terms of the adoption, in terms of the fundamental power and the benefits, the strategic advantages, or even first mover advantage of Bitcoin on the Lightning Network, and et cetera, et cetera. We can go all down that road, but at the end of the day, we're still looking at repeat 80%. Boom, boom, retracements. That's a big deal, right? And it's a huge deal because they're followed by huge moves. Just huge moves. Now, we didn't get the 80% retracement. We did not get the 80% retracement, and we were ready for it in 2021. Absolutely ready for it. How could you not be? TA, technical analysis, looking at previous pricing behavior, right? Getting down to about 55%. That's strong. I got to say, that's really strong, huh? After continually expressing a tendency for an 80% retracement. Then in 2021, I think it surprised some people. We definitely caught it in the back, and it was clear to us it was a good time to buy Bitcoin. Absolutely. But after we went through those when you talk to someone about an 80% retracement, I hate to say loss of value. 80% is gone. All right. That's a phenomenal, phenomenal opportunity if it's cyclical. If it is tied in with cyclicals, right? We will drop maybe some more. Let's see what we got. London is not overextending. Positions will drop 80% and more. Yeah, I mean, since you've been around at $7.79, you have built up a framework of understanding like very few. And crypto does this. You have seen this. I mean, it must have seemed like your whole life now that you've been around Bitcoin. You see newcomers. Can you imagine how many people you've seen just show up and talk about, oh, technical analysis and oh, this and that? So we appreciate so much, and I appreciate knowing you. Love you, brother. But I have to say that because people don't understand that about Angel. He's been around, and I bring that up for the VIP. You guys understand because you all have seen groups too. It's like, well, I've been around crypto since maybe 2015, and I see the Johnny come latelys. I see the new this, the new that. Angel's seen them all, man. He has seen them come and go. He's like, that's gonna be another one of those guys, another one of those guys. We try, and I bring up like Kramer in the street, etc. We don't need to be overly formal with what we do, but the approach, the market, the intel. I'll just say the intel with the fundamentals, technical analysis, the drive to work. I'm going to say this in terms of the drive to succeed. That is the one thing that you will not beat. Okay, that is the one thing I say that if you have a card up your sleeve in the market, it's going to be the hard work. It's going to be the determination. Like, how did he find that answer? Well, he spent like 80 straight hours looking for that answer, and people don't necessarily see that. So that's the hidden component that we bring to the map that I don't really see anywhere. You can bring up some of the big guys from Wall Street, et cetera, because they may have had it in their careers. They may still have it in terms of their presentation of things. But that's what we bring is that diehard attitude. It's just, I mean, it's there. We're going to get it, and it's every day, and it's built into who we are. I see Jason's lit right now at the bottom. Jason's lit. What is up, brother? I know a lot of the guys, are military around here, tough dudes. They don't. It's interesting the framework here in VIP. It's not militarized, at all, but it is in line with kind of the strategic, logistic, absolutely almost a trained mentality that is just an extreme amount of discipline. New York Institute of Finance talks a lot about. I may be sorry I said this because I don't want to just harp on what they say versus what we. It's a good go-to in terms of the New York Institute of Finance. Hey, I wanted to bring this up to you guys. I don't know if we actually saw this. Let me go. Hey, did you guys see this on Twitter real quickly? Just Crypto Cross in the house. What's up, brother? Nice to see you. Very nice to see you. Congratulations. Looking forward to you upgrading for VIP, etc. Look at what New York Institute of Finance said, guys. And I've been talking about them, and I've been telling you, you guys don't understand. They're the back door to Wall Street. Right? I've been saying that, etc. Now, as you look at this, just look at what they said. The New York Institute of Finance is celebrating 100 years of providing world-class training in the financial industry. Isn't that cool? Congratulations. That's fine. In 1922, the New York Stock Exchange founded the New York Institute of Finance. We pay attention. If anybody knows price action, guys, look at this. To commemorate our centennial, New York Institute of Finance will feature a 100-year anniversary logo, which will be featured all year. What is their anniversary logo? Thank you for your support. Look at this, guys. It is the truth. Established in 1922, New York Institute of Finance, where Wall Street goes to school. All right? Where Wall Street goes to school. Okay? So when I'm telling you guys things, it's one thing to get into it's one thing for us to get into, okay, well, London says this. Guys, I have that dog determination. I get in the background. I dig this stuff up. I do not bring information to you that is uncertain or quasi, maybe this is really legitimate or not. No, the reason where Wall Street goes to school. Okay, so I'm bringing that up right now just as a confirmation exactly of what I have been saying. Now their new logo all year long is going to be literally where Wall Street goes to school. So when I when I talk about them and I talk about how they're used, essentially it's the back door to Wall Street, etc. Now you guys see that. Now that's on their logo. That's a big deal for me to see that they have done that. I like that quite a bit. That's nice, nice, huh? And a lot of VIPs have gone to school there too, so they don't have any upper hand on Wall Street. Some of the what we say, and you'll pick up some different things throughout, maybe some relationships you have, or just in terms of your overall experience, you'll see they may have some different tools in their toolbox, right? The guys on Wall Street, and I'll just talk about it at a crypto desk. How about that? How about at a Bitcoin desk? They may have a few tricks up their sleeve. They may have a few advantages, but I don't think they called this boom. I don't think they just called Ethereum bam. Maybe they did. Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. Right. So it's one thing. I've been around some of those guys, some of the best guys from Wall Street, and I've been privileged to do that. That's nice. That is a privilege. I view that as a privilege, and in a very close working relationship, etc. Them trading, me kind of bossing, not meaning to boss, but a little bit of that. Okay, just in different context and nothing formalized. I'll say nothing formalized. How about that? In terms of that, it's been the difference is let's just get back to this. You see the dog determination in them too. The good ones, they don't want to quit. When I saw last night Vlad, he shot us some MMA action of him boxing. He's like, this is how I let my stress out. I'm like, you remind me just of this, some of the top guys from Credit Suisse slash First Boston, etc. And it's that there's just an attack bulldog, just literally just. It's the dogged determination. It's the consistency and discipline that is brought to the market. And if you are disciplined enough and have enough consistency, you'll find the answers. You'll find the answers, and it's just a hallmark of this group that is what we're after. So I want to bring up New York Institute of Finance in that regard as we're talking about lower prices. With all of that built into who we are, the cyclical nature of the pricing, we are very excited about achieving some value. We just are, and it's would a move up have been nice? I mean, yes, a move up. I don't even want to qualify it. As I would look at it, I don't even want to necessarily qualify it because we've had the experience in the market of particularly as we look at the altcoins. Now, Bitcoin as well. It's just. And Angel understands this comment like a lot of people don't because he's been around this market longer. And as we would discuss it, the time factor. This is the one thing: time, patience. That's the one factor that comes into play when I discuss that on behalf of or with the group, with you guys. And I talk about time is the one key element that is needed for the reversal of the momentum. Boom, 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 from the down to the up, right? It's one thing to say it, but I know that it falls on kind of different ears with Angel because, yeah, it is time. And the time is, well, sometimes we get a quick pickup. We go, Kondratiev. We learned some cool stuff, guys. We're learning some really cool stuff with this, like Kondratiev. Yeah, it was exactly Kondratiev, up to a slightly higher high. When we go through these issues, and let me see what we got. Information is power. Boom. And fulfilling when used correctly. Everyone should have a copy of this book. Yeah, even 2 copies. You got it right. Personally speaking, you got that right. New York Institute of Finance, bam, they're on. And it's nice because you can kind of take or leave what you like or don't want. And it's just, it's the cool thing is too. It's not like we have appropriated it. I'm going to tell you that when I talked with New York Institute of Finance, their admission group, whatever it was. This was right back when we were first forming VIP, and he's like, okay, so you have a group, and they're, they want to be educated. There was zero question about. I want you guys to know this. Zero question about. Oh well, are they formal traders or they're not formal traders? Are what is their graduate level experience from the Ivy League? Zero of that. None. Very from the off the cuff, very much in the same groove, talking this and that. Just we get along, guys. It's like that, okay? When you talk to other traders, the reason I'd say the same, similar dynamic that we get along here. VIP, this is our group. Boom, we get together. It's just understood. Okay, you got a trade group. They want to up their game. Perfect. That's what we do. That's it. That's it. From us to New York Institute of Finance, like, is there some bridge gap divide that, well, you need to understand London, that your traders are really going to be at a deficit here, compared to the other guys on Wall Street. Wrong, not gonna happen. That's nowhere in the book, guys. I'm saying it in our book or anyone's book that we would be at any kind of a deficit. No way. No way. In fact, the advantage is that, we understand this. They're not going to. I just got to tell you, the more I've spoken with it in 2021, had a lot of opportunity to speak with a lot of the traders in formalized, groups like the J.P. Morgans, the this and that. I don't want to say they kind of got exposed, but to the extent that it was like it's a little much for them to get into, right? Excuse my language, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You got it right. You got it right. And you know this, Angel. Because friends that are traders. You have people that are in and around. And what is the difference? That they're not really into trading this level of volatility at all. They're into making these wide swooping investments in. Well, we really believe this is going to be the future. Boom, boom. That's it. They don't want to touch it. They don't want to trade it. They don't want to sell it at the top. Boom, or around the top. They do not want to. They do not want to. They don't want to pick it up. Some people specialize. Okay, and I can discuss this again. I've discussed it beforehand. We can actually draw over. It's actually a very useful discussion right now. And I've got the rising wedge on. We can leave that on or take that off. In terms of, I want to talk about a GAN box. Institutional, let's see, GAN square, fixed, GAN. Let's go through a GAN box. GAN box is what? GAN box is going to deliver to you pricing targets that are, I'd say, kind of institutionally recognized. Very round figured, easy number: 25%, 33%, 50%, 60%, 75%. Now, these are a bit more, just institutional in nature. Why? Because some of the discussions that I have had have included, let's say, mutual fund investors or managers, rather, from the management side of like a mutual fund, wherein their MO on anything that they are working on in terms of investing, etc. They've told me it's like, we just go for a 10% discount, or we go for a 20% discount. We don't mess with Fibonacci. I heard of that. They'll get to that level. So as we look at a GAN box, okay, as we look at a GAN box, absolutely, we realize that part of the market structure in terms of the participants is, well, I'd like a 50%, 50% discount. Okay, some people say I'll buy some at 50% off. I'll buy some at 75% off. Oh, it said 75% off. That sounds great. Okay, or 25% off. Now that's going to be compared to, that's the GAN box compared to Fibonacci's. The one good thing that we saw is, and Luna is a perfect example. It's a perfect example. Pricing target on the deep core value acquisition. This is a beautiful example. I'm glad we have this example. It was $4.06. Okay, $4.06 was hit by somebody, maybe someone who watched the stream. I don't know, maybe who around may have hit some, but at Angel has some bags left at like $5.80, $5.90. Now the difference between we're gonna sit here and say, well, right now we would be like, oh no, we didn't hit the target. No. So there's going to be some variability in terms of hitting your target. We need to focus on value. We need to focus on acquisition at lower levels. Focus on like compounding and always having that heavy reserve capital available for these lower levels. Right? And never being fully exposed. And you'd be like, well, London, we just have to have a money truck. Well, I've talked about some other issues in life in terms of like generating, capital to be invested in crypto. It's been a big part of getting everyone in the VIP where they are is everything else they do. Right? So why would we like omit that? It's not a full force throttle, everything, we're just solely focused on crypto. You can be. Right? Even then, you're going to have that heavy reserve capital available for lower levels. You just are, given the volatility, the nature of the volatility. And if you don't, you're going to be waiting a while. I'll just say that. You'll definitely be waiting a while. One thing we're looking at right now that's real critical in terms of the technicals, aside from the variable targets that are kind of getting hit, I do bring up the program pricing, the program selling, that was mentioned in terms of stock market, et cetera, because as we see institutional involvement in crypto, okay, as we see that in crypto, we need to understand that there's also that element that's occurring, like it occurred with Nasdaq, et cetera. Netflix had a rough day. I saw that. It was a little rough for Netflix guys. But as we would say, or as we would see that program or the program selling, right, where it's just a program dump of orders, boom, 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 right? They're literally just they're eliminating their positions programmatically, right? Just literally calculatively, programmatically on some sort of a basis that is not probably running them deeper. We talked about this a bit, running them deeper into a price because of the volume. They're liquidating on a scheduled basis. Okay, to not run themselves deeper down into a problem, and that again is going to be calculated. We've discussed that in some degree of depth. I think a few different times. We've discussed how program selling would occur in a nature to where they're not driving the price so low that they're costing themselves more money by immediately taking their ultimate position. We've discussed that. So in line with that, just understand that is going on in crypto now to an extent. I'd say to the extent that there is some institutional involvement. I would expect there to be some crossover between or layover between between that, let's say the equities and crypto. It would just be a kind of a foregone conclusion to me. The investment houses that are doing that in equities would be doing that, across the board in their books. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't be doing it in crypto, for instance. It just the same rationale would apply. As we see the tightening of the 200 and the 100 on the daily moving averages, we're seeing a tightening again. We saw this back in July, right? July 21st, it refused to cross over. And so to put into context here, the extent to which we do see an ultimate crossover here on the averages, this could potentially be a bigger retracement. Now, that is going to represent more value, okay? We have a nice range here. I'm just going to say we have a nice range up through 69,000, like beautiful range. We talked about the difference the other day, okay? A lot of people want to come in. They do. They want to come in and say, well, okay, great, we're about to run, we're going. Yeah, some people want to do that. Some people want to get a part of this bull run, and just that's what they live for, these mighty green candles. And we do. Absolutely. We like the green candles. We like what it does to the account, right? The numbers in the account absolutely just go haywire. It's nice, huh? That's why we're in the market ultimately. But there's this other camp. The other camp that says, oh, isn't that nice? This relaxed viewpoint, the flip side of the coin that says, oh, isn't that nice? There's some additional range here. There's someone who's been pushing the price up. Well, we would come in. We think it would be nice to come ahead, and we would like a 50% discount on that. Boom. Or we would like maybe we could get a 75% discount on that. Bam. Wherever it may be. So as much as you have the bulls charging in, ready to go, ready to push this thing up, we got a bull flag, let's roll. Now, we're very much that. We love that dynamic, but I've been discussing the other dynamic almost because it's with the nature and the calmness that I said, that with the degree of nature and calmness, it's almost humorous because, it's almost like we wish maybe someone in the VIP would be like, oh, isn't that nice? Well, it's gone up 500%. Well, we would like 50% of it. Just real calm and no problem. We're very aggressive. We're into the market. We're ready to box it out. That's just what we do. Like we aggressively get into the market. So I like to bring that up though in terms of like the level. Let's say the element of time on the momentum, etc. We'll go through some indicators here in a little bit. We'll go through some indicators on the chop. We'll go through MACD momentum. We'll go through some of the other kind of glaring indicators right now. We've got some real. It's just. I get excited about this. And I have gone from kind of deeply preparing us to being like, understand if and when this happens, we like lower prices. I've gone from kind of an indignant tone, and you guys know that. It's like, okay, London, okay, great. We like lower prices. But we do, and there's a reason why. When we get into the return, when we get into returns and we talk about, again, remember the 15% versus the 130%, get me back down to the 130%. And not necessarily to that level, but get me back in that zone. Get me back in something where the most of the upside are counting. And people who trade know this big time. You have got to cover that spread. You have got to cover that spread, particularly if you are on leverage. You have got to cover a spread. We haven't even discussed that, have we? That's a huge, huge point. Huge. With the moves to the upside, you have to cover your spread on leverage. Very interesting, huh? Very interesting. Because we've just gone through this whole huge push in the market with ETFs. Catch this, guys. Catch it. Make sure you're listening to this. Please focus. We've just gone through this huge transition into ETFs. Correct. Now, we do have all the fundamentals playing in. We have the Fed that's come out from last summer as well. We're going to explore this. Now, hey, here's a white paper. Let's have a discussion on this. Okay. Central bank digital currency in line with maybe a foreign banning or some action against crypto. That's fine. One thing, amidst threats of war, I don't know. I think they're going to work out all the stuff in Ukraine. My personal opinion, I think they'll work it all out. Amidst, that's not the purpose of this show, is to talk about anything like that. But as we would talk about that, what is this? What do you got? What is Angel saying? Then I'm going to get back to that if I can remember. I got to cross my fingers so I remember that one. You wish it would have been your $4.06. I mean, you know what? Someone's going to pop up later and be like, surprise. I don't know who it was, but they were watching on Luna. They were watching. Someone was watching because they got hit directly. That's my pricing target, right? It's like that was our deep core acquisition at $4.06, not $4.60. It went up to over $100. What do we got? I feel just in saying, please don't invest any capital that you actually need for everyday life. Personally speaking, once you hit that button, it's gone. It's not yours anymore. That's Angel. That's the truth. Listen, this is perfect. Huh? I feel just in saying, please don't invest any capital that you actually need for everyday life. Personally speaking, once you hit that button, it's gone. It's not yours anymore. If you can truly live with that, then you will succeed. If not, get life insurance. Truth. This may not be right for you. Boom. It's not yours, is it? You hit that button and it's gone. Boom. Now, it'll make you wait. Huh? Different dynamics. Huh? It's like the market will make you prove to it who you are to see if it kind of wants to reward you through a little bit of a different. The market is a strange creature. People who haven't dealt with it. Now, you can have success. You want, overall, you want to. Well, I want to multiply my money by 10 this year. That's what I want to do. I'll multiply all my money by 10 this year. Well, the market might let you multiply it by 3. It's interesting. It'll work with you. It might let you multiply it by 2, and then it might take back 70% of everything, right? It's an interesting dynamic. But when you break the rules, and I just love what you just said there, it's just not yours anymore. Now, when you deposit in the exchange, it becomes. I mean, it's interesting, huh? And when we talk about ETFs, it's also interesting. It's not it's somewhat correlated or somewhat. I like the direction of the comment you made, because as we talk about ETFs, the ETFs do what? Well, they require moves in prices to the upside or to the downside. They also require the traders to cover the spread on the books to be successful. They just do. You have to cover the spread. You have to. Now, if you get really fine-tooth in terms of in terms of your shorts, in terms of your targets, with a big leverage margin position, etc., okay, then you can find ways around that. You're exposing more capital. Some of these ETFs, some of the coins that are available right now, and it's interesting just the prolific nature to which they're being adopted. The overall demand for the coin has kind of gone down because people don't need to necessarily hold Bitcoin anymore to buy to trade it. They're on an ETF. So, to the extent that we need, and it's just this is the completion of the conversation. I think the part that I left out earlier, and it's just crucial, isn't it? As we would talk about a move like this, that would be 130%. This is very good conversation right now. Now this is right, huh? We just know this is right. This comment's right. Great segue, Angel. As we look at this here, boom, 130%. Well, up here, the further that we get away from this being a real meaningful move in the market, what does that do to the ETFs? It starts to kill them. It does. Anything, any leverage position that has a programmed spread a mandated spread on the board for you to pick up and buy, you to pick up and sell. And people, guys, if you don't understand what I'm talking about, okay, wrap your mind around this. When you enter into a position on between the bid and the ask, okay, when you enter into a position on an exchange, you know you got your bid, you got your ask, right? There's a spread. When you get into it with heavier money, there's a spread, right? And the heavier the money you get into, I mean, market price this and that, you'll be okay on some of these exchanges with market price if those are available to you, right? Now, but with the spread, understand this: you have to cover the spread with the move, the percentage move in the price action. That's very easy. It's very easy to understand that, right? The price has to move enough. And when we're talking about the expressed, I'd say the inclination of, or the expressed pattern behavior, the dynamics, okay, of Bitcoin to move, let's say, this amplitude that's been expressed here. Let's ballpark this up again. I'm gonna just use this for frame of reference here. When we talk about this, it's harder to cover your ETF spread, your leverage spread up in this area than it is down here. There's more room on the board down here because there's a bigger percentage move in the coin. You guys get that? I want to make sure everyone understands that. The bigger the percentage move in the coin, we have the advantage of lower pricing within the same dynamics. And everybody who's picking up on this, you guys understand this right now. You're like, it's a good point. It is a great point. I haven't heard anybody discuss it. Have you? I haven't heard a single person on the street or anywhere else or any coin desk or anything else that want to follow and trap our technicals and sell them off. If they sell this off, great. Good idea. Go for it. If you got whoever's listening from overseas, go for it. I like this idea. Put it as part of your profile. Put it if you want to, your profile, whatever you want to do. Don't care. But as we would talk about it, the benefit for the ETFs, the benefit for any kind of leverage trading, and yeah, this is where we shine, huh? Because this is a good point. Nobody's going to bring this up, and this is how people know we trade, right? Because at the lower prices, with the same expressed, let's see what we got here. Been stables, compounding interest since 67,000 with small possessions. Want to see if the cascade stops. Okay, with the larger percentage moves with the same expressed amplitude of Bitcoin, what do we need? I'm going to tell you, it becomes a very interesting discussion, doesn't it? Because at a higher price, if we were to get 10% on the same move at a higher price, guys, that's harder to cover on your spread. That is harder to figure into a leverage move than if even, and it's the same as because it's a 10% move at a much higher price. You got to cover your spread on any leverage position. Yeah. And yeah, I don't hear any. Yeah, thank you for saying it's a good point because we haven't thought of that really. We haven't discussed that. So what we're doing is we're getting into better turf. Okay, assuming we get the volatility, assuming that, and we have really no indication that the volatility is going to disappear. It's just the fact that we've just entered into ETFs, the fact that we've just had this kind of it feels like a renaissance or a Cambrian explosion of leveraged products that everybody's getting into. Everybody has gotten into, and we're just getting back into that zone where it should be easier for us to cover the spread on the order books. What is up? That is awesome, huh? That is awesome because it's one thing for us to, it changes the dynamic of the conversation. And it's not that much further because, well, we would trade those anyway. You might say, okay, well, yeah, I do understand that. But given the fact that ETFs have just come out in this period here, we haven't discussed a return to a lower price function to almost even just to enable them to work. It's interesting. If you trade them a lot, you know what I'm talking about. You just do. And you would have the compromise, I'd say you would have a compromise against that argument because the same that your move to the upside would be less, your move to the downside would be less too. And I think that'd be one critique of the argument as you would make that argument towards the upside. You could make that critique of the argument. I would agree with that. but you're still not within a discernible, and it has some different implications. You get into the pattern formations required, etc. It would just shift the market. It would just be more difficult to trade potentially on leverage. I'm going to say that. So I'm excited. Let's get excited not only for the fact, we quote unquote like value. Okay, great. What does that mean? Well, we also like to be able to trade on leverage. That's crucial. So anyone new to VIP, etc. That's where we're at right now. I'm excited about that. We talked a little bit about the different levels. We can see exactly where did this pick up on. Now, in terms of this, because we had some targets out here. Let me go ahead and throw these up. And this here, wanted to see this right in here pick up. We're just kind of in no man's land. I'm interested to see if we have kind of a return to function here within this falling wedge. Let's remember when you are buying ETF, whether it's BTC or Luna, I wanted to hear this. Let's remember when you are buying an ETF, whether it's BTC, ETH, Luna, etc. I want to read the rest of this because I know Angel likes to trade them, and I'm glad that he does. Very glad that he does. That's crucial stuff. Let's get into this. Where are we at on this? 786. Where is that 86? I think it's right where. I just want to match this Z kilo level with 86. And let me dig in and actually reverse on this 0.186 down to 86, and bam. Just not even want to touch that 86. Just not even wanting to touch it. You are not buying the actual coin, but a perpetual contract, right? We really got into that. In terms of that discussion, like early on, just dissecting what they're actually, what is it, right? And an ETF, and a lot of that, you know this, you wind up being a little bit at the mercy. And Angel's saying 3L, 3S, 5L, 5S, right? It doesn't matter. Yeah, it is backed up by a perpetual contract that is written technically, right? It's technically written by the exchange. And so you get into positions, and on your order book and on your board, you need the price to move percentage-wise. Absolutely, without a doubt. That's the whole idea. That is what is going to allow you to make any money on a position or not. When you have to get out of, and I'm going to say when you have to get out of, because you can be up 50% on a big move, right, in a market on an ETF, and you can still feel like, now I have to get out of this. It's just not intuitive. And you'll feel sometimes like you can go, if you're on an exchange with a market price deliverable, etc., you're still at the mercy of the exchange. You just are. So that the commonality, and you just feel like that when you trade them a bit. And you also feel like, wow, these are great products when they work, when the price action is there. So getting to the lower function here, and I just love this. I really like this discussion right now because it's just a slam dunk on why we like value. Why do we like value? We got to have our leverage work. We have to. We got to get these big percentage moves in. We just have to. So let them put on any kind of show they need to. That's fine. Let them dime and dance around with. We have problems with we're going to fix the inflation. We're going to go for it. Do whatever they got to do. I'm not worried about it. I hate to say I'm not worried about it. But as we discuss that, we're excited that we're getting back into a zone of operation for the ETFs because we got to get there. We just got to. So these hop moves in and around, and talking through working through positions on anything. Like you understand, like with ETFs, you can get in and out on one level of the Fibonacci, maybe. But depending upon the size or entry where you're at, like if we were to look at this 61.8 kind of interim fib here and that's from the previous breakout zone, just one of our techniques. Previous breakout zone to all-time high. Previous breakout zone initiated around that 32,000, right? Up to the 69,000. As we would look at it, you can start to try and trade an ETF on the same Fibonacci. You can try, but you really need it to go to the next level. You just do. You're gonna go 10%. It's got to go 20%. You really need it to go like 2 days of 20%. That's the bottom line. If you're gonna trade them, You need it to go 2 days. In my book, 2 days at 20% for you. That's doable. And it's almost like once the ETF starts to really brew and starts to get hot, it'll want to work with you. Otherwise, even if it kind of surprises you with like a 13% to 12%, because you got to cover that spread. So the lower that we are in terms of the price function, we're going to be at the same equivalent amplitude move, just the same height. It's going to be worth more. It's going to have a bigger percentage move. It's going to be easier for us to cover that, cover the board, man. It's so great to know that. That's a big relief. That makes me so happy. That's just because it's one thing to say we're going to get great entries. We're going to be able to accumulate at lower levels, like on Luna. We're going to hit that $4.06, whatever it may be next time. There's a lot of promise on Luna. I'm going to say that in terms of future foregoing, etc. Very excited about the project long term. In addition to several other key projects, let's just go through. Like looking for like Cosmos did really well towards the end of this little move. AVAX had a phenomenal 2021. AXS, don't even talk about it. Binance actually had a decent year. It decently performed, and for some reason I decided to cut CC a break. I don't know why, because everybody hates the guy, and I have hated him too. Hated him too. Not really, but just, I give him kind of the, the sit-down lecture talk every day. Like, he doesn't need that from me, so I'm like, well, just be nice to him. I don't know. Just be nice. See what happens, And some funny things happen after I started being nice to him. Just, maybe he changed tomorrow. Who knows? I'm not going to sit around and hate anybody in 2022. As we look at ADA, right? Cardano, it's got the new promise, maybe some different launch pads. It's got the Sunday swap. It's got some different stuff cruising and coming its way. We have some stable, some nice, you got to be kidding me. What is this? Boom. There we go. I just want to look at Ample. I want to see where it's back to. I like that trade. That's nice. Yeah, that worked out well. This is a 2x right there. That was fun. CRO, liking to see how these are developing. Yeah, CRO, Doge. Let's see, BTC. Doge is part of that secondary group that outperformed and then didn't perform in 2021. And as we look at, I think it's really interesting to see what's going to happen in the market right now with SHIB. With SHIB versus Doge, kind of same agenda, but is Amazon being a little bit more receptive towards SHIB? I don't know. Looks like they are. Huh? There's some interesting stuff going on with SHIB. I don't know. I know I like SHIB at lower prices. Absolutely. Huh? Great coin. As we look at from DOT, really started development 2021. I think there's a lot more there. Huh? ETH, I got to tell you with ETH, I'm just glad that we called this sucker on the top. Bam. I just like that. I just like being able to tell people we did that as a group and a whole, everything else. Where do we call it? On the monthly chart, we called it on the top of the fifth wave. Essentially at 4,352, he's at 2,500. Now, we could pound our chest and say, hey, bravo us, etc. It's just wave formation. It's real simple. It just a lot of the times the lesson is this: beyond, hey, look what I did, and I'll show you back that tweet if you guys want to see it. But we called that. The good thing is, remember to check your monthly chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, real simple stuff. But a lot of times these technicals are hidden in the monthlies. Just make sure you look at the monthly chart. And I want to shout out to Elliott Wave International. They actually commented on this early. They didn't have to because it was in flux. It was still up here. And I have to give them credit because they stick by their technicals. They do. We were up at this, and guys, we were up here. Huh? I did that. We found the fifth wave where we've completed the fifth wave up here. It was still, is that a bull flag? What's it doing? So that was this purple line. That was a big move for them to go ahead and say, yes, I like that. I like that tweet that I did. A little bit of confirmation from them. They give us the heads up. Yep, good job. And bam, that's a decent drop. So I'm excited for the group that we did this on ETH. And we're big, we're big time TA for BTC. We just are, but to delve over into ETH and make a big call like that, I'm excited that we did that. That's good for our group. Shout out to the VIP. Floke taking the hammer down. Gotta say, taking the hammer down. Why do I like Floke right now? Because it's so low. If you can keep getting lower, I'm gonna love it. I want to see what you can do. How low can you go? That's the bottom line. Well, Floke, the project, we like SHIB. I like how low this thing is. Keep going. Just have to say, huh? Phantom, great project. Nice looking charts. FXS, wham. bam, called this in the back in terms of the problematic feature of this. Just have to say, that was interesting, huh? Contraindicated one of the toughest trading environments I have seen in a long time. Mm-hmm. The market recently, from the FXS is a perfect example. Frac shares, okay, algorithmic data coin, etc., etc. Just a brief journey while we wait for Bitcoin to express itself in terms of its pricing, but beautifully indicated before this did shoot up. Beautifully indicated bull pennant, bam, after a relatively well indicated with some frustration and carving in here. Just didn't want anyone to lose too much on that. I think a lot of guys traded that. The bull flag with the defects. Just not a lot of perfect patterns like a recapture, a breakout, a recapture, breakout, recapture, multiple levels of frustration before it launched. Once they got going, I'll say this. Once they got going, it was really, if you were a part of it, you were a part of it. Like on this move to the upside, it's just a 2-minute, just absolute rocket ride. People with orders waiting. I say we're always buying, we're always selling. People that had sell orders, bam, they executed. And no one else, it didn't give time to really jump on the train. It was just literally a rocket, bam. So as we would look at that, but the contraindications were all over the market. I've seen it before in some context. Guys, I've been looking at charts for a long time. You have been too. I know that. A lot of you started in high school or this and that, investing in the stock market and always been interested. Yeah, I'm the same story. I started reading New York Institute of Finance book in high school, carrying it around in high school like it belonged. I was like not doing my homework. I was like, I just read the New York Institute of Finance. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, nothing. I just love the stock market. So as we would look at this, look at the pattern here and just take away this portion. Just consider that bull pennant formation, real strong bull pennant formation. That's on the candle wicks. Look at almost every coin had this, guys. Very rough trading environment. Excuse me. So as we look at this upward slanting channel, every upward slanting channel is technically by nature bearish. Boom, to the downside. So we had that level of what we say, just contraindication all over the map. It was just one of those deals. Like if they wanted to, count their count your cash in their coffers, they were going to. It's just that was the overall general gist of things. As 2021 really came to a close, and as we kind of breached into 2022, it was very selective. Huh? It's like they would let this trade happen. They weren't going to let that trade happen. So it's nice to get down to some overall lower levels. Gala's got $100 million in terms of their game fund. They're doing something. They're being a part of some space. Now, competition with some of the other major players, etc., in the gaming industry, it may become difficult for Gala. But what I like is the expression of price. I like this expression of price. Repeat this price cycle at some point. Yeah, we'll be patient. We'll be around. Time is time is the key factor in shift of momentum. So, yeah, get down to the point where no one else wants it. That's where I'm excited, because that's where we saw once everyone is bored. No one else wants this stuff, right? When it gets to that level, that's where there's for the guys who are still around and really looking at things the right way. It's not like buy a dip. It's like buy a loop ring where at a previous level of support, you may have to wait a while, but nobody else wants it. And the good thing is, let's look at loop ring. Not because I like loop ring, but let's look at the price action down here. What's this guy going? Yeah, there's a 2x down there, and in a couple of weeks, a week and a half. There's price action at these lower levels. There's still and I don't want to make this delve off into the market is over. No, the market is just really beginning for a lot of us. It's just really beginning for after a frustration of an attempt at a higher high to a higher high to a higher high. Well, we can't make it again. Well, it's just starting to get into a value zone that we're comfortable with in terms of hitting on into any of the levels of the Fibonacci's, much less like on Luna. We'll just talk about it. And Angel and I went over that earlier tonight. Luna, we started talking about it. It's just stuck at its 78.6 earlier on. Yeah, stuck at the 786. Nobody wanted it. Yeah. And I'll never forget us talking about it. Nobody else wanted it. How cool, huh? Let me read this through. Even though depending on the exchange, Angel says, you might be exposed with a 3L, but the actual value might be 2.24, not the full 3. Excellent point. Truth. and you have to trade it to know that. Absolutely. Example, only apologies to anyone who might be a bit confused. No, not confused at all. That's and if they could fix that with regulation, oh my gosh. Do you know, like, if they could fix this, the order book with regulation, hello. Can you imagine how much nicer the trade experience would be? And I'm just talking about wanting lower prices, right? Can we get people a little bit? And I'll tell you, the market's very good at getting people to forget about it, getting people embarrassed that they're affiliated with it, getting people to sell other bags. If you go to talk to them about, I don't have any. We got rid of all of ours. It's good at getting people to that point. Just remember, this is the group. Yeah, I'll go show up at the cigar bar with a T-shirt on with Bitcoin when it's 29. This is the truth, guys. I mean, not with a T-shirt. I didn't have a T-shirt on, but with all the gear. It's like I'm gonna stream from the cigar bar. Everybody thought I was plumb crazy. Literally, they thought I was just like, what is London doing? This is going to end poorly. I remember that, guys. You understand. That's I went in public. I'm going to go to the cigar bar. It's a nice place. There's some really cool cats, some big dogs that hang out at this specific place, from pro athletes to all different kinds of people. It's a cool spot, guys. But so it's not just like a Joe Blow cigar shop, but it's kind of like an upscale club. So as we would look at this, though, like me going in here, they're like, no, this is not going to end out. This is not going to end up well. But that's what we're known for. We are known for that, right? And I bring that up in the context there now. I stopped by there today to get a lighter or whatnot, just whatever. And we're still known for that. They know when they see us, when they see me, it's like. Well, is he going to sit down and start telling everybody, is it time to buy this stuff or not, right? Because they saw me, they know us, that group absolutely killed it last year in crypto. I know when I leave, they literally look at us like, you have no idea how well that group did last year in crypto. And that's it. Now I'm not sitting down. I'm not sitting there talking about, well, maybe you should buy some Bitcoin. Maybe you should do this and that. Because none of them wanted to listen, huh? None of them wanted to listen. A tuxedo. There we go. You got that right. And, and Angel's bringing up some big issues. People don't know those issues, Angel. People don't even know what you're talking about. They have no idea what you're talking about. They have no clue. It's not going to be the 3L. It's going to be the 2. They have no idea. They don't trade it. I do. I know what you're talking about. It's like, why am I getting it? I'm getting a 2x return on my 3, right? I'm getting a 2x return on my 3. I got rid of this guy. I don't know who he is. This is exclusive VIP chat, exclusive. Hide user on the channel. Sorry, bud. Take care. So yes, we look at 35,000 pouring down into. We're about at that 50% range. That's nice. That's nice. Not sure the preference in terms of, and I just don't want to be like, we're just. This is just where we're at home. This is just it. Both on the stream and in the price structure, everything else is like, this is where we'd like to be. It's just nice. It is nice. Because I don't know other groups that are like that. And I just appreciate you guys a lot. It's how cool, huh? To have a group that is at home when prices just, when the fire is going on. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got on the fibs. All right. So, about to cruise into the 50. Key level. It bypassed the 86. Hey, Kent, we're gonna have to rewind that. I'm gonna talk to you probably next couple of days. We'll talk about leverage and everything like that. And I'll be talking with you directly. I guarantee. Reread the message. I appreciate that. Zen, boom, boom. Just my Zen warning has come on. There we go. I like that. What do we got? That's Zen. Just hit my Zen moment. That's nice. BTC down 3.42. The overall point is this. I'm going to take a sip of coffee if you guys don't mind. Give me 2 seconds. Let me take a sip of coffee, please. 2 seconds, please. That is good coffee. Okay. Nice coffee. Very good stuff. So we're coming up on, just to talk immediately upon the 34,500 thereabout. Okay, the 50% retracement. We discussed a little bit earlier. Now that's ground zero to all-time high. We discussed earlier the 50% retracement here. Okay, the 50% retracement in this zone really was a bit more than the 50% retracement. It was. And if we scheduled up our Fibonacci's to the preceding, there's two different angles that could have been taken. One down to here. If we eliminated the entirety of the preceding channel up to the preceding high in this area, let me go ahead and do that. You can see, and it's just calculative. It's calculated, I'll say that. But if we did eliminate that the entire prior channel, it stuck us at about that 786 within a few $100s. Boom, 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 multiple times. Ultimately down to that level. If we eliminated this prior channel in here on the lines, we were about at the 65th. So I'm saying that because it was an imprecise, it was just not an exact science in terms of, well, there were such aggressive moves. We're having some. It's a little bit more aggressive right now. I'll say that in terms of just yesterday and today, but it's still like a stair step. We had some really powerful down days here, really, really strongly pushing down. We had one day here on, December 3rd. Boom. Nice move to the downside. But you can tell when you get a nice wick, a nice red wick, okay? A nice red wick. Let me go ahead and just, that's going to tell you, give you the nature of the price action. Bam, really, really digging down into it, and the buyer's just pushing it back out. Okay? Preceding, and we have had, that's at the top of that bull flag. Boom. Bitcoin likes to do this. But as we would look at real strong moves to the downside, real strong moves here, bam, to the downside. We started really to plunge below and kick back up with buyer interest. So in terms of the current pricing, let's just make sure that we do get into this issue. Double click on your fib, right? To ground zero is just, it is, when I say to ground zero, it's literally just macro down to zero, right? 0.001, that's it. So we're looking at the overall percentage retracement, just standard Fibonacci levels. We're at 50. Well, what else would I use? Okay, I'd also use the Gann box. Now, depending upon the Gann box, going to give you the 25%, which is not on your fib exactly. Your Fibonacci is going to be 23.6. It's going to give you 33%. If you look at 33%, for instance, 33%. Now we get there with some variable means, but the 33%, for instance, would be in this area, more of an institutional level that you saw a pickup here. So when I do discuss both of them, please on your desktops always include both levels. You'll see that, and you'll see the need to right now. You'll see this 25 to the 23.6, okay, from the Gann box to the Fibonacci. Since I'd say the institutional involvement of Wall Street, et cetera, broader institutional interest in Bitcoin, these levels on the Gann box may play. They're more round: 25%, 33%, 50%, 60%, and 75%. Those are just institutional levels. It's not like a whole additional thing that we need to discuss in terms of it's a whole additional Fibonacci sequence. No, it's just institutional levels. Gann box. Gann box will be 25%, 33%, 50%, 60%, and 75%. Okay, I want 25% off. Easy stuff. Give me 60% off. That's easy. Give me 75% off. Institutional levels. People who don't get into the real details of 23.6, 61.8 to the 65th, right? The golden pocket, right? We're a little bit more precise than just these institutional carved-in levels. But that 33% was one that played very well. So when I discuss that, and I don't always go through it to this extent, but make sure that you cross over from your Gann box to your Fibonacci. Make sure you cross those over. And I say that all the time, but this is a time that I actually mean it. And since we're in the context of of this pullback down to the 50%, I just want you guys to be aware of that on the 60%, the 61.8, and the 65th. It has already shown us on the, we just haven't covered it much because I don't get into too much of the details. Sometimes I'll mention something. I want to see who wants to do it. If you're interested to do it, if you want to do it, etc. Going over to the bringing this over, you'll just see why I mention it. Do I always point it out? No, I don't. The guys who know me the best know that I'm not always like that. Sometimes I'll mention something and it's not always like front and center. I'm going to tell you one more time. I'm going to tell you one more time. I'm going to tell you 33% here on the GAN box. Boom. There you go. So just make sure you do that. And for the guys who are good, I just have to mention it one time and that's it. And they don't have to. It's just done. Yeah. So I know that you guys know that. So as we look at the residual of this, we got the standard fibs, 86 included, with the GAN box on the right. I double click on the GAN just so you know, and under style, you can take the GAN and you can adjust the colors on it. It's nicer if you're using it to go ahead and just drape these out so you just have the lines on it. It's kind of nice. Just there's nothing wrong with that. Let's see that. There we go. It's just a simple tool. It's a little bit more. It's I don't know if it's cleaner. It's just it's more institutional. It's just all right, easy. I want a 1/3 discount. Boom. That played real well. Let me take one more sip of coffee. We'll get into something. All right. So just about at the 50% retracement. This is a big moment because I have been saying that we're headed about to that 50% retracement. We haven't paused for much. We have talked about, in terms of the price action to the downside, we've talked about the return to function quite a bit. We saw that last week in terms of the streams. We saw the return to function quite a few times, returning to the falling wedge. All right, that was like 2 days in a row. I brought that up as a possibility. Then we returned like slam. We absolutely returned to like 2 of them within like a day. So it was nice to see that. Now, in terms of the, let's see here, likelihood that we would return to in the peak of or in the very apex, we did, and we'll bring this up for let's talk about it because we did just see this. This is really pushed already into the peak. I'm going to say that. Okay, it's already pushed into the peak quite a bit. But we saw last week, and you guys know this, something along the lines of something like that. It was interesting, huh? In terms of that expression down, and I was a little bit of an angle when I was drawing that out, excuse me. But we did see a drop down and a recovery into the peak here. We had a falling wedge along the top here. We'll go through that real quickly. And shout out to all the VIP who may be watching this tomorrow. I hope you're doing well and excited about the lower prices. We've been discussing how ETFs we have to cover. And Angel brought up a great point. The fact that you're getting paid 2 to 2.2, 2.45, maybe, right? I just say it's practically 2. The fact that you're getting paid 2 on a 3L, even I'd say further demonstrates the need to get into a value zone, big time. We got to launch from a place where we have more, where we have a greater percentage move because it's yes, you're only getting the 2% on the board overall on the market price. That's the one thing. That doesn't go without saying. It's not the spread that's cutting you down to the 2 from on a 3L. Let's say you're going for a 3L. Yeah, you're going for a 3L. The spread ain't cutting you down to a. The spread is not cutting you down to a 2 from a 3. We're talking about, and this gets tight, just does. Talking about if you are 3L, you're going 3 long, okay? Meaning you got a leverage position. You're going to get it 3 times. I want 3 times the return. Great, let's do it, okay? The actual market price is performing 2 to maybe 2.2, 2.5, depending on how they want to manage it. But that's not the spread. In addition to that frustrated factor, right? We have the complication, or we have the hurdle to get over that we're only getting 2, And then we have to cover the spread on what? We have to cover the spread on a reduced expectation of a leverage, or we want the 3, we're only getting the 2. We want the 5, I'm only getting the 3. Now, if you trade them, you know what I'm talking about. When you're already compromised from the 3 to, I want 3, well, it's only going to, the price is only moving about 2. It's only giving me double. I want to triple. Then you also have the order book. You have the spread to get through. So the nature and the degree, the need to get down to levels where we can perform more is crucial. We have got to get there. We just have to. And you start, it does get to the point, and people who trade this know. Within the threshold, etc., you could still, you make the argument, well, come on. Come on. Because, all right, hold on. What would we get here? Now, that'd be still a nice move. 44% would be a beautiful move. Agreed. That's enough. 2 days. It's interesting I say quite a bit, huh? I do. I say, you need 2 20-day, 20% moves for this to work, right? Essentially, you need a 20% move, but then you kind of need another hit. You need to go and then go some more. You get paid when it goes, and then it goes some more. You can trade you can make a move in a day, and you can increase a position by 40, 50%. You can do that, right? That's not unheard of. Oh, or more, depending upon how much the coin wants to move. And a decently large position or a very large position, you can increase it by 50%. 50%, okay? But you really get paid, and particularly once you look at the order book, if it will go and then go. So if you can have a day of 25% or 30% and then another day of 25 or 30%, then you're okay. Then everything's fine. Then you let the exchange give you the double instead of the triple. Okay, fine. Give me the double instead of the triple. A little bit over the double. You get a little bit more than the double. Or the twice the standard return, whatever that is, not the double. Twice, if it moved 20%, you're going to get, they'll give you about 40. They'll give you 40, 45%, ballpark. But you wanted 3, you bought a 3L. I just understand this is talking about leverage. And Angel and I are talking now, right? Because you're on the 5. I've had it vary up to 3. Okay. I kind of expect a 3 on a 5. I expect a 2 on a 3 and a 3 on a 5. If I get more, I'm happy. But you really see them work out when you go 2 days. And that's about the threshold. If we were to go, and it's just interesting because I've said frequently about 2 days, 20%. And if we measure up the amplitude, again here to the top, we're about at that threshold. It's interesting because we need these to work. That's about at 40, 45%. If we have one more move like this to the upside, and not that we couldn't formulate something bigger, some bigger pattern, and completely just annihilate the entirety of the expressed amplitude thus far in the moves. It would have taken a macro pattern, and we really were looking forward to it. We were looking forward to the bull flag, and this would have been gangbusters. Everybody knows this. Like, that would have been sweet. Bull flag. Called it in here. Nobody wanted to listen to me. Nobody wanted to listen to me in here. It's just funny because I would literally see, if I ever brought it up in the stream, you guys know now I laugh because I don't want people in the stream. You guys understand? I've said that the whole time. Now you know it's like if you hang out in here enough, it's like I'm continually hitting the button on the left-hand side here just to delete people from the stream. And YouTube will send them over, and I'm just like, delete, because I just don't want the masses in here. I take a look at other channels to see what's going on with their commentary. Like, if you're not a friend of the channel, or if you're not VIP, like I don't want you here. And that's just because that's the exclusive. I say YouTube suggests it, and we insist upon it. We really think it's a great component of the YouTube platform, and we really think it's one of their best ideas that they have in terms of. And one of the things that they allow is just kind of the exclusivity, those perks, etc. Really excited about that. So looking forward to seeing what YouTube has in store for 2022. This would have been on Bitcoin. This move to the upside, this channel formation to the downside, could have been, and this is what was exciting about it, really could have been the feature to get us up and out into a different trajectory with some different velocity. If we could have measured from the top, the market changed, and we noted the change in the market because bull flags were not wanting to complete to the upside from the prior level of resistance. They weren't. They started tucking back down in here. And this is the one thing you'll see, and we'll always know this because as the market dynamic shifted to the flagpole repeat from the prior level of support, depending upon how you draw this, it got close to, I won't say close to completing. It tried. You got within a percentage, 25%. So we fell probably about a day short. And with Bitcoin's price action, maybe 2-3 days. It was moving, about 8% on a good day? It's like, hey, Bitcoin's doing well. It get up 8-9% on a good day? Yeah. But just graphically looking, visually looking at it, we poured out of something, didn't we? We were marching up towards something. We even had that micro bull flag in here, this micro element here. It could have done it. Now, I really think that Austria hammering in here was a problem. And as we would look at this, let's just see what it would have repeated. Were this micro formation, micro bull flag in here, boy, the market shifted. And we saw it shift too. We really did. We were a part of the market shifts. When you trade, you just pick up on this. You see how, do you see that? If we do repeat, and that's a little generous up in here, but about to this preceding intermittent low here, if you repeat that up from the bottom level of support, that micro bull flag here, this is good to see. The micro bull flag here moved to the upside. We haven't really gone through this. I've gone through it once, I think. But that bull flag formation here, if we stacked that, we were one move away from completing the bull flag to the upside. So you start to think, well, it wasn't really Austria. I mean, Austria just said they were going to tax it. Yeah, you were just one move away from completing the bull flag. Now, from the level of support, that would have been 80 to 85 grand, about 83 grand. Okay? The gangbuster move would have been up to the 105. I was shooting for the 105 because in line with the way that the bull flags were playing from the beginning of the year, and there was a transition that occurred in this area around the time the ETFs came out. Those ETFs, the 3L, the 3S, the 5L, the 5S, when those came out, I started to notice, and it was a market shift. It just happened. We could have predicted it. We could have said, okay, maybe this will happen. We just let it happen in terms of we noticed the function as it was occurring. But not stacking bull flags on top of prior resistance to now support. Not that drastic of a move. They started providing less of a move in the market. It was stacked down here now. You had a lot less room to get in, negotiate, say, yes, it was going to break out. We're going to get confirmation momentum. This became really tight on a lot of coins. You guys, you understand that? It was fast and loose back here. In December 2020, in January 2021, it was fast and loose. We were running and gunning. It was Matic. Matic was, price action, flying. You got a bull flag, and you guys know how many bull flags did we trade live? Tons. Stack that thing on top, bam. How many did we complete live? Tons. From prior resistance to support. ETF started to come out. Everything got tucked down into here. Here you go. And also what started to happen on the different coins, you started to have bull flags that looked like this. And there you go. Whatever the price action was, it was down into here. So we would have a much deeper. This was just the dynamics. You had to trade it to know it. But we would have bull flags that started to look really deep down here. It's like, oh no. Because why? Well, now I'm stacking this on the level of support. And by the time we had a breakout and a confirmation, I'm like, man, I only got like 5% in here to really trade any kind of a breakout. It was a different dynamic that was in play. We really saw the market just evolve in line with, you could say it was the ETFs. But as we're focused on the ETFs, there's less of a percentage that's needed if you're on leverage, but that assumes that you're in a highly liquid market. That assumes you've got that liquidity. And that could be a dual statement. Liquidity on your end in terms of your position, okay? You could say the liquidity on your position. What's the size of your position, right? You could say that could be a reference to liquidity. Liquidity on the exchange. That they would show it to you truly. That would be nice. That would be appreciated. Your BTC 5Ls, more liquidity. ETH 5L, more liquidity. But you get into something that is running through the market at rampant speed and pace, picking up another $1 billion in market cap, the whole market flooding into it, and you're going to tell me they got 120 grand in liquidity on a 5L or a 3L? Come on. And come on. Come on. We weren't born yesterday. Some of this stuff in terms of the figures and how they're computing their bots, etc. Some of this stuff, we weren't born yesterday. To present some of the figures in terms of their proposed liquidity, etc. I'm going to say proposed liquidity, the numbers they had on the exchanges, to present those to this kind of a crew, to you guys and me. We're trading the ETF, right? We are trading the ETF. So we're a pretty advanced crowd that can dig into it. Like, we're not born yesterday. We look at the liquidity on the board like, no, that's not right. That's not right. Hey, greatest of all time, Angel in the house. What is up, brother? Let me see what we got on alert box. Should be in the house. Where is the alert box? Let me see where this thing is. Right in the middle. Should be activating. May have to play some good music for Angel. Let me see what we got in terms of music. I don't know if I can make the music happen. We got to make the music happen. If not, I got to work on my alert box. Angel with a $500 super chat. Kicking it. London, what's up? Because we get into these discussions, nobody else even knows what we're talking about, They don't. I don't think they know what it is that it is or that it ain't, and we just do because we traded it. And when you look at the figures, it's just it's a lot of information to provide to individuals. Absolutely. Let's see if we can do. Where is the repeat? All right, let me see if I can get into rocket launch. See if we can get into that. Let's see. So, just wanted to do a rocket launch. And let me hear that on the other end. Let's see if we can hear that on the other end. Because the thing that we're discussing is just critically important. I just do the rocket launch. I want to do a rocket launch for Angel. Right? Because, let me see if we actually got that done. Because I love when you show up when we're able to talk. The community needs to hear from you. Now, you know that. And we are the number one group, which is nice. And Angel is probably one of the number one market participants, which is true. That is true. And people who just kind of show up and want to do this or that, or they want to ask a question about something, Angel's kind of one of the top dogs around. We as a group have more experience than a lot of guys. What do we say? I'm gonna have to turn down the side because I don't think I got the rocket launch in the way I wanted to. I'm gonna have to redo my alert box in terms of the super chat and the power through. I'll test that in a bit. I will test that in a bit. Let me see super chat. See, I hit it for me and it said $1. I didn't even donate $1. So somehow it's plugged in, but YouTube may be, I don't know what YouTube's doing right now. So that would just be Crypto Kingdom. That's supposed to say Angel. That is supposed to say Angel. So I'm going to have to find Angel, and I'm going to have to do that for Angel. There we go. Let's see. Can I follow you on Instagram? There we go. Yes, I'm Yes, I'm you. What? Yes, I'm you? What is yes, I'm you? What the heck is yes, I'm you? I have no idea what yes, I'm you is. So what we're doing, impersonating, people impersonating. Let's get back to focusing on BIP. All right. For some reason, the sound, some reason this and that, I'll have to redo the gangbuster music and the rocket launch. I wanted a rocket launch for Angel. I just wanted one. I wanted this. So I'm gonna have to redo that, Angel. Well, I'll work on that tomorrow. We're talking about ETFs, and in the context of ETFs, we're discussing how the exchange function is going to. Let's just say this: how we're almost in a necessitated zone right now to get back into some value. Yes, we could have gone, and we're talking about the macro bull flag on BTC. We could have gone really, but it's just a crucial conversation. As we would talk about the move to the upside. Let's see. According to the TA only, prognosis on DOT. That's a good question. We'll get into DOT here in 2 seconds. Another sip of coffee, real quickly. All right. Paradise Chords wants to know why Angel has 2 accounts. I don't know, Paradise Accord, we want to know who you are. So much that we just kicked you out. That's all right. So we want to know who you are so much that we just kicked you out. I don't care if Angel has 5 accounts. It doesn't matter to me. He's got 15 TVs in his house. How about that? He has 2 TVs or 3 TVs. Who cares? That's not a big deal. Let me get into DOT. Let's go into DOT just a second. All right, let's get back into the technicals. Oh, DOT. Now, just do know that we covered this. The completion to the upside of the bull flag from the bottom line support level. We'll get back into technicals right now. I'll get back into high gear. That just ticked me off. I'm over here looking at the technicals on this, whatever this is, the Streamlabs desktop. I don't know what it's done. It doesn't want to show alert box or something. I have no idea what it wants to do or not do. That's not really my forte. It's TA. It's not a bunch of. I mean, the settings on this thing, whatever it is, we're gonna get past that and move forward. But I like it when the chat box boom. So I want to make sure that works next time. Now, and Angel, thank you for your showing up. On point and strong amidst the market pour down. The market needs to know who's the boss, and that would be you. Always. I bring that up. I am not joking when I say Angel's one of the top market participants. Period. Period. That's just it. That's the truth. And we're very fortunate to have you at the top. We like looking up to you there. That's a good thing. We're going to talk about the bull flag move to the upside. The fact that we were just one move away. We were just one structured move away from completing that bull flag. In a more conservative context, repeating. Now, I did some research after the fact. With New York Institute of Finance. I did. The repeat expectation, it looked like in the beginning of the year, as crypto was literally outperforming, that part of that outperformance was that we were stacking these on top of the prior resistance, now support. Phenomenal moves. Expectation, classic technical expectation, down here. Just so that you know, I dug into that. Now, what's the difference? The classical expectation is from the support classically. But we were outperforming. So within the expectation of the market, within our own expectation, it was reasonable for us to anticipate this. This shift went on without real notice. It just immediately started to shift. But that classical expectation in terms of Wall Street proper, and it's interesting because as they started to really delve into the market, that's when we saw the shift. We were all rip-raring to go with, let's throw the flag up on top of prior resistance and support. Those were great gains. Yeah. ETFs came along. Maybe it became a little bit more structured like that because everybody was into the leveraged moves. So I can understand becoming a bit more reasonable in terms of the measurements. It just became tight in terms of some of the breakouts as the channel expanded. this channel here, as the framework of that expands and you're tucking down to the bottom, that's that's the option, is tucking it down here to the bottom instead of on the top, to the support instead of to the resistance. Man, we want it up here. We want to really move. But when you're on leverage, yeah, I can say, okay, fine. Now, the point is, the pickup in here becomes crucial. Not as much the breakout. The pickup in here becomes crucial. Okay, and we'll apply this to what's going on right now in a bit. In terms of its, and we'll get on over to DOT. Angel asked about DOT. 35,506. We're probably having some interaction at around that level, the 50%. If we have a time period, let me go ahead and relieve us of everything on the map. If we have a time period of consolidation like this, just be prepared. No problem. 2 months, no problem. Just be prepared. That's it. We've had shortening time frames recently at the different levels. Okay? The preceding 2 levels, shortening time frame. Let me go back and see if I can do this, then we'll head on over to DOT. I want to make sure I have that original framework here. And that should, let me clean this up. That'll get the original kind of targets on there, etc. But you can see we were so close to completing that bull flag. Austria stepping in. I think as a consensus, as a group here, I think we can agree that nailed that move shut. I mean, it was close. It was the market had it, didn't it? It really did. It would have been a micro move. Here we had more of a macro pattern in play, where move up, consolidation. But this wasn't too much different than this. This was the classic back in December 2020. December 2020 to 21. This was the classic, and we note this for the record, was the classic pennant, failure to flag, recovery. Okay? Pennant pushes to flag, and there we go. I'll tighten up that pennant. That is a dynamic that we recently saw in play on a micro pennant that pushed into a flag for some movement to the upside that was in this area here. Just remember, your pennants like to push into flags. Okay, so the recovery option, well, we got a bull pennant playing. We have that symmetrical triangle in formation. Move to the upside, nice consolidation in a symmetrical format. The bull pennant, when they fail, they like to catch and formulate flags. Just remember that. Tuck that in the toolkit. So, pouring down into the 50% retracement. Let's look at DOT. DOT. Okay, and what does Angel say here? Let me see what we got. You know it's a medical term. Let's see. London, according to TA only. Prognosis on DOT. Okay. Nice. I like that. Prognosis. And that's why you laugh, because it's a medical term. Okay, I got you. It took me a minute, huh? I'm like, medical term, because I was just thinking prognosis. Yeah, that's fine. It's like you're speaking, you're talking, it just made sense to me. I'm like, oh, that makes sense. It's like, what do you need? But yeah, medical term, as if DOT needs some, level with me, doc. How bad is it? Or how long are we gonna be in this situation? Well, it's funny. Hold on one second. More coffee. Man, this coffee's good. If any of you drink coffee, let me know in the chat right now. I'm literally going to send you some of this coffee. It's specialty brewed, fantastic, beautiful, beautiful coffee. It's amazing coffee. If you guys like, I'm serious. If you guys like coffee, you let me know in the chat, or otherwise you text message me, you email me. I'm going to send you some coffee. This stuff's really nice. Really, really good coffee. Really great stuff. Let's see. And that's a good thing when you're paying attention to the market at night. Let's draw up our Gann box. So the question is, what is the prognosis of DOT? Man, DOT has had beautiful price action. Even looking back, I'm just going to go back into 2020. Just look at it. It even then, I'm just going to say even then, it has wanted to produce. And that's where I would start in terms of evaluation. The nature, the original kind of programming of DOT just was consistently providing trades. Bum, 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 bum. Nice move to the upside. Let's just look at this. About 267, 275, up to about $7. Floor at about $4, up to 450. With pickup 2021 retrace at 786 around 1034, about $10, 1050. Yeah, I think you may have position around there. That's a nice position to have. Nobody wanted to hear DOT was over. Nobody. Not even me, tell you the truth. Let's see what we have here. Down to, now I want to find this level if it's been producing. Okay. That's an important level. That is an important level. Okay. I'm taking the fib back to, now this could be variable. I just want to talk about this. Now, in terms of prognosis, we have to look at the targets. Number one, targets. Because everyone's going to think target on the end side of things. Where's it going? The first thing we start with is target on the flip side of the spectrum. We want the target, the underlying targets. Period, right? Always. That's our start and get to. Is maybe a little bit, people won't think that way. That's kind of a reverse, a reversal of standard psychology. The prognosis, where's it going? In terms of to the upside, prognosis to me is where do we hit it, right? Where can we hit it? You know, so that's my approach. As we're gonna, and we can let the conversation develop. As we would look at the initiation on Binance, I'm just gonna go to the original pricing here. It seems to be relatively well indicated. I'm gonna draw a few different. Yeah, that's really strongly indicated in terms of coming down to that 786. I'm going to draw another fib here, and we have time to do this. This is a good thing. And I want to see if there's a tangible difference with that too. That's 786. And yeah, we did crank right down into that 786 here. We just did. We had some variability, so it's interesting. It expressed a little bit of variability. It did. Last retracement, just to know what we're looking at now, it wasn't beautifully conformant with Fibonacci. Now let me get into just kind of the expectation in terms of conformance of your targets. That'd be the first kind of big rung of the ladder for us to look into. I mean, are you going to be able to count necessarily on the exact pickups that you're going to have? And I know you have a good threshold. Everybody does generally here, but I'd maybe expect a little bit of additional push on pickups. It did it in. Let's see this on. It did. It did it in 2021. It pushed past your pickups down onto a 45. Okay. So I want to just see the price action comply with or not. Yeah, you've got several levels in play. It is not wanting to behave very kindly. You're arguably right now, see, I'm just going to say arguably because you've just got, it's not wanting to play really nicely. Arguably the 65th percentile, okay, the 65th, and shout out to Kent. Really excited that you're around, brother. You're balling, that's good. BTC, what do you got? Ari, how you doing? This is a VIP exclusive chat. We got members, VIP. We welcome you to join us if you'd like to trade. We are the top trade group. So, Dot's been difficult to pick up. That's just how Dot trades. You know that if you trade Dot, it will push you around a little bit. It's just the characteristic set of it, and while we're talking about Dot, you might as well just discuss it. It's not really, it's not the most precise in terms of your level of pickup. It will push you beyond. It will want to drown you out a little bit. It will want to just kick back into. Absolutely, Ari. Yeah, we had 130 members our first month, and we just got some King Kong traders, real good guys, and we studied New York Institute of Finance. A lot of former professionals in here. We got a real no bones about it kind of approach to investing. A lot of key players. Players been around crypto for a long time. So top shelf group. We hope you're doing well this evening. Hope you're having a great 2022. So you can review some other streams. I encourage you to do that. Maybe the last few streams to see if it's a group you'd like to be a part of. Now, in terms of the 786, I'd like to say we're on a 786 now. And the key is going to be a repeat of the price action. It just is. If you're holding position from here, you're not really concerned right now with a pickup necessarily. That would be off the cuff first response. If you're holding any kind of position from here, you're not necessarily concerned about pickup from here unless you want to double into your position. And the key focal would be to be as prepared for this as you would be for this. Just off the cuff, 100%. Like, don't tell me what you would tell your boss. Don't tell me what anything else. Don't tell me anything. You tell me what you would tell your family. Right? That's what I would normally tell people. If they're gonna put me in a Ferrari and which model or this and that, I'd be like, look, I'm about to spend 300 grand on a car. Don't talk to me like you're selling me a car. You tell me like I'm your family. I always tell that to people. Right? Like, you're gonna sell me a Rolls Royce, right? Like, tell me like you would tell like your family, like your brother. What would you honestly now? What would you tell me? Right? That's what you want to get to. Somebody, selling you a $300,000 or $400,000 Rolls Royce or something like that. Like, no, like you would tell your family, right? So, like, not selling something to somebody. Equally prepared for this and this. Selling somebody something. Hey, look, this is where we're headed. We're going up probably $46. We can go that route. Literally, like, which Ferrari am I supposed to really buy? This is a $300,000. I imagine a kid like in a Ferrari store, right? They're not always nice. Don't expect those guys to be nice to you. The Ferrari store, doesn't matter. You pay cash. They don't care. So the 786 right now is interesting to the extent if you had a pickup at 11.9, right? A pickup at 11.9 or a pickup of like 10 down to like 10.3, 10.4. If you had that pickup, it's not as crucial of a moment for you now. It's just not. To the extent that you see additional value, I would personally, right now, to the extent that any lower residual holdings are there and pickups are there, I'd really be looking for a value zone. Literally, I'd be looking for something, and this is, unless you just want to pick up extra and you like the project, you believe in it that much, and you make more of a statement with your interest in it, which you do. You make more of a statement with your level of interest in it, and you gauge the project, and your involvement from an investment level makes a statement to you and others. So that's A-OK here. That's a beautiful thing. So if you technically want your entries in line with the preceding fibs elimination prior channel, we're at the 786 now. We're in some aggressive pricing right now. If we pull to open price on the exchange Binance, which did play in line with the 786, Then 786 is going to be down back into, let's do this. Let me see. Preceding 786 was at 1191. Copy that. Current golden pocket. To say it's not going to hit the golden pocket at all, I mean, you're really looking for something. I mean, it's really a. Now, it skipped last time. It's 23.6, it's 38.2, and it's 50. So, in the context of it blowing through a level here, just understand it's picked up 1, 2, 3 levels of Fibonacci thus far. Last time it skipped 1, 2, 3 levels, the 23.6, the 38.2, and the 50% retracement. It then hit and settled into its golden pocket. So the notion that now, I mean, that's 1, 2, 3 levels blown through, bam, in 2021. So it's been a completely reverse dynamic here, hitting 1, 2, 3 levels. It's just completely, I mean, it's literally just reversed. So, I mean, to say it's being a little tricky, yeah. So 786 currently just technically expressed, technically, purely technically. We had a slightly higher high. We went from $50 to $49.86 up to $55. So we threw on about 10%. We threw on an entire cycle. It was a technical I'd say it was an overperform in Q3-4. Okay, it was an outperform vis-a-vis the standard crypto. It was. The fact that it traded on leverage, 5L, is nice, and many coins do, but it has liquidity that accommodates such, is nice. Outperform because there's a group that in Q3 and 4, because there's a group of coins that just didn't get up and go or do anything, right? Between your VeChain, your Chainlink, between don't even take me down towards like a Doge or something like that. Don't want to make the comparison, but they're there. They're big market phenomenon coins. Look at Doge in Q3-4. When I say outperform in Q3-4, you can see this. Also see the XRP. Okay, XRP in Q3-4. Okay, underperform Q3, Q4, right? Absolutely. Doge, underperform Q3, Q4. Just one cyclical event. Doge. There are some other coins that fit in this category. I'm trying to establish a categorization of DOT. XRP, strong move to the upside, just like Doge. Strong move to the upside. Then Q3, 4, just dead XRP. So DOT outperformed, okay, outperformed that category of coin. And to the extent that it didn't have as drastic of a run up in Q1, 2, it's I think a differently built coin. We could talk about why, but it still performed Q1, Q2, 2021. Then it outperformed the residual of those coins. So I'm categorizing it well because it did outperform the rest of the market in terms of the residual, I'd say the average of the market. In terms of its secondary price function, it got up and went to a new all-time high. That's important. Very similar to Bitcoin. It's extremely similar. So if you're looking for where is it going, you're going to need to do your core. Right? I would lay over into your core after your 786 the way I would approach it on your macro ground zero to all-time high. Keep it simple. 786 with 86 backup in your core below that to the extent that you want to see cyclical price function. Technically speaking, you asked for purely technical, and we'll get back to Bitcoin in 1 second. Angel's got a very high level of interest in Polkadot. He is a very and we like the project obviously a lot. The development is their cyclical lines. There's a lot going on with Polkadot. I'll let him tell you about it. Cyclically speaking, like in terms of ideal, beautifully going to like just I would say by October, by October, this is cyclically speaking, by October, I would like to see a new higher high. That's being very reasonable within the technical expectations of providing. This would be there's a theory of periodicity. I don't want to get too caught up into it, but I would like to see, because of periodicity, period, the periodic nature, okay, and then the two to a one, etc. You would get into the measurement techniques of what you would expect, but being reasonable, I would like to see, even if it were to skip a periodic measure in terms of its next scheduled cyclical price function, which ideally could be April. Not to get too far into it too quickly, but April would be beautiful. April 27th would be nice. It's technically indicated. That's just it, technically indicated. Zero emotion at all. Technically indicated April 26th. Fall back, let's say, fall back would be, let's just say October, mid October, October 15th. So that would be next April here, April 7th, 2023. So that is the way, that's just something that you enjoy. And you guys know this, when you trade something, you're going to be spending time with it. You're going to be looking at the website. You're going to be looking at your account. You're going to be having it a part of your life. If you like dot, beautiful. Like with Bitcoin, you're going to be getting the tweets about Bitcoin. You're going to be reading this stuff. You're going to be watching CNN or CNBC and telling you about Bitcoin. You're going to be waiting for it on the news. It's just going to be a part of your life. So, purely technically speaking, it's a little bit different than saying, okay, I want to be wrapped up in this for another year. It's something I want to trade, something I want to own. You identify with it, and that's very important. Not that you have to with dot or anything else. Not that you have to with like Sandbox. Okay, that's cool. I like Sandbox. I want to get into. Okay, someone just bought the land next to Snoop Dogg. Yeah, that'll work, right? Like, it's just, it changes your day up. Because one of the things I was going to tell you, and this is interesting that we just talk about the time factor here, because I was going to discuss, and Kenny's in the house, and he's talking about, I think, Ferraris. You got that going on. What would we? Let's see. Hurricane Lambo. Now he's into Lambos. That's good. We'll talk about all that in a bit. Kenny's all up on Friday night. Time to get Lambo or Ferrari. You want two of each, right? As we, it's funny. I told girls and everything else. This is just a funny story of me. I told girls, I was like, I'm always gonna know the wife that I'm gonna meet, because I'm gonna tell her, the girl that I'm supposed to marry. I'm gonna tell her, the girl I'm supposed to marry. I'll know it's the right girl when I tell her, yeah, me and my wife, we're gonna have two Ferraris. That's just it. We're gonna have two Ferraris, and I would know the right girl for me, because she was gonna look at me and she was gonna say, "So you could race," and I'd be like, "That's the girl. That's my girl. That's it. We're supposed to get married." And I don't know. I wound up marrying a. I'm not sure if she ever said this, but this is the problem with a college cheerleader. She will make you forget that. So I had my standards all laid out as we talk about love and fast cars and everything else. My deal my whole life was, I'm gonna tell the girl, my wife and I are gonna have two Ferraris, and I need the girl that's gonna say, so we can race. Like, that's how you know you got a good woman, huh? You wanna give her a Ferrari, you can have a Ferrari so you can race. So anyway, yeah, but that's the problem with cheerleaders, college cheerleaders. I married a college cheerleader, so you know. Anyway, I have no idea if I even said that to her. That's the problem with just these women. They start looking good. You forget your whole game plan. Two Ferraris, so you can race, and then So anyway, as we talk about cars, it's a funny story about me. That's the plan the whole time till the cheerleaders till the cheerleaders showed up. Like, whoops. Anyway, so let's look at this. Just back to the business on dot. Just a little bit about me. Just funny stuff as we're talking about cars. So periodically, I'd like to see this repeat, and I'll do a real fine form and fashion chart for you, Angel, and I'll get that over to you so you can have that, kind of like we have the Luna chart. What's up? That'll be nice. And 65th, I'd like to see 65th hold, but to the extent it won't, it would be completely within its expectations for it not to hold. And the big thing is how involved do you want to be in it would be the biggest question. It's like, are you really, and it's this way with anything, and we'll spend probably, the deal is we'll spend hours in the coming weeks dealing with retracement. We just will. And the more you guys are plugged in, I'm going to tell you, the more you're plugged in, and you're like, yeah, I got London on, we this and that, and I'm over here on my other computer, and I'm going through my own charts. I'm going through retracements. Yeah, like in 2021, I spent hours. I spent like 6 hours on a Saturday going through retracement on every coin. And in the midst of that, hey, I found AXS. Cool, I found this AXS coin, Axie Infinity. No one's heard of it. No one's heard of it, right? Huh? Interesting, huh? In the midst of that before then, it was like, well, I'm just digging through stuff. Hey, I found this coin nobody's heard of, Sheeb. And yeah, some people had heard of it before then, but it's just getting listed on the market. It's got a community, blah, 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 blah. So that's important, right? So the more the time that you spend in the market, the more you say, well, I didn't have a good trade year, this, that. More time you spend in the market. And that's the difference as we look at this. That would be the difference. I wind up with a bunch of price targets on DOT, by the way. I would stick with the easy, straightforward approach. I would say we may skip this 65th because we skipped 3 levels in 2021. 23.6, 38.2, and 50. It's in its blood. It may want to just pour on down through the 65th. If you own here, I'd be looking for 86% potentially as pickup with a repeat cyclical, okay, technically speaking, to the 26 on a straight measured. Okay, on a straight measured, April 26 of 2022, with a push to the October 16th, and I would include let's see here, in terms of the expectations, just to frame your mind around it, and I would do this on any coin that you guys are looking at. Let's see. Where is my dun 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 dun? Where is my? I may do a little bit of a forecast on the actual one that I get you, but I may not make that a public chart because we did that with Luna. We did, didn't we? Yeah, we did that with Luna. Let's get into something potentially more like that would be interesting, and I would really adjust this, okay? But when I start getting into something like this, I'm going to spend more time on it than we're going to spend in here. But if I do a Fibonacci time sequence on this, I'm going to have different expectations in terms of timing. And in terms of timing, I would just say that your ability to compound in at the lower levels will make this more interesting. If you're looking, if you like it, it has expressed volatility even since the launch. So your willingness to double down and compound into it at your lower pricing targets, even if you wanted to do something like a core, just hear me out on this. On any of your, or in any coins that you're looking at right now, and don't use DOT as the only example. I'm using that because Angel just asked about it. It could be any coin right now. But as you would look at this, what I would say is you're going to have trades in line with, let's say, core value. Now, it has expressed that it likes to move. It just does. So, and we're talking about ETFs. If you're like convinced you want to trade ETFs on it, if you just want to accumulate some spot, say I'm going to put in a couple million on just on spot right now. I'm going to set it up. Maybe you want to put 5. Who knows? Maybe you put 5,000. Maybe you put 5 million. It doesn't matter to me. But just I'm going to lay out my spot right now. I'm going to compound into these levels, and I'm going to turn around. And at some point, it's going to be in some money. There's nothing wrong with that. You like the project. You want to do it. You want to get into it. Like, yeah, that's a nice approach because it's had nice volatility. Difficult if you're going long to cut against. Period. Because you need it to move 2 levels or short even. But as you look at this on spot, it may just be fun. I just tell you that. I mean, you may have a good time trading it. I would imagine you would. It's interesting we go over it because look at the volatility here. If you're catching it, you're moving on the way down last time. 50%, nice. Some of these moves previously 50% in here, yeah. Preceding level here, you got up and went a few times in the preceding fib level here. 20%, 40%. It's had good trading. It has, and it popped up on the board, and it's up 20% in the last 2-3 days. So this becomes interesting. Yeah, some deep level, deep core level acquisition. If you schedule them in, you're going to run into some volatility. Beautiful. You're going to have the opportunity to make some money. You got to hit that button. Everybody knows that, huh? You're going to get into a point where you're going to be in the money. As long as you double and triple down, as long as you cover your upside position, you may want to skip hit every other one. You may want to do every 15% instead of 10. You may want to do every 6%. You may want to set up your fibs. You know, in terms of prognosis, this thing looks fun to trade. Period. That would be my number one thing. It looks like it's fun to trade. It looks like it's going to make some money if somebody wants to trade it. That's just it. In terms of long-term value, straight line cyclical functions, accumulation would also be interesting. If you didn't sell up here now, then do you want to accumulate it some more so you might not sell it again? Unless you're looking for a compound up and out and over, and you want a $200 or $250 price on it, and it's at $17. We went through Luna earlier on, and Luna was at $4.06 and cruised on up, huh? We're looking at cyclical price function. And Angel, you know what is going to be the end-all, be-all is this line of resistance at some point. I like to think of a line of resistance not as the limiting factor, but as the attracting element. That at some point, price will be attracted to this thing like a magnet. That's why I kicked up the Luna resistance, because at some point the whole nature of the resistance is, well, wherever we're at, it's stopping the price action, or it's breaking through. And we saw a lot of coins break through in 2021, which could set the stage for a real level of I'd say something to impress in terms of DOT or anything like it. DOT's it's a mainstay coin. It's a top market cap coin. It just is. So this analysis goes for a lot of those, which it performed in Q3-4 nicely. It did, absolutely. The good thing that you have, and I'll just say this as a matter of fact, the longer that you push out in terms of the cyclical price function, the longer that you push out, and this would be the equation that I would just say, like, okay, medically by the book, based upon the medical boards we've taken, I have to tell you the prognosis is the following. This would be the key prognosis. The longer that you are pushing this way, okay, the greater amount of time that you're pushing this direction in terms of time, just based upon the nature of the established technical line formation along the top thus far, the longer that you push this direction, the higher you will push in this direction, technically speaking. So yes, you want to get up and go back in this direction quickly. And well, we don't want to wait until, October or what it may not be or what it may be. We want to. I can't see it on my phone, boss. Kent, I need you on a big screen TV, okay? So in terms of anything that has an express line limitation across the top, technically speaking, okay? Now, I'm not the Fed redoing the interest rates and all this other stuff. I'm looking at the technicals here. I'm talking about the resistance being and serving as function of stopping price. And at some point, price being attracted to the resistance. So the further that we push out in terms of time, the higher the expectation is to push in terms of price. So if you're looking for the $100 target, just technically speaking, without having to shoot the moon through anything else, you're pushing further off in terms of time. So time becomes your friend. The more that you're into that element, I think the healthier it is going to be in terms of just reasonable expectations. The longer that there is a period of wait, the higher the expectation would be in terms of the resistance. That would be the key here. What do we have? You bought $9.81 at $9.81. Bought it $10.76. Let's see what we got. Bought it $9. Now that's beautiful, huh? That's what an entry, $9.81, huh? Bought it $10.76. So you know when it gets when it's low again because it's down to what you had, huh? I mean, where you originally entered. Absolutely, that's nice. Up to 55, that's beautiful. Incredible, huh? What a pickup, huh? On the $9. That's beautiful, huh? Look at that, $9.81. Man, it's just funny. Angel, how could you not hang out here, right? Honestly, because we're all the time. We caught the first bull flag. We caught the first bull flag. He's been catching first bull flags for a while, huh? He caught the first bull flag on dot. Nice, beautiful, huh? And we're sitting here telling everybody which can be the initiation of the trend. It's so funny because we say this stuff all the time. He's like, do you think it can be the initiation of the trend? He's like, I get that, but not everybody gets that, huh? Clearly, he gets that on dot. Pretty aggressive, huh? Pickup. What did it do? 981? Yeah, 981. Look what it did, huh? 36.54 original entry on 5L went in harder yesterday. Ooh. Yeah, this. It ain't going to scare you. I guarantee you that. It's just not. The L's are difficult. There's just two ways to approach the leverage coins right now. There just is. You can, for instance, on the shorts right now, and nobody wants to do this necessarily to cover their positions if you're holding spot and approaching back into spot after not having sold, let's say a position along the top. But some people will cover position, not an insurance trade per se, but if you're covering your lower spot position, your older bags are not for sale. That's it. That's it. But if you're covering and in terms of short, you say I just couldn't sell it. Can you ever do? I mean, not that you can't or you won't. It's difficult to necessarily like short a project you believe in. A lot of people it's not not the same. People like to go long. You're focused in that direction. It's it's close. It's almost like a martial art. People say, well, I do taekwondo. Oh, I do jujitsu. Oh, well, we don't fight like that. Different style, different everything. Shorting and longing becomes like almost in the market. It's like you're technically proficient. You're skilled at. You understand the market directionally in that manner. So I understand not wanting to, just not necessarily taking on and building up some short positions here. Again, shorts, the volatility of dot makes it necessary to re-enter the market. This is exactly like what essentially what we've been talking about. Whoever doesn't want to be a part of this group doesn't want to beat the market. Absolutely not. Whoever doesn't want to be a part of this group doesn't want to beat the market. Just the truth. He knows that, huh? I tell people, blue collar to white collar, the thing we have in common, we want to beat the market. I think it's very intimidating to people because maybe they've had some bad experiences. But you got to want to beat the market, period. I mean, the guys on Wall Street, they don't have anything on anybody. Like same book, same anything, same whatever you want to throw at it. Like, and one other thing I thought of, and I'll think of you on this, Angel, as we talk about dot. Sometimes people don't want to, they don't want to stomach the trade. They do not want to stomach the trade. They want to beat the market, but they don't want to stomach the trade. Or they don't want to stomach the losses, or they don't want to. There's some different components of what we're looking at on the screen here in terms of saying, well, it's time to hammer back in at this level. People don't want to stomach the trade. When someone comes to me in London, well, on this specific kind of move, what am I supposed to do? They're asking, and not it doesn't apply at all in this situation, but Angel, you'll agree. You know what it's like to stomach through a trade, and to get through it and to watch it and have it move against and time to power back in. You understand what that's like. Some people won't do that. When you say who wants to beat the market, this and that, they want to beat the market, but they don't want to stomach the trade. They do not want to stomach the trade. They don't want to have that, whatever it could bring to them or otherwise. This key pickup level, it needs to hold that. Be nice for it to hold that. However, given the dynamics in play, and that would just be a beautiful pickup. If Dot wants to do something like that, that'd be an amazing, amazing pickup. So I know you're looking at that line on your computer. Absolutely. With the caveat, maybe to this top line function. Just don't forget that as you look at your pickup. As a backup, the bottom line support of the primary bull flag formation, just don't forget that level. Sometimes they like to play instead of the entirety of this, and it'll play differently on different coins. So the point being the following: we have to stomach those trades, and it's not easy. It's not intuitive. It's not kind to us. It doesn't feel natural when you're in a trade and it's moving against you, and it just wants to rip every ounce of anything you could throw at it. Let me put an 86 fib mod there. You got beautiful levels here on the macro, huh? Yeah, you do. I mean, you blow through the 65th. You got that covered with your trend line. Nice. That's kind of covered. The 65th is kind of covered with your trend line if it wants to frustrate a bit. Then you got the 78.6 and the 86 below it, about the 1193 and the 784. That's nice. That's nice. It got to about the 786 previously, so that's nice. You got the 1193 and the 784 below to pick up on. That's nice. As we but people don't want to stomach it. And I mean, they don't want to be in position. And this is the big difference. We'll scroll back to Bitcoin in a bit. Angel, I'm going to get you a really nice chart on this since you're interested. And some of the information will just be for you. Copy that. So BTC down a bit. I really don't mind talking about DOT. It's nice. It's nice talking about Bitcoin. So the difference is with a day trader, what's the definition of day trading? People will close out their positions at the end of the day. That's the whole idea with a day trader. Well, I trade, I close my positions out at the end of the day. Like, what do you do? I'm a day trader. Okay, so your positions are closed at the end of the day. The difference with crypto, there's no end of the day. You guys realize, yes, there's great amounts of money to be made in crypto, but as you talk about this, you got to figure out the schedule. You got to figure out the details. You got to understand this is not day trading. Day trading is, I do my trades in the daytime. I close them out, no problem. No, this is a whole different animal. And the logistics that are involved around you, like, Angel, I know just a little bit about, setup here, got somebody running here, running there. I know, some of the facilities that are like put in place around you that you've set up, that have to be set up to enable that, because it's 24/7, man. I say men, women, if you're listening. It's a very aggressive market, physically demanding market. It's not a day trade, no. And people don't want to stomach that. You still want the 300%, you want the 200%, you want the next 150 or 50%, but you don't want to stomach being, I'm going to tell you, you don't. Because I just know people don't. It's not natural. You don't want to stomach being up for, let's say, the majority of 72 hours crash, catnap real quick, back up, and boom, on it, and you're upside down that whole 72 hours. That's not just that's not cupcake sale, right? That's some heavy stuff. That's what the top traders are doing as they're looking for their next entry below. It sounds serious. That's the most normal thing on the planet in crypto. You're in a position because if you enter in heavily into a position, the market is very well structured to rarely reward you immediately. Now it can in the right circumstances. If you have the right dynamics in play, you can be a part of an immediate reward system or immediate reward trade. The residual, understand it, Dot's a great example. Just understand, you get involved in the trade, in the position, it's going to maybe offer you, and Angel knows this, yeah, it'll offer you a little bit up front, just enough to where you can barely get out and make lunch, just about, huh? You can barely get out. It's gonna just flash you a little bit of a surprise. And right now on Bitcoin, we're on the daily. Draw your fibs, ground zero up to 69,000. Now, it'll flash you a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel right when you get in on a position. Boom, boom. Here you go. Oh, you got in at you got in a 5L position. It cost you 23 cents. Hey, right after you get in, for some reason it goes up to from 23 cents to 23.6. Hey. Almost inevitably, it'll just flash up in that direction you just went, and then the rain turns into kind of from a light drizzle to a pour down. Everybody back indoors. The everybody off the field, and now it sunk you down from the 23. Let's say it was 23 cents. Flash up 23.6. Hey, and then bam, you're down to 22.4 or 20. You're down. It'll drop you 3 times as much as it just flashed you up. Flashed you something real nice looking on your screen. It's just good at doing that. So people don't like to sit in that. They don't like to experience that. They don't want to do that. They want to day trade. They want the returns. But you have to understand that you have to do that. You have to sit through that. It's not necessarily natural. It's not what you think of when being a successful trader. You're supposed to be in the right side of the position. I tell you, you need to have the right level of structured cash and backup, and you need to have the ability to. And I'll bring up Angel again because he's here and we're talking to him. The ability to sit through the negative end of that trade and that loss. And if you cannot do it, you're not gonna be able to trade. You have got to be able to hammer in with additional cash. I mean, you have got to have heavy hands and bam, hit it again. And to get to that point, you're probably going to be upside down in something. You're going to have an initial position and it's going to be uncomfortable. I'm bringing this up because the guys here, you want to be good traders. You need to understand in crypto, it will wring you out. Every ounce of sweat or drop of, it just will, guys. It'll put you upside down. It'll wring out every, I'm supposed to be encouraged. Come on, we're supposed to be encouraged. I'm going to tell you how it is. It is. You're going to get into a position and it's going to want to push you, at least push you sideways. At least make you wait. And then, I could get out of this. It's going to cost me, if I get out of this right now, it's going to cost me 10% on my trade. Well, you're overexposed in that trade. I know, but I have to get out of it because another coin is moving, right? It's just, as difficult as you could make a computer program for somebody to solve, it's that difficult, guys. And that makes it pretty simple to understand, right? It's computerized pricing, mechanized, I don't want to say weaponized, but mechanized exchange price functions. So timing, sequencing, get ready for the gamut. That is the challenge of the market. You're going to feel like you're in a hole for 2-3 days. and you're waiting for your. I mean, do you have your backup cash? If you have it, you're going to be okay. If you do not have it, and you were just convinced this one time it's going to go in the direction you want, forget about it, man. Forget about it. Forget about it. You want to have a good experience in crypto? Forget about it. Absolutely forget about it. Don't bring that around here, anybody. You have to have backup heavy amounts of capital. People who have, and when it, oh, you gave me bad advice. Oh, no, I didn't, because everybody has heard. Every single person on the planet who has listened to me has heard of the need for heavy backup green, heavy reserve capital. Period. At all times, the ones that can't stomach it and don't want to follow, I'm just telling you, because I know how it goes. And everyone's heard you need to, everyone hears it, but it's like, well, I just, on this one, no, there ain't no just this one deal. It's heavy backup reserve capital. So when something does move against you, and I just bring up Dot because I've seen Angel, personally, I've just seen him trade on Dot, and he's impressive. He is impressive because he will get through these moments where things will move against you. This is a current trade as we speak. Everything else aside, I'm in a trade where I entered $36.54, 5L, hammered in heavy yesterday. Strategically speaking, any thoughts? I got to look up, you talking about, hold on. Let me pull up 36.54. Let me pull up, I don't know what exchange you're on. You on Gate? Let me look up real quick. DOT 5L. Let's see what we got here. I'm reading. I'm reading. What exchange are you on? Okay. Because you're in a 5L right now and it's going against you. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I just wrote back to him. So Dot, it's 766. You gotta love the market. I say that why? Because it's the guys going long when I will go short. That the next time I will go short, they will go long, and they may just ace it. It's just nice. Look at Ethereum. $4,352 down to $2,475. We are off from our call of the fifth wave formation. We are down to 43% down on that. Interesting. Okay, I just sent you a text, Angel. The market right now, technically, we can speak about the fact the market right now is really dealing with a heck of a grip it really hasn't had in a while. Since March of 2020, and that was onset of some different issues, right? In terms of the overall economy, we haven't had as bad of a year, or I'm sorry, it's about a year, as bad of a week in the market. I think in the Nasdaq, this has been our worst week since that time. That's saying something, guys. That was rough then. That seemed like more of an immediate breakdown in the markets, ceasing exchange activity, etc., more of an abrupt jolt. But this week has been rough. This past week has been rough, NASDAQ. So as we look at the overall charts, we say, oh, well, it's no problem. It's just, I mean, this is I mean, you want a prognostic right now. We're in some. This is a deeply, what we say, kind of a deeply seated week. Like on dot, we're seeing this right now. We will know when did this happen on the worst week since March 2020. Was it March 2020? Yeah, and that was yeah. Spot leverage is fine. Uh, Guys, nothing wrong with spot. There's nothing wrong with watching for a minute. If you also, I mean, you want to talk about like where are people at right now? You're trying to catch a falling knife. You got your, you know, you got your targets below. There's nothing wrong with letting price action develop a bit. Like for instance, setting up a 786, setting up an 86. I hate to use it as an example, but I almost can't really avoid using it as an example. Right? Let's look at one. And I got it. I was interested in one because it had better price action than GameStop. Period. So it's like, okay, I'm gonna do some videos on this, and it just wound up. I mean, it was what it was. It had better price action than GameStop. Like, okay, I'm gonna look at this thing. What is this thing? But the example is crucial. It's crucial because you got into your 786 in 2021, right? You never got down to your 86. You got into your 786, and then what happened? Well, you got up and out, and then here we go again. You see that? Just an example of price action. I like the example it provided. A lot of, incredible price action on one. Tons of price action on one. Now, in terms of the overall, what would we say? The overall utility, is it dot? No. I mean, it's not in the same league, but they're working on reframing some of their advertising and stuff. I think it's interesting. It's a different feel to it. I don't know. They're having conferences, doing some different things. So this would be this would be a like the 786 hit was critical. It was crucial. You had to get it right now. You got to set up your charts. It took 2 days to squiggle around it. Stayed there for another day. Then it came back and hit it again. Right? So it's a 1, 2, 3 punch along there. 1, 2, then skip around and 3 down into it like it's not going to move at all. Then it takes a good 3 weeks and it wants to pour back down into the same level. Sorry, it takes a good, 3 weeks, 28 days. It takes almost a month and it wants to pour back down to the same level. And, hit that button, baby. You got that right. So, you got to be in that zone to where you understand when I say move against you, because you could get into 786. You could, you may tap the button lightly and say, okay, I'm gonna pepper in. I'm gonna my 786, my 86. Yeah, the thing is, it'll turn into a nice little bull flag, something like that. This is what'll get you. It'll turn into, in this zone, it will turn into a bull flag. Everybody knows this. It'll turn into a bull flag here. More money, more money, more money, more money. You got that right. So it'll turn into a bull flag. It'll go from the 786. It'll hit it up like you want to. Let's just say on different time frames it's going to look differently. Let's say you got an ascending triangle. Yes, you made your entry, right? Ascending triangle. Boom, 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 bam. Up into a pennant, bam. And then what it'll do? Boosh. Back down to your 786. Okay, so you're looking for that immediate hit up and out, and that's it. No, you got 30 days here, man. 30 days sideways. So when I talk about you're gonna have to gut through it. Well, that's not part of the deal. I want to make money trading. Okay, that's what it took for 30 days to get back down to the 786 to get up and out, and then it was one heck of a run. 650%, let's say, ballpark. 6 to 650. Then it retraced. I did more retracements on Harmony 1 than any other human being on any other coin, probably on the planet. I don't know if that may be true, but we streamed it. I streamed it a lot because that community they didn't know what they didn't know price targets. So I really taught that whole community price targets, and see how it played really well. It's very conformant. Dot is a little bit. Dot's very sporadic. Probably some different. It's on a different program. It just is. But look at Harmony One. Bam! Right down into a 65th. Boom. 65th. Like a truck. Boom. Orders were waiting. I know because I taught the Harmony One crew how to put their orders together. Literally, look at them. Just boom. Right. There, perfect. Everybody right on the 65th. That's nice when you can get that. Everyone's that is nice when you can get that. Then a bullish formation and you're off and you're up. So this one worked out well for the golden pocket. Sometimes, some days are diamonds. I would almost guarantee you, I mean, just with a matter of certainty, the Harmony One crew is doing what? They are hitting their Fibonacci's. Now, it gets rough with Harmony One because it'll do this, and it has. It's not the first time it's decided to pour down through like multiple levels of the fibs. Because that's a big deal because I know they have orders waiting. I know that group. Yep. That's down 50%. It still hadn't even caught wind. So you look at Dot and you say, well, what's going on? Harmony One has dropped 50%. Hello. 50% it hadn't even caught on one real level. 23.6 it started to make some noise. That's a big drop for Harmony One. It just does that. And I caution people who want to trade it, be careful. It'll trade. You get on leverage with Harmony One, you may have a great run, and then it literally it'll wipe everybody out. I tell people, be careful on Harmony One who want to trade on leverage because, you can do it. Yeah, it'll make you some money. You better hit that button. You better take that profit. Let's see what we got. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Matos. You are most welcome here. Always. Let's see what we got. Let me pull back up the chat. TA is spot on. You're a natural orator. Someone was talking about my voice. It was very interesting. And they were saying, well, I have all the TA. I need my own channel, but I can't talk like you. You talk like and someone said, it was interesting. They said that I talk like a radio disc jockey, something like that. And I explained to him he was a younger kid, and I told him, I says, you don't understand what it does to your vocal cords when you speak into a microphone and you're on stream and you're speaking like this all of the time. Whether or not, and it'll happen to teachers, it'll happen to people who speak all the time, but it grinds your vocal cords out, and so you start sounding like you're on radio, or you sound like you're on something else. It's because you've been speaking for thousands of hours into a microphone. And he was a younger kid. I was talking to him. He's like all excited about TA. He's like, I want my own channel. I was like, I'll help you get your own channel. He's like, I can't do it. I don't sound like you. I'm like, man, you just need to talk into the microphone. It'll happen to your voice. It's one of those things. And it's interesting because you think, well, that person was on the radio. They have that voice, or but you think of that standard radio voice. What do you got, Luke? What's up, Luke? In the house. Luke. I want to say hi to Luke. What's up, Luke? Yo, yo, yo. I want to see if I can do. I don't know. I don't think we can do gifts in here. Can we on the chat in here? I wish we could, huh? That would be so cool. I don't think I can right now, but I'm gonna switch over to this so that I can, because I want to throw some Ferraris in there for Angel. That's important. Let's see what we got. There's Luke. Yeah, I want to throw some Ferraris in. We had some custom deals. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Those are for Angel. Those are his Ferraris. There we go. When we've just, we've been through the biggest thing that I think we've learned as a group, and thank you for the compliments, Angel. I do this stuff for you guys. The biggest, I do a lot. I do a lot for you. I enjoy doing this. Before it happens, I look back at the patterns. I can hear you on every move. Isn't that cool, huh? That's really impressive. Luke saying, London, I look back on the patterns and I can hear your voice on every move before it happens. Isn't that cool, huh? I completely agree with it because you're. I know that you can because you're extremely technically oriented, and you know the patterns. And yeah, it's interesting how when you start to kind of receive instruction on what is to occur or not, it starts to assimilate like that in the form of it's like a constructive. It develops into an overall constructive framework and a mentality that is applicable. But that instruction comes. I don't know. You just got to listen to it, and you got to be interested in it. And then it just happens, and that's a cool thing. And you'll explain it to somebody else, maybe your kids, and then they'll say, "Yeah, that's it, right?" So you'll tell your kids. It's just but it's I guess it is instructive in that regard. Interesting level of instruction. If we're keeping, let's keep it real. Not the best trade in the world, but I'm in it, baby. You got those iron fists. What do you got to be able to do? You know this. You got to be able to double. You're gonna double down into it. I mean, Angel asking me on dot or anything else is like, what do you think? I need your honest opinion. You're gonna have to double down, huh? You're gonna double down. That's just it. He wants to double down. I know he does. You get to double down. You want to throw in now you're starting to talk, but you want to double down into it, or you want to throw in like a five times your position, because that gets to where you're like, okay, it's easier if you can get a little bit more room between where you're at and a lower price. If you can make an equivalent march back down to say a 786 here, that would be nice to get further down a little bit into this and then hit it with, let's say, 3 to 5 times what you got into it. That'd be nice. That's kind of what I would be thinking. Is I'd like to get a little bit more room here negatively if we could get some some really expressed movement to the downside. In terms of one thing I would want you to look at as well. I know you have this on your screen. Let's go ahead and do this. Now, this would be a really, really aggressive move to the downside. So much so that it might be difficult for the market to achieve. And it's almost like to a ground zero. It just would be. And ground zero, as much as you wouldn't expect on DOT or anything else, I really like going over dot. I just have to tell you guys, because I know that Angel trades it a lot. And if you're not into the project, until you realize what happens with the trades, it's just not going to catch you like that. And it's an interesting cultural deal. It's like, well, it's dot. Okay. But you have to understand how the trades go on it. And it's just it's been interesting for profit. We'll say, as much as like, who cares about Harmony 1? Well, who cares about dot? They're just the things to trade. So as much as I wouldn't be interested in a return to zero function on Head and Shoulders, the descending triangle is almost there. It's almost of that magnitude that I'm uninterested in it. Almost. It's just it would have such a bearish downside target. But as I'm talking about wanting to get underneath that, underneath the current pricing, significantly, if you could get down to the 86, that would be sweet. Yes, that would be nice. Now, this would take you down to, that would be phenomenal. If you could get, see, I get excited about this stuff. Everyone else wants to hear to the upside. I told you my prognostication, what I want. Like, when I see something like that match up, I'm like, oh, baby, yeah, that's nice if we could get to the 86. If we could get to $7.71, sweet. Now, The stomach through it part, you may not want to do that if you're carrying position, etc. But I'll just tell you, if you can hit an 86 on a quality project, if you can hit an 86 on a quality project and slam into it like you mean it, you stand to make some serious cash. Okay? Just I'm going to say, okay. Everyone's like, okay. Responded to comment made about the supposedly big boys on Wall Street. Yeah, we put our pants on one leg at a time, so if anyone puts their pants on differently, enlighten me, right? Wall Street, yeah, you got that right. If you're keep it real. Not the best trade in the world, but I'm in it, baby. Yeah, I would love to see this 86 kick in. I'd love to see it. Like in terms of the prognosis, everything else, I'd really love to see the ability of I would love to see it surprise us and capture something really low. You're already here from here. I just tell you that the Fed jumped out. Russia was out of the box. I don't think that's the problem. Russia out of the box, I think, helped the market. We went up on the Russia news. Believe it, we did. We went up on the Russia news. Bitcoin went up on the news with Russia going to take it. I thought that they have a real bearish sentiment, so we got rid of them. But then the Fed screws into with they kind of screwed in sideways on the entirety of things. The market, just overall market, and it's an interesting dynamic right now. There's an aversion to risk, and crypto is seen as something that's very risky due to the volatility. It's like an unnecessary. It's almost like a luxury. I tell you, it's really a luxury from a lower price. Period. And we have to continually frame our mind like that. It's the truth. Profits have come from lower prices. 786 beforehand. Beautiful. So when we do look at it, the one, and I brought this up earlier today, is, so Angel, draw that out on your screen. And I would draw two of these out. I would draw out a macro on the daily in terms of a descending triangle with an expression down to the 86. I'd also draw a secondary, smaller triangulation, internal triangulation. I was just drawing these on, and I'll go over that descending triangle on Bitcoin here. But a smaller triangulation with a potential shorter downside target. Which is going to bring you, very interesting, to about, draw it out on your desktop, and quick draw here within specificity on wicks just shy of 786 or completion to the 86. So levels of fib indicated by macro pattern, descending triangle, to internalized micro pattern, descending triangle. Yeah, and this is a crucial thing to draw out. Angel, draw this out. I'm gonna put A plus on this. In terms of technical matchup, descending triangle to internalized descending triangle, A plus. Anybody give me this on a test technically? And line that up with the Fibonacci. As a matter of fact, like, okay, A plus, boom, good job, 100%. I would say 100%. Let's do 100% because that's, if you can get the pattern to match up with the fib, everything else, ba-boom. Nicely done. That works. That's well done. Now, and you guys will appreciate that. If you haven't been listening on DOT, I would pay attention to what just happened with this macro descending triangle from here to here, amplitude, boom, boom, down to the 86. The internalized micro descending triangle to the 86. Nice. I don't know how we have spammers show up that are saying weird things and codify whatever they're doing. I have no idea. I don't care. but I do think I do. I mean, it's just like, what are they doing? I have no idea. Okay, so we have a potential for a recoup on. So, Angel, you got those two lower levels. When are you going to power in? You're ready to champ into it again. Everything else, you got a position, you didn't sell it there, you didn't. All that's behind. It's what you're going to do the next 3-4 days, the next 3-4 hours, the next 3-4 weeks. You look at that. The rest, boom, lock that down. Whatever else you got, lock it down. Your future 3-4 hours, 3-4 days, 3-4 weeks. What are your levels you want to hit? Bam, 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 bam. Where do you see the maximum value? 786 macro, 86 macro. Measure up that descending triangle, the micro and then the macro. And when you line that up on your desktop, I can tell you 8 ways from Sunday. When you see that lined up on your desktop and you've measured it out, okay, you'll convince yourself. I'll be interested to see if that doesn't convince you. That's the strongest technical I think we could pull off the board on that. Good technical. Crow is what? Crypto.com coin. Took forever to perform. Forever. Look at this thing. Man, that thing took 275 days to go back up, right? It took 250 days to go back up. This is a process. But during that process, just as an example, what happened in here? Well, what happened in here was people who were waiting after the all-time high at the 65th or the 61.8 of the golden pocket got rewarded. Nicely done. 70% trade. That's impressive. Can you believe they couldn't break $1? Come on, man. It's a crypto.com coin. You heard the Fed likened crypto to, this is funny. He likened crypto to poker chips. I thought it was interesting. I was like, okay. You guys remind me if I'm wrong. Let me see. See if I find where Powell said it. Poker chips. Here we go. U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission Chairman Gary Gensler agrees. He has referred to stablecoins, which are designed to trade and fluctuate like U.S. dollars, as poker chips. All right, that's fine. I thought that was interesting. I wanted to bring that up. And that's the Fed chairman talking about stable coins as poker chips. All right, well. So, and it's interesting right now for CRO because CRO is back in. I bring up the time element because it took a while for it to really move. We're talking 200-300 days, multiple long time frames. Don't even get me back up to what this has been to $2, huh? Shot up to $2. So 100 days, 200 days, etc. So if you were to just go into, yeah, CRO has a terrible app. It's a nightmare. You want to talk about a gut stomach check, this and that. It's impossible to trade on that thing. You can't trade on that thing. It's just pitiful. The charts are awful. Everything's awful about it. Like it's okay. It provides some people the ability to buy many coins at a premium. They'll still charge you too much. But you can't set any orders. You can't do anything, and sometimes maybe it's easier. There's no ETFs. There's no there's no options. Just easy. There's no limit orders. There's nothing. Just there you go. You want to buy something, just buy it. Yeah, support is almost non-existent, and they just got hammered. They just got. It wasn't just like 15, 16 million. They got a lot of cash taken. But this would be an example of something with a clear previous golden pocket. I think you can trade CRO on Gate, etc. You can. And previous hit on golden pocket is hitting it again. This was a slam down prior heretofore, and it's a step down into kind of a step ladder down into this, or a staircase down into the current 65th. Same 78.6 and 86, just like on DOT that we looked at. So just another example of another coin that's got those levels below. However, we have on Crow, it's a lot easier. It's just there's nothing nebulous about it. We have a very clear cut previous hit on the golden pocket, just very, very clearly laid out. So with the caveat, it took a while during prior retracements, and I'm not a huge fan of. They've done their branding. They got MMA and whatever else they got. Loop Ring just hit it 65th. Richard, shout out to Richard and the U.S. Army, loud and proud. What's up? We like our military dudes, huh? Yo, what's up? They're cool cats. What's up, Kuda? How you doing? AJ Crypto. Daniel, what's up? It's actually free to transfer any cryptos to your Crypto.com exchange account, so only making trades in the main app is not a fair assessment. All right, it's free to transfer any cryptos to your Crypto.com exchange account, so only making trades in the main app is not a fair assessment. Very interesting. But yeah, Crypto.com needs 2 apps to be functional, main and exchange. Yeah, that's an interesting point. That is, for purposes of exchange. And they do have the Crypto.com card, which is a very nice, that's a nice part of their, but I mean, if we're trading, we trade. Yeah, we trade. So it kills us when we don't have a limit order, we don't have any chart to work with, or it's just, the charts are just, they're just stuck on there. It's like just, it's just, they're stuck there. We're getting into some good days, guys. I got to tell you this. When we're seeing 16, 15, 10, this and that percentages down, yes, we're starting to see some price action. What's up? This is what we need to see. What is up? Doge about an equivalent hit here at the same level. Interesting. Doge held up pretty well yesterday, didn't it? I think it did. Just to look at it. 3.5%, is that in excess? I think it may be. They charge that premium. They'll get you in and get you out. That's nice. And man, I am so excited about how low Floki is. If Floki could literally go to the dirt, I'd be excited. I just have to tell you, I mean, anything with cyclical price action, it's just nice. I even have to look at Elon. I have to see what Elon's doing. Elon USDT. Doge Elon. There we go. What you got? I want these to get down. Go down. Let's see. Okay, so yeah. Elon is breaking down through the 65th. ETH is, let's see where ETH is. Man, you gotta love VIP, huh? We are excited. We get some lower prices. Now, Ethereum and Bitcoin are each on their 50% retracements. Very important. Both of them are on their 50% retracements. Ethereum had a hit on the day change over and through its 50%. Okay, that's at 24,060. That's a key level for Ethereum. It just is, with the backup at 1855. 1,855 is the backup for Ethereum to the 1,700. Would be the 65th or 61.8. Okay, golden pocket versus. Let's say the 65th on the golden pocket versus the 61.8. The 1,700 versus the 1855. Entry points. Macro. to ground zero, all-time high to ground zero. 50% retracement about the 2,500. Make it up to $5 grand, just under $5 grand. All-time high, just shy of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the monthly. Yeah, once the dogs start moving, they will be printing money. Yes, they will. We know that about those coins, huh? Sheeb, where's Sheeb at? Sheeb returning to its former state of glory, which is where? Low. Would love it. I want to see it. Why is that? Because that's where you get the profit from. You have got to get it in a position where a move of this magnitude, to say that we would not be around for the next bull pennant on Sheeb would literally be the most unrealistic statement on the planet. We were around for the very first one that it had in the broader markets at all. VIP traded the heck out of it, right? We were around for this one. Boom. So boom, boom. We've been all over Sheeb. Sheeb on 786. Uh-oh. You guys paying attention? You guys seeing Sheeb on 786? Sheeb 786. Yeah, someone in the chat without a name. That's interesting. We haven't had that yet. I'm not sure who that is. You can let us know who that is. Dun dun dun. That's not Angel. Angel's labeled. We got our exclusive chat. Exclusive VIP. You guys are welcome to join us, #1 trade group. It's just the truth. I get to tell the truth about that. I don't have to tell you that. I get to tell you the truth. That's nice. Sheeb at the 78.6 with the fallback, okay, at the quad OT, that's 4 O's 1905 with the fallback of quad OT 1246. I know who that is now. Trillion Sheeb. Hey, Trillion Sheeb. Hey, you funny, huh? Bulls. Yeah, I got you. 10-4. Copy that. All you had to say was the Trillion Sheeb, and we got you. So Sheeb is at its 78.6. It's an interesting point. That's an interesting level for Sheeb. Oh, and the Trillion Sheeb, yeah, absolutely. That's a big money. That's a big money position. That's nice. Sheeb. Let's see. Nine is going to be 1,000 million billion. One million billion trillion. Okay, trillion. 1 trillion Sheeb. Guys, 1 trillion Sheeb. You guys got your Sheeb calculator. Make sure Sheeb to USD converter. 1 trillion Sheeb is going to be, at the current price, $19.69 million. Okay? 1 trillion Sheeb. 500 billion Sheeb is going to be $9.84 million. Based on the Sheeb to USD converter at 3commas.io with the current price at 19 quad OT 4 O's 1969. A little bit over the current price. Well, they're doing 1969. It's about 1943. So you guys look at that. getting some value, some nice value. You guys know I liked Sheep from when they transferred, when Velatic transferred the $1 billion plus, 1.5 billion over to India for COVID. That was the largest. And I mean, we decided this, we talked about it, but we had traded Sheep. It was the largest voluntary, what was it, like a beneficial donation, etc., that any coin had made ever in any transaction. Aside from Bitcoin, anything. No value had been transmitted like that internationally for purposes of relief or anything like that. So Sheeb, I really liked Sheeb, and I commented many times, I really like that componentry of it that has been used for that. It was pretty cool, huh? And so many people did so well on Sheep. I was so excited to see that. A lot of VIPs did really well on Sheep. What did you say? Another one of my accounts sent the family a 500 chat. Morning Angel. You ain't, you ain't bullshitting. No, we ain't bullshitting, right? Excuse the land. We ain't bullshitting nobody. Bullshit all the time. No fear here, baby. There we go. No fear. We know who it is, huh? 100%, huh? We got to play my rocket. We got to do something with the rocket, huh? See if I can get this. And we're going to have to launch. We got to go into launch mode. Angel just launched into another one. So you guys may need to hold your ears on this. I don't know. We're going to try and launch a rocket real quick. Let me see if I can get this up and out. Let's see here. We're going to need to hit the button on the launch. And here we go. We're going to have to do this. We get to do this. We don't have to do anything. We get to do the launch. I'm going to go ahead and rocket something up for Angel. And you guys get ready for the launch. Here goes. Yeah, we'll try and hit that one more time. Let's see. I just want that rocket just to literally just feel like it's boom. And that is the rocket launch for Angel Matos, our number one. This is our number one. And I told him today, like, over some interesting people. Like, he says, no fear here, baby. No, not at all, huh? You're only a retail investor, yeah. But we look up to you, Angel. The whole thing. You're at the top. This group looks up to you. It's nice. And for good reason. We got, we got some talented guys in this group all the way around, and some real class acts. We know this, huh? Like, Luke, you're chiming in. You're here a lot in terms of technicals. Like, you know, we don't all talk money that much. We really don't. Like, we know, like I said earlier today, with El Salvador, you guys need to know this. With El Salvador, right? They went ahead. It's not a meme coin. No, Shiba is not a meme coin. Not at all. Mm-mm. It's yeah, it's something completely different. A lot of volatility to it. Pick up lower priced Sheeb. Pick up lower priced Sheeb. Pick up lower priced Sheeb. Type that into your note factory on your computer. Things to do. Pick up lower priced Sheeb. Price cycle. Hello. Nice price cycle. Lower price. Lower price. So, but we don't talk about like the leader of El Salvador says he's buying an additional $15 million worth of Bitcoin. All right. All right. We have VIP that have more dog money than he just bought Bitcoin for his whole country. Collectively, our VIP or individually, many of our VIP have more dog money. And not dog money, this or that, but we call it dog money. You might as well, we could make it slang almost. But when our group has more dog money than he has Bitcoin purchased today for his country, I just have to say, like, beam me up, Scotty. You have to say, huh? It's just funny, huh? Because, we don't talk about money all the time, and that's okay. That's a good thing. At the end of the day, that's a very odd fact for us and him a little bit, huh? You got the rocket launch, huh? You got that. That's nice. I'm glad you got that rocket launch. That's nice. Yeah, that's for you, Angel. That'll be your rocket. That'll be your rocket on the deal. How about that? We will reserve that for you, always. That'll be your rocket launch. I'll schedule that up with a new graphic, something cool. We'll get that going for you. So Bitcoin, just in terms of the short opportunities, plenty of them. It has been so catchy, you have needed to catch it. I'll just tell you, in terms of shorts, etc., there's just not a lot of. You get one day and one move down, bam, which you can execute on. This is too tight. This is so tight, guys. In here, this has been so tight to trade. Anybody who's tried to trade this, I feel for you. Multiple breakouts, etc. The good thing is lower prices. We get into some different formations. We get into some different. At some point, we're going to get into a different mode of the market. The market, and I don't know, guys. We can talk all about the Fed and the interest rates and it's going to be something. It's always going to be something. It just is. All throughout the entirety of this move in 2018, 19, it was something for Bitcoin. All throughout this in 19 and 20, it was something. It's just always going to be something. China has stated that they are going to. I mean, China's going to come out. It's going to be something. It's going to be some irreparably fearful, awful thing that's happening to the market forever this time. And it is going to be, there's going to be this like conclusive dread that is imputed to everybody every single time. But it keeps happening. And then it keeps picking up and surprising everybody. And leaving everybody in the dust who just decided to completely give up and wash out, and that's it, and the market is over. The people who buy it, it's almost like you can buy into that every time if you want to. And I don't even care if you hit an 80%, even if you hit an 80%, or especially if you hit an 80% retracement, like in 18 to 19, especially if you hit that. Oh, that's when you get into, it's over. Oh, I see. Oh, it's over. It's hit an 80% retracement. Oh, I see. It's over, huh? Yeah, and then it's going to go from 3,000 to 14,000. You see? And then what is it going to do? It's going to reward traders again with another discount and another, the sky has fallen, everything's over. 75% discount. So the people who are rewarded are the people who are trading, who are seeking value. That's why I always talk about heavy reserve capital and compound entries at lower levels. It's cyclical price action. But it is not intuitive. It is not second nature for anybody. Angel, you talk about having made a transition from being an investor to being a trader. And a big component, and you understand, people don't want to sit through the notion that they have, and some of it's backup cash in terms of the structuring, etc. You have to be able to hit in and hammer into lower levels. You have to be able to pull out the big gun and bam, and hit it at the lower levels. You have to. And that's just as key of a component to it as anything else. So as we would, cyclical price action though, people don't want to sit in. And I'll tell you, they don't want to sit in even in this zone. Yeah, you want to get the hammer down this green box, no kidding. So yeah, if you want to get to the 80% off, Yeah, absolutely. And there's a group that's waiting for that. Literally just wants that to happen and has the heavy reserve capital and wants it in here. Look at this is hilarious. Look at I missed this. This is funny because Angel says I was talking about the leader of shout out to Vlad. Vlad, I hope you're doing well. Where are you in the chats, brother? Um, I was talking about the leader of El Salvador, and I was talking about the fact that we have some of our VIP have more dog money than he's willing to buy Bitcoin like today for his whole country. He bought $15 million. I'm like, some VIP have more dog coin than you have, a checkbook today for your whole people, man. And so Angel says this. He says, London, we can super chat more than he can buy. Possible, huh? Yeah. The YouTube review department has just probably given us a green light to go ahead. They're like, go, 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 go that direction. Do it, because that would make a statement. But it's funny, huh? Very funny. It's funny. Maybe true. I don't know. And he's they're dealing with all kinds of stuff like their bond ratings are being reduced further. They've got a bunch of issues with now they're involved in Bitcoin, but I'm sure they've done the diagnostics down to God help us if he can't draw a Fibonacci. You think the guy can draw a Fibonacci? I don't know. Many can't, but I really hope that he can. Just something real simple. He bought off target, didn't he? Now we got Sebastian in the house. Now he's talking about let's. Look at that, huh? Sebastian is saying let's super chat more than that. There we go. London, absolutely correct. We have VIPs that have more dog money than he bought. Yeah, we do. We absolutely do. Sebastian in the house. What's up, man? What's up, Sebastian? Family, what's up? Nice to. Hey, 2022. What's up? What is up, Sebastian? Very nice, huh? Hope 2022 is awesome for you so far. It better be, huh? I know it is. And for some reason, I just know it is. Huh? It's a good thing. Very, very nice to have you here. Yo. 2022 just got a lot better for me. I'm glad that you're here. Very cool. Let's see what we got. Let me clean this chart up a little bit for Sebastian. And let's see what we got. So we are not, it's not a ragtag session just on. What do we got? Look at Sebastian in the house now. Like I said, there's no fear here. Now here we go. Bam, Sebastian Matos. There we go. Now we had the super chat come through. Boom. All right, so that came through on Sebastian's deal. I have a feeling Sebastian's in the house. I don't know. Angel may have 14 YouTube accounts. I don't know. He probably does. He may be getting hounded. Who knows? Sebastian Matos, you got like 8 different YouTube accounts. That's all right. No problem. If it is not Sebastian, I want you to let him know. Absolutely happy 2022 to the whole family. Like he said, no fear here. We know that, and we are on the books. VIP is on the books, literally just powering through. This is what VIP is all about. Absolutely, absolutely. The guys who are not here, they have no idea what we are talking about, do they? They do not, huh? There is no fear here. We don't know who he's watching on the fibs. We do not know. Just macro fib discounts. I don't know. I would say he doesn't want to miss the dip. I think it was the deal. He just didn't want to miss the dip. And it sounded like he was actually managing the deal. He's like, I thought I missed the dip. It was interesting. I read what he had written about it. And you check this out. I don't think it's Sebastian. Maybe you're on Sebastian's computer. You say, like I said, unless he's on your account too. Who knows? I don't know. The Matos Mato's house may be very interesting tonight. I don't know. I think we know it's Angel. What's up? But it's on the record for Sebastian's account. Hey, Sebastian's account worked with the slam in feature for the alert box, so that's cool. Very good. Okay, so Angel making a power statement today. This 1, 2, 3. This is 4. Huh? 4. You gone to? This is gonna be one of your bigger nights here. This is impressive. Nice. Boom, 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 boom. On a big red night, he's going big. That's nice. Make a statement. Very important. We never forget these moments, do we? No, we do not, huh? Part of the history. That's nice. Very, very nice. Okay. It's good. It's good culture. It's the right group you want to be around. It's like, yeah, just everyone else reacting to it, trying to catch up to the SRM. We're back to some old, yeah. This is interesting at SRM. Look at SRM is back to now. Don't worry about anything other than the technicals. Look at that chart. You know what an interestingly nice chart that is? I'm just talking about the chart, nothing more than the chart. Let's see what SRM is. Serum. You guys know anything about serum? You see the price? It's just interesting. Very, very, very interesting. That's a heck of an interesting looking chart. Like programmed. There's the exact inverse. There's the exact inverse. Not used to repeating myself. Again, boom. He decides, no fear. This is the no fear factory right now. Absolutely, this is the no fear factory. As we're getting pour down. Waves. Boom. Where's waves at? Hitting a lot of the critical alerts we haven't seen in a long time. Angel powering through with 2,500 thus far. Saying, no fear. Period. None. Not phased at all by this market activity. I'm getting a lot of things light up from charts I had done earlier in 2021. A way to hammer it down. Way to hit the button, brother. That's nice. It makes a huge statement. Bam. It does. And it's just important. We will remember no fear. We just will. During this pour down. Bitcoin down 34,763. 700 flat. We'll hit past 700. You know, it's down 4.7%. Look at waves. You see, I've set a lot of these up. I don't show you all the alerts that I get on all the charts that we did earlier in the year, but we're getting into even lower. Let me look at this. We're getting into some lower pricing that we got into originally on some of the projects. Now, interesting that red is very good. Red is what we want. It's all about the red. We pick up on the red to get into the green. You don't get in the green unless you got in on the red. You don't. I mean, for the most part, for the majority of the most part here, we buy low. Red. So now waves underperformed in Q3-4. Copy that. You see lower high, slightly. Not as low or let's say as bad of a performance as XRP, Doge, Chainlink, VeChain, that whole extra, absolutely, Angel. And as we look at the coins that drastically underperformed, Waves wasn't that bad. So we have a categorization of like extremely underperformed. Some of the coins that really didn't want to get up and move at all out of that secondary function in Q3-4, secondary wave formation. So I'm looking at waves. It just popped up right now from some old, it's at the 7.8. I had it set at the 7.86 right now. But look at that price action. Nobody's going to complain about that. That's some beautiful price action. That's a 35x. That's 35, a 40x. That's nice. More than that. A lot more than that. Look at what some of these coins did. Look at this. You got to be kidding me on this. Did it go down that low? Oh, come on. From 25 cents. Somebody out there had 25-cent waves. That's impressive. We have to say that's impressive for 25 cents. Look at this. From 25 up. Let's measure. Yeah, that's a humdinger right there at 0.25. Just to measure that up, I want to. Yeah, that's 16,000%. What's $100 times 16,000%? Is $100 turning into $16,000. So $1,000, it was a 160x. Not bad. Really not bad for waves. So people were a fan of waves. If they got in at the bare bottom and it spent some time around there, that's some impressive price action. That's not bad. Whatever you think of waves, etc. That's right. Huh? Wise man told you one time, Luke says, Bitcoin has three levels: 30, 45, and 60. Truth. It sure showed us about right with that 45, didn't it? It slammed on into that general range there. Would like to see. Let's see what we got. It's down 3.8%. Angel hammering it through with the no fear tonight. It's nice. He's seen this before. This is just, this is a big deal. And he knows how to handle it. Absolutely. Not everyone does. When you haven't seen this or you're not expecting it, it's just not intuitive. That must mean something to you, Angel. Like when I streamed a few days ago and this and that before we're really getting down into this, and I just almost vehemently saying, so we're not reacting to it, to preempt it a bit, but to tell people this is what we want. This is what we like. We push for lower prices. We need lower prices to achieve our goals. So you having been in the space a while, that must be rare for you to hear. I've never heard it, so it must be, that must be a little bit refreshing. Instead of people just, I'll placate sometimes. We hang out sometimes. I'll talk about, well, and it looks like we're going to do this. It'd be nice to do that. We talk sometimes. It looks bullish. It does look bullish. But as we take the placation off the map and get serious, it's kind of like, okay, yeah, we need lower prices so that we're not just reactive. I don't want to be reactive to however you would want to say it. I don't want to be the way that we preempt it. I don't want it to be that we are responding to the market to the extent that it's in control of our emotions or that it's in control of us. I want us to be in control of it. Preempting, like, let's say a severe move down that probably has most of the market emotionally crippled right now. Yeah. Or they're responding, they put on the nice face and, okay, now we got it. We're going to get this. And now we preempt it. We get serious about this ahead of time. We want it to go down. We need, and we understand why. And it's not much. It's not a lot to understand why. But we cover this quite a bit, and we've covered it in some additional detail with ETFs, etc., as to the benefit of us getting back into a zone where leverage even really works. And it's interesting to think that there is a threshold not only on Bitcoin, but on all the coins and all the pricing right now. Because we have expressed amplitude. Think of Luna. I just think of Luna right now. Be a lot of people after some. Nicely priced Luna. It was a nice hit on that 38 too. Look at that. Boom. That was a nice hit. It was a nice pickup. People have orders waiting at the 50, at the 61.8, at the 65th. I mean, that's a nice pickup. That's a 40% move. That's some price action. Luna has continually had price action. It has not gone past this 100%, or I'm sorry, the 100 daily moving average in quite some time. So it's breached that. It hasn't breached it in a while. That may be formalized correction territory. Formalized, I say formally, depending upon the dynamic that you want to define it as. But in terms of that trend line, you could identify it with a daily close below the 100 moving average. And let me see what we got. And Angel shoot me a text. That's my brother. Great, great guy. The paths that we cross in life. Huh? And we can say in VIP, you should appreciate them maybe because you never know. You may never be able to cross them again. Hmm? Almost like that, like the guys that you meet in life or the people you meet in life, you should really appreciate it because you're not guaranteed the opportunity to ever cross them again. And VIP with this group, fortunately, we have. Isn't that beautiful, huh? And that's the truth, huh? You have to pay attention. Hmm? So the path that you're on, this and that, the who you cross paths with, and that happens in life. You'll meet someone you're like, man, you know, man, I wish I would have stayed in touch with such and such. I could have stayed in touch with. They were great friends back then. And not like feeling like that, but like you'll be on a somewhere there's someone kind of important. You're like, I don't know why I just didn't get the information. That struck me as something that needed to happen. I don't know why, and it didn't. Or a relationship that should have been tied together and it wasn't. So, it's an interesting maxim to apply to us, to our group, because you don't know in life. You may meet somebody great or this or that, and it may just be someone you're excited to hear talk, or at a function, or like, well, I was at the president's house, or I was with whoever, right? It could be anybody. And when you get to it, it's like, well, you be excited about that because you don't know your paths will ever cross again. With us, we're fortunate that they have continued to do so. I literally mean that, and I think you guys do too. That's pretty cool, huh? Really cool. Really, really cool. So, in terms of Luna, this specific close marginally below, it's on the cusp of that 100. Lead into the 50%, lead into the 61.8. What a beautiful chart. I'll show this to anybody. You guys have to understand this. I'll show this to some guys that trade heavily. And like, oh no, Luna's the one. Yeah, that Luna's doing great. I'm like, well, let me show you where we entered, and I'll bring the chart up, and they're like, oh my gosh, and I'm like, yeah, that's the chart for Luna. They're like, oh man, no, yeah, no, that's really something. That's very impressive. I'm like, well, thank you, it's very impressive. We know that. I just want to show it to you. Hold on, but I'll talk to them about it. Like, oh, Luna is absolutely that's a crucial investment this year. They'll say that because they've heard of it, they know it. Then I show them the chart, and like, oh my gosh, did you? I'm like, I know the chart. The reaction they have to it is like, oh my gosh, look at that chart. I'm like, I know, man. I know we helped build that chart. So that's funny. But this value zone in here was just awesome, huh? Just awesome. Way to go, Angel. Way to go, brother. As we look at the 50% retracement, the 61.8 and the 78.6 and that 86, boom, 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 boom. A lot of interest. A lot of interest in Luna. It's a great project. It's a great project. Now, Bitcoin on the nope. I knew that was off. Let me go back down to and structure this. There's going to be orders. This is the problem. The 50%, because I'm thinking, like, is it going to hold or not? You guys know this. You know this is a matter of fact. There are orders at the 50% retracement period. I know there are orders. I guess they could make the argument, well, there's more people selling right now than there are people buying. Okay, there's a lot of orders at the 50% retracement. I guess that balance comes into play for the exchanges as to whether or not they want to hold the position there. A lot of the brokerage houses right now, they're liquidating. You guys saw what happened in Netflix? Good gosh, huh? That thing tanked. That's all right. Interesting. It had a bad day in the market. I was just looking at it, I was like, whoa, you don't always see something move down like 25, 30% at a time. You guys remember GameStop in 2021 was interesting, huh? Watching that, watching CNBC, everything else pick up on it. Like, whoa, AMC, the squeeze, all this different stuff. That was fun. We nailed some targets on that stuff. That was fun. Just out of the blue, bam, bam. That was on AMC? Yeah, that price target that we came up with, and just literally the whole market just directly onto our target. I'm like, yo, that's what's up. Because they had people, there was a movement, like a coalition of international forces to take down Wall Street. I'm like, let's just do a price target. Why don't y'all, I don't like all that other stuff. We're just going to do a pricing target, and bam. So that was nice. That was the one that hit. So sometimes they will, sometimes they don't. Extreme market conditions can be. There you go. There we go. Yeah, and that chart, they love to see that chart because that's. I mean, nobody's gonna mess with that, man. I mean, I don't care who it is on the street. Otherwise, I say the street, you understand, capital T, capital S, the street, right? Wall Street. You don't. They not gonna mess with that. You can line anybody up from the King Kong, biggest banking firms around everything else. They are not going to mess with pricing targets of Luna at $4.06 and entries in the fives, mid fives up. They're not going to mess with that. They are not. I know enough people, and so do you, that they are not going to. They're not going to mess with that. It's like it's impressive wherever you discuss it. It is just that way. And this year we're going to have additional successes that are as if not more impressive. It's going to be awesome. That's what we do. We bust it. We do. We get after it and we tear it up, and there's no excuses. There's just no excuses. That would require time for us with the Funware run up overnight. You got that right. Just lean on back with that Luna. Absolutely, you have to. You hammer into it. Hammering into Luna. Funware, Cloud Enterprise. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, it's done well. It down 12%. 238. Yeah. I like crypto. Crypto has the expected volatility. You get that out, when we look at it, for this group is attracted to the fact that the market crashes. It's just funny. It's the truth. Now, we want that long-term sustained trajectory. If we wanted that, what would we be in? Let's look at this. You guys like this? Well, the NASDAQ is, that's it's a little bit, but the long-term trajectory of it is that. If we look up the Dow Jones, that's had a little more volatility than has been really comfortable. sustained growth pattern really nice. And I kind of feel like there's a little bit of part of it. Let me say this: part of it is that crypto is younger; it's less developed as a market. It just is. But we kind of feel that there's a bit of a, I don't know. There's just maybe it's institutionally with the Fed, et cetera. It just feels like there's a little bit of a push to kind of keep, and they do a good job of it. I'll say that, to keep crypto a little bit on the fringe, a little bit out of the scope of mainstream investing. Hmm? A little bit on the, with Jamie Dimon, with et cetera, saying it could be worthless. They may like to trade it cyclically for its crashes too. I don't know, and not for its crashes that we want the value destroyed. That's not the point. But it's just it's what, whether or not you want to admit it or not, it's exactly what the market has become accustomed to. It's what all of you have become accustomed to in the market. Phenomenal, huge run up in, I mean, recently, the likes of which we haven't really seen on a good, I mean, a good amount of coins did that to where it became expected for the ones that hadn't. That was an exciting time. That's a beautiful thing to be able to say and understand. For the ones that hadn't really performed like that, there was an expectation they were about to. Everyone kind of got their chance in crypto with different projects, and some didn't perform at all. On Q3 and Q4 of 2021, there was a batch that did not perform. Yeah, particularly as we're looking at an underperforming, I agree, Angel. Volatility makes crypto attractive to the extent that, let's just say, to the extent that we have equities poised to underperform. I mean, crypto has just, in terms of its volatility, it just wrote the book on it. It's extremely attractive for that reason. Let me see exactly what Angel just wrote. Let me read that. The opportunity that crypto offers as far as volatility is what makes it attractive. Yeah, big time. And I just got to say that we get through the time factor relatively quickly. We just seem to. I don't know. I don't know why that dynamic seems that we seem fortunate to have that dynamic in play. Hmm? But let me see here. We get through things very quickly because I mean, you have to look at the amount of time it takes to retrace. We've already measured it out, but we get through things pretty quickly. I mean, this is, you're working on 100 days right now. You're working on 3 months. It's nothing, is it? Like nothing at all. From when we really started to have a frustration in price, that's no big deal, huh? Look at Ave. Ave getting down there. I've set up some Fibonacci's, etc. Ave finally down to its 78.6. And the 86% is below. Finally down to. It's a nice hit down. And on the candle wicks, we got a little bit of differentiation. Noted. Prior level 78.6. Important. And 2 there. If we go to ground zero, let's see where we're at. Not too much of a difference. Noted. Let me add in the 86 since we're on it. Not an awful project. Let's see what we got. To the 86 fib mod. Let me dig into it and restructure one of my levels, 0.86. There we go, and right on it. Eyeballed it. Very good. 78.6. It'll remind us when we're on that 86, just to keep an eye on it. Have a lot of background coins. Look at Gala. Nice. Gala's down 30%. Hammer tank down. That's a severe liquidation. That's not normal. That is something where potentially institutionally or otherwise there has been a real look at this. Now we got a group of them really moving. Good. Dusk 26% down. Bam. We were just looking at this. Hot moving coin. Yeah. Big move. This is what I like to see. I like to see moves like this. LRC. Bam. Skipping the golden pocket and the 786. Richard brought this up. Very interesting. Yep. It's stifled at the golden pocket and is blowing through at 786 on the way to the 86. And past that, you're going to be looking at a cross-line pickup in line with its previous zones of support. No problem. Look at the nice feature it built up here. Nice bullish formation here. Just condense it so we can take a look at that a little bit. We can look at it right there. Just LRC down 23, Rose down 23. Nice. Kind of feels like Matic now. Done it back along that primary line of support. And what did it just do? It just did the throw over, didn't it? It did. It just did the throw over this level of resistance. Rose. Key feature being throw over, boom. Now the question, do we have a single throw over that threw over for good? I don't know. We do from some lower levels, right? If the throw over was really minuscule here. And that's the gamble that you're taking, is that something would turn into some monster mammoth pattern like this. It would really have to get up and out. Like Rose would wind up being, instead of 28 cents, $2.50. Well, that was way back here. And it still may do that, but in terms of that throw over event, it's really got to turn into something like that. And you look back at it, do you remember how massive this pattern seemed? And then you're up at like $2.50. Like, But that's when the throw over will work. So that throw over, again, prior resistance, can we turn it into support and move up? Didn't work. Sheeb flying through its 786. Get on down there, Sheeb. Get on. Now, these are the days I like. Yes, we're there. We're getting there, guys. What's up? Now we're getting all the red, huh? 20. I like 20 and 25. I like this thing to start smoking. Yeah, like literally sizzling. I just like it. 1. Good. It's just money. I'm telling you, you get these things down there. They have to get down there. Like, finally, a corrective event. Nice. Finally. And I like 2 or 3 days like this. Just tuck it down in there. Crank it down in there. Kick it in the dirt, if you could. With all due respect, kick it in the dirt a little bit so you can get your price action back. This mid-level zone is spending 30 and 40 and 50 days in here. I don't want it there. I want it down here. You know, it's going to, plug and chug here. Odds are from a pin it's going to push down into a flag. 3 out of 4 weren't playing, or 4 out of, really, what, if actually not even 4 out of 5, maybe more like 8 out of 9 weren't really playing to the upside. We had near dusk, 1 Phantom, Rose, Metis. We had some other coins that were working well in terms of playing out. Phantom, Cosmos started to, but in terms of, like, I'm talking about at this level, a pennant to a push or to a flag to a completion just really wasn't there. I mean, this here is a double top on Atom Cosmos. if and by any stretch of the imagination, and we'll talk about it because it was a more of a recently moving coin, more of a recently moving coin in terms of the momentum. It was towards the end of this most recent Fibonacci level of Bitcoin before it broke finally to the next level. Maybe not that long, just finally just get down, go where you're going to, consolidate, and let's move. Let's get to a position where our moves will count more, where the same amplitude is going to generate a larger percentage move. Let's recapture that dynamic. And it becomes interesting for people who want to hold. I mean, at some level. And Bitcoin became so possibility for an ascending triangle here would be nice. We'll keep an eye on it. I will put a reminder here if we can get through this here. How about that? I'll put an alert. Ascending triangle. We'll do that for Cosmos. If we can get back up over this line, if buyers do it. Otherwise, we're in on fibs. Right at about that 38.2 right now. So, let's see, AVAX. Oh man, this is so nice. This is what needs to happen. So the other way of thinking about this in terms of your holdings, consider this. AVAX about it. It's golden pocket right now. That's nice. Nicely done. 1, 2, 3 punch. Boom. Golden pocket 786.86. What do you want to do? Well, I don't know. I want to trade this. You're good. Golden pocket 786.86. Boom, boom, boom. Maybe you want to see the consolidation beforehand. Maybe you don't want to slam into it. You want to go ahead and see the consolidation. If it's too aggressive for you, don't worry about it. Let it consolidate a little bit. You give up 5%, 8%. You say, I want to really see something move in the other direction. I want to trade bull pennants. No problem. Two schools of thought. It's your game. Near. Boy, were they right about that. Elliott Wave International. And it was looking bullish along the top. You were in a bullish pennant trying to beat the pattern that I had called out in the video, specifically that Elliott Wave International. Near was unbeatable. It was really nice. But it had pushed up into this pattern, and it was looking bullish here. I noted that. We were streaming. I'm like, it's looking bullish. Yeah, it was. It was literally formulating a bull pennant across the top of this. I mean, you can't look too much more bullish. You can't. Once it broke that pattern though and broke this, it's over. That was it. Boom, it's gone. So the specified video was rock solid. The one for Elliott Wave International, and I think Near is one of the top up and coming, at least in terms of the presentation of the project. It's nice. Although I sent Horizon over to you. About the same feel in terms of the look and presentation. It's kind of that out there next level look. You would expect that from a. You guys want to see Horizon? It's interesting. Just the look of it. You see, like, whoa, something. Oh, build your blockchain on us. You build your blockchain. It's cool. I like it. It's very different, right? It's cool. There's nothing wrong with it. In terms of presentation, look at this. That's interesting stuff. I like it. Very well done. I want to build my blockchain on that. It looks nice. So Near is also that next level look. It really is. It's like, whoa, look at that. Super cool. Like next level. I like those types of projects. Now the charts are something completely different. But as I look at it, I'm more graphically inclined like that. I like a presentation. I like a formalized introduction in terms of like what's their pitch look like. It's just more entertaining for me. And like there's no reason for them not to have it. Why don't they just go ahead and give it to us? Something cool like that. Some graphic dynamics, etc. And some of those projects don't work out that well. They don't. They look great. And you're like, well, they all looked great. I guess they all did poorly. Yeah, well, that whole yeah. Remember those? They all looked great and they all did awfully. Yeah, yeah. You would sit there with your VP and like, yeah, we invested in all those, huh? So nah, that's not the idea. It's not just the way they look. They have to have some performance value to them as well. 50%, currently at the 50%. We're in a nice spot right now because we got like literally just strike zone everywhere. Just strike, yeah, bam, right down the middle, boom, into 50%, into 61.8, into 786, into 86. 1, 2, 3, 4 levels down for near. I like that. Very nice. We're going to put this alert here. And we're going to put golden pocket. Okay. There we go. And I'll copy that and put that here. And we'll put in alert. And we'll put in 786. Boom. There we go. What a great run up we had on near, huh? I hope you guys traded a little bit. Just a little bit. If you made some money, all the better. About to come back onto that line of prior resistance to support. But I did that video, and it was just like, I just got to tell you, once it broke this line, boom, that's it. It was over. So who was right? Elliott Wave International was 100% right on this one. I'm not a huge fan. Like, it's not like, you want to go to like a football game or you want to watch an Elliott Wave International video. It's like, well, let's go check out the cheerleaders. I'm not going to sit there, just stay at home and watch an Elliott Wave International video. No, not good. Not the deal. Not always fun and exciting. So this is what we need. Bam. Mana a little bit off on its fibs on the macro. Looking for 786, bypassing the golden pocket. Most of these right now just being bypassed. That's just fine. It wants to consolidate a bit. Lower people with lower orders get rewarded. 786 on. They just continually have throughout the march and time of history been rewarded. It's the truth, huh? You say, well, this time I don't think we should do it. Well, go check out the last 100 years of history in the markets. True. Sol. Let's look at Sol. What's Sol doing? So glad we targeted up Sol back in here at VIP. I brought you guys in the back, start trading Sol in this area, like $20. Price targets at like $20, then it went to like 260. That's pretty cool. Not bad. Because who was talking about Sol? Nobody. So right now into the golden pocket. Nice. Right on the golden pocket on Sol. What's up? Let's do a 786 alert on this. Just so we'll be informed. 786. Sol. Boom. There you go. Could we ever get to an 86 on Sol? That would be so sweet. That would be so sweet. I'm not going to say I would think that would occur or not. I'll put in the 86. Nice to see the action. Just trying to hold into a golden pocket hit. Big deal. You guys saw the video. I also did a video on Sol. Not sure you saw the video on Sol. You guys see that? Don't know. You guys following over on Twitter? I know that you are. You must be by now at the Kingdom Sol. Let's see if Sol. 10x, congratulations. Where is it? Dun 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 dun. I have a video. The most recent video that I put out on Sol was that it had reached. It was in trouble. Technically, it was in trouble. So if you guys will review that, If you saw it, I'm sure if you're paying attention, you already saw it. Big shout out to VIP, all of our VIP. You guys, we had an awesome 2021 and 2022. Excuse me, 2022 is turning out to be nice thus far. This is the way we want to start 2022. Everyone else would disagree. We like it. We want this. We know we want this. It's perfect, isn't it? I mean, look at this. I'm just sitting here drawing, drawing two Fibonacci's. Just boom, 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 boom. Into golden pockets. Just golden pocket after golden pocket. 786 on. 786 possible on FXS. Beautiful. Let's look at DOT. Let's go back to DOT for Angel. See where we are at. Angel, to get more specific, I'm not sure how. Try this technique. I just want you to work with it for a minute. On your fib extensions, you know what I'm about to do. And you can vary it depending upon where you want to do it. If you're really into exactly like what we just hit, I don't do this all the time. I just don't. As a matter of fact, I don't. But if you're looking at aggressively day trading something, what I just did to hammer down through extensions back up to the top here from the preceding initiation of the downtrend, boom, I draw the extension, bam, I draw it up to the intermittent high here to find what? To find where we just hit. We just hit on this level. Now that is a interfib calculative technical measure. If you want to get detailed on the technicals, that is what we just hit. The $16.47, okay? It's a little out there in terms of the approach that you do to get that. But it's okay. From the preceding high here down to the maximum drop up to the maximum top in the zone. You start drawing your extension down. If you want your targets down, it's real easy. If you want targets to the downside, start and draw down. If you want the targets to the upside, start and draw up. Find a place to draw up. So we want to draw these down. We want the targets down. So start, and they're just Fibonacci's, based upon the preceding move. Down and up. So we just hit that 1647. Boom. Just to let you know what's going on with that. Because there's areas in between here. You would say, well, it's this line, this line, this line, this support, that support. No, it's a Fibonacci. Boom, boom. And a lot of times that'll give you the levels in between that aren't clearly demonstrated or shown. That's a very advanced technique. So, and it's not just a straight pull down function of a retracement. It's just not. But work with that a little bit. And we'll catch second wind here. Ethereum, what do we got? Ethereum on its 50, working into the 50 BTC. We got a shout out, Angel. This is a big night in terms of the $1,000 Super Chat King with 2K tonight. 2K. He's planning on super chatting, possibly super chatting more than El Salvador bought Bitcoin. They bought $15 million in Bitcoin, which that was the response. It's possible. It is possible to super chat more than that. That's a good thing. It's fun. It's interesting that you would show up large because I thought about like you're a big time investor, all these different things. I'm like, I know at some point he's like, I know I got like $50,000 next to my name. I know because I know you. He's like, he probably understands what I'm saying right now. Other people will be like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, you don't really know Angel. You know, and I know it's nice when the way there's not, just boom, hit into it. It's nice. It is. It's a nice deal. But I know you, so I just I see like $50,000 next to your name, and I'm like, well, you know, it's okay, but that's all right. That's all right. It is what it is. It's hey, it's our group, and we're building our group this year. We're building. That's cool, huh? So Bitcoin down 4%. Why are we not seeing any? Hold on one second. There we go. ONG. Ontology gas. Who did I bring this up to? Oh, ONG. ONG was an interesting play. I don't know if I brought it up to anybody. I looked at that as a trade to bring to VIP. Very interesting. That'd be up 20% tonight. It had a lot of expressed support at this level. I almost brought it in line with Ample fourth. I was like, I brought him Ample. I don't need to bring him ONG. It's interesting that that's playing out now. I almost brought you guys that. Okay. And that's it, huh? That's one of the mainstays on Binance, at least. ETF coins. We'll get back to ETF. What's ADA doing? Ow. There we go. That's nice. Let's see where it's at on its fibs. Boom. Don't want that. We want the regular retracements. So we had already hit into the golden pocket. Seemed like it would be taking off. Nice Sunday swap and everything else on their new event. It's okay. We could build something better. We, meaning the intelligent VIPs, could build something better. Truth, we could. And that's okay. We're a very competent group. So our judge of projects, etc., is pretty discerning. We have some fun. Here, there's new game tokens out there. Everybody go trade it. Yeah. Some of this stuff, even like we understand the dynamics of coding and difference. It's like I guess Ethereum 2.0 will be interesting if and when they can get it out. And you start to get into some dynamics that are a little bit. It requires attention and time and some sophistication. The different layers, the security, the privacy, you get into some issues that's like, okay, you need to formulate a company to get it, to really do it correctly, or it is one really big and nice garage. If it's not really a garage project, right? Um, it's beyond a garage project. Let's all get together in the garage and come up with a game plan. No, ADA. I say that because you guys, a lot of you code, a lot of you know what you're doing. You can do it on the weekend. Some of this stuff, some of this stuff's easy enough. You watch a video. It's just not rocket science. Some things are rocket science. So, ADA pushing back down through its 65th to a level that it held in the summer of 2021, potentially down to the 78.6. Yeah. I want to do the rocket again for Angel. I'm going to do that. This is a follow-up. That's your rocket. Hold on. Let me get it out. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Let's see if we got this thing. And make sure this is on. You guys hold your ears. I'm going to launch this sucker. Hold on. There we go. Okay, so that's the rocket launch. I hope that you guys heard that on your end. Let's see what we have here. I'm reading through. I've lost a little bit. I want to reiterate for those who might not know. My first great purchase was BTC at $7.79 and selling at $899. Angel bought Bitcoin. I just throw the rocket up in the air. That's his rocket. It belongs to him on the channel. He bought Bitcoin at $7.79. Let me know if you heard the rocket. $7.79. He sold at $899. Thank God they didn't complete that sell order. Trade. Now Sebastian asking, Kent, where is your badge? That's right, where's your badge? Cart won't work on YouTube. Do you take crypto for VIP? Yeah, we can. I guess we can, but we like it to ring in and boom, all this stuff. You email me. You email me. Let's see. That's good. Kent's joining VIP. It'd be great to have you. Very, very good. Let's see what we got here. Do I really want to trade? That's right. We are winners here. Absolutely. Look at yourself in the mirror. I like that. He's saying that. I like this a lot. This is good. You guys are. What did I miss? I missed this. I was going through all the Fibonacci levels for you. Talking about regular stocks, not last time. Opportunity that crypto offers as far as volatility is what makes it attractive. You got that. That's where I left off. Then, we are winners here, says Angel. It's not complicated, folks. Look at yourself in the mirror. Boom. Ask yourself, do I really want to do this? Do I really want to trade? You have got to ask yourself that question because you know this. It's not easy. It requires a lot of your life. And sometimes it might just not be right. Sometimes you may have other things going on or something else, some other obstacle or something else that may be in the way. I mean, when you say trade full time, crypto takes it to a new level, a completely different level, period. It's not full time 9 to 5. It's full time. Please answer yourself truthfully, Angel says. The time is now. Ask yourself if you want to trade. Beautiful input. It's required. That's so nice you said it right now. That is so on it, huh? For those who might not know, my first great purchase was BTC, $7.79, and selling $899. Thank God they didn't complete that sell order. Angel says trade. Cheerleaders. Just make it happen, sir. Angel telling Kent to make it happen. That's right. If YouTube lets him, that's the truth. If YouTube is letting Angel do $2,000 in super chats, come on, right? Almost seems like BTC is on pause. Yeah. Let's get on to ADA. Just interesting that we would push past this summer hold level on Cardano. Some of the Cardano people will love to get cheaper Cardano. It's got a very interesting repeat cyclical from 2017-18 that we've covered, that this group knows about, that other people don't know about. Very interesting Cardano from 2018. It's very similar to this repeat pattern. Maybe a good overall coin to just really check everyone's self with and say, what did that happen in your coin? It took that long to repeat. Where would you be? How would you be? Are you capable of getting through, right? And there's always going to be volatility. There's always going to be volatility. All right, so this was one of our pricing targets laid out last night, day before. So is that 50% retracement? It is. So we're dead bang on. Yes, there are orders at the 50%. copy that. We've recovered a percentage thus far. We'll dig into the details. If the 50 doesn't hold, it's going to get interesting. 32.5. Let me see this. We've recovered 3.32%. Good. Will we recover the falling wedge? Will we do a return to function? We'd love to see that, wouldn't we? Yeah, this group would love it. We love TA. We'd love to see it work out. Value. Can we stay off of it on the line? Interesting. So yeah, we've had that as a group. We've had the 34,570.26. So congrats if you've already hit that. If you hit it big, you're in the money thus far. If you slammed into it with any amount, you're up to 3%. And let's see what else we have. So it's nice to see a level pick up. That's the primary. I say, let's just say the biggest level that's picked up thus far. Yeah, okay. So this is an indication of a decent hit thus far. It's that 50% we've been aiming at for a while. And we've got a lower level, the 32,563, that I do have carved out, preceding break of the trend line, initiation of the price target, right here. And that preceding, let me turn that mic back up, sorry. That preceding zone here, the breakout portion is the initiation of the price trend and could lead us to a little bit lower of a function in terms of a pickup. So I'm watching that zone real carefully, about a 5% lower, about the 55%, which incidentally would be something we'd want to look at because this occurred back in this area. We know that. The entirety of that zone, summer 2021. Blast off date was July 21st. We will not forget it because we killed it in the back. Absolutely just killed it. Hey guys, I think there's an ascending triangle. Keep an alert out, and boom. That's when we called it Bitcoin spike. Because nobody caught that spike. Nobody did, huh? It was just like, whoa. That wants to get up out of here. Who's on board? It wasn't that difficult. It was like, there's some explosive price action to the upside. Who is on board? Let's do this. And it was in a moment, it was just, everything was frustrated sideways. Really. And it was interesting when we got annoyed at the price action in here, and it was really choppy and frustrated, we couldn't trade, and then it hammered down. Boom. It hammered down, and then everyone just wanted to give up. I remember that. Everybody's like, it's in a bear flag. It's going down. And everyone was just looking at it, what it was doing. And I saw it, I'm like, because at this point, we were hoping to get up out of this. It was kind of like this was a nice bull flag. It just was. It was a little bit curved. We didn't like that. But it was a bull flag. We were looking at it. We were looking at the bull flag, and we were like, let's get up and out of this thing. So we had some expectation. Then it drizzled out of the bull flag. We're like, oh, man, come on. Come on. This thing's never going to end. It's going to keep going. And then what happened? I'm like, hold on. We have a ascending triangle. And it had to be on a certain time frame, etc. But we had that, and then it was just up and out. Sweet. So it was good to catch that. Not everybody did. And those are the good times. Those are the good. I mean, those are the things we just stack up on VIP paper, right? We just do. And it's yeah, it's money. Yeah, it's profits, but it's a different kind of it's a different credibility that we bring to the game a little bit. And we'll talk about Dogecoin. We'll talk about Sheeb. We'll talk about anything. And there's been some phenomenal money makers. Like Sheeb recently has been phenomenal. We'll talk about other projects. We'll talk about, I don't care if it's a whatever. You got a game token coin where the little cartoon does a backflip. All right, it may be in a bull flag. Cool, let's trade it. Yeah, we'll do that throughout the year. But like Bitcoin is important to us. When it moves, we want to catch it. It's the mainstay of the space. When we talk to people, they know what we are capable of. It's a lot of times in the context of Bitcoin. They don't relate to any other project. So when we want to master a subject, many times we are mastering Bitcoin. Just is. And it's tricky, and it's not real straightforward, and it rewards people who work hard. So we enjoy that aspect of it. So this 50% level, people who've picked up here are like, yeah, this is gonna hold, right? Pretty much, right? It has to. It's a 50% retracement, man. People have been looking for this level. Now, what's the return to function? A little bit of jest, a little bit of fun. All right. The return to function is we have a descending wedge. We talked about this. If it spills out and below, and it's done this to us a few times, we've caught this on tape. It likes to recover sometimes. Sometimes it likes to recover back up into the wedge, but it will push you around down here. It'll throw you in the dirt for a while at times before it gets back out, potentially and hopefully to complete that to the upside. And that was sweet. Huh? I told you guys not to trade this, right? I told you that specifically on this one, huh? And we didn't have much. I looked back on the video. We didn't have much of a hit here on that Fibonacci. That was a former fib. We just didn't have much here at all. We skipped through that whole Fed deal. But yeah, this trajected down, just the wave pattern formation. We could look at what we have formulated now instead of maintaining that specific wedge because we have a bit of a deviation here with this previous pour down. Let's get a little creative and see what we might have in the way of youch. Yeah. And now we're starting to look like polka dot, which I don't think other people are looking at it right now. But Angel, we just covered that, so let's cover it again. Not uninteresting. Let's see what this is. I can picture you guys doing your deal at your computer stations with the stream on, and when you hammer into a position, you guys looking at the technicals, probably looking at the screen a little bit, making notes here and there, and this and that, and at some point you guys just having to hit the button and just bam, hit into it, right? It must be fun, huh? You guys, I mean, y'all are heavy market participants. It's pretty cool. Good group. Absolutely. So, all right. Now this is happening to dot at a lower level in it because we have this internal structure here. Let's see what we got. We have this potential. If we count this into a resistance support, and then a fall down and out. Yeah, alts will follow bit. Although bit moved pretty heavily yesterday, almost as a it was close for a while. Bit was really ahead of it. They were correlated, but it was relatively on the heavy end of things. We're seeing some compound losses here today. And those 20s, let's see. Yeah, those 20s pick back up. Interesting. So we're getting this internalized micro descending triangle here, just like we did on dot. Interesting. They're similar coins. They're similarly fashioned, and yes, they're correlated, but there's just a little bit different of a feeling to the charts. I think maybe because they're not only correlated, but they're in just the same micro or same macro cap genre. You know, kind of that same. But they're oddly similar. I don't know. Same, you know, you say top 10, but then you refer to Bitcoin and then everything else. But it just feels like they're, aside from a little bit more retracement on dot, just kind of the similar caliber chart. I guess I would say that. If you work with both the charts, you'd understand what I mean. Descending. We spent some time earlier on dot. So we have this internal structure here, and really to get, you're going to have some variability here within this specific descending triangle to the overall descending triangle. You're going to have a little bit of variability here. The important aspect of what I'm doing right now is the following, that if we were to carry this down to the next level, we would have our next Fibonacci pricing target. Did you guys catch that? Please pay attention to that. The internalized structure here of the micro descending triangle vis-a-vis or in comparison to that macro descending triangle with the resistance, entry on a resistance hook down, and Bitcoin does this. It'll hook into a pattern, resistance support up to resistance support, and pull down function. We're measuring the amplitude here. Pull down function would be essentially down into that golden pocket. So we have one of two indicated price functions as of right now. 150%, the 50% Fibonacci. Okay, that first level in here. Ba-ba-boom. Second, into the golden pocket. Easy? No. Other levels possible? Yes. For the faint-hearted and no, right? We're discussing that. What it takes to trade. All of your faculties. Now you got to be tough, huh? And it'll be tough with you, and it'll be tough with the people you love, and it'll be tough with your friends. It just will be. And it'll keep you up past the time you wanted to be up. You know, they talk about like psychological, like, you know, warfare training, things like this. I got a bunch of friends that are Navy SEALs and stuff. Like for a living, you know, they were taught how to deal with sleep deprivation. You realize that, you know, and that's not me just jibber jabbering. That's, you know, some of my buddies, you know, they're big deals, dudes. They've been trained in sleep deprivation. They can do what they do with no sleep, and we just have to deal with the market. You got to think of what all they can do with no sleep. They can go across the world like 15 times and go, you know, kill bad guys. Yeah, we can deal with it. We can deal with the market and not lose our cool. That's maybe a good goal for 2022 for everybody. Because it's going to take sleep from you. It's going to take creature comforts. It's going to take all that stuff. It's going to push you around. It's just what the market wants to do. Yeah. But I mean, I bring that up in the context, not just to talk, but I mean the context of like there are serious, like, you know, serious issues that occur with sleep deprivation. It's just, you know, that's why we always say eat well, sleep well, and always invest in those relationships. I mean, we just can't give the you know, we can't give the market to Asia. We can't do that. We as a group, we can't just roll over and say, here you go. Korea, take the market. Go for it, huh? You know, Japan, it's all yours, no worry, huh? You know, it's no big deal, take it, you know. Take all our trades. Take everything, you know. The whole market's down, it's sitting in its golden pocket, it's 786, no worries, huh? I know I got all my you know, my alerts set up right now, but hey, Japan, just take the next few weeks to the profit. Don't worry about it. It's all yours. No way. No way. Cannot happen. So a little bit of buying pressure has been hit. Yeah. Is that on a level? Where are you at? Let's see what that is. What is this? Hold on. Don't do that to me. Do not show me a different all-time high on a daily rather than a 4-hourly chart. Quit doing that to me, TradingView. Acting like you have some decent reason to pull that off. That's absurd. You see this right here? Look at this, guys. On the 4-hourly, you should never have this problem, ever. Please check your other time frames. You see this 4-hourly right here? Boom, 4-hourly at 38 cents on one. Look at this on the daily. Where is it? It's up here. Oh, the daily all-time high is up here. Give me a break, man. I see this on the trades, on the charts, everything. Give me a break. It's still the same all-time high. The price still got up to this level on the minute, on the hourly, on the daily, on the weekly. It got up to this level on every time frame. On the million-year chart, it got up to this level. So the wick needs to be there. The body of the candle is the open and the close. The open on a red and the close. The open on a green and the close. Okay? And the wick is the entirety of the expression of the price action in that time period. On the million-year time frame, the wick doesn't change. It still got to that level. It still got to that high. So on the minute, it should be the same as on the million-year time frame. The overall interval, the maximum low and maximum high on the million-year time frame is still going to be, or whatever the all-time high is, believe it or not. So the difference between the daily at 39 and the 4-hourly should not exist. It's impossible. God, this stuff. I'm serious. Give me a million-year time frame on a price chart to prove this point. 1 million years. Where did it open? Where did it close? And what was the range high and the range low? The wick should be the all-time high, period, case closed. So these are some of the deficits I point out every now and then. Granted, we're highly technical, but when I see different indicated all-time highs and pricing targets like this, I mean, come on. You know, and then it doesn't hit or it does hit above or below. It wants to juke around. Come on, man. You just can't. I just feel like they can't do that to. They shouldn't do that to anybody, much less our traders. I said I'm gonna make some phone calls about that, do some different stuff. Yes, sir. That is on the books going to happen. Because then you honestly don't know. I got to tell you the truth. If you don't know the answer as to which one is correct, how do you know where it even hit on this time frame or the other time frame, or that your current chart is even accurate? Do you get that? I mean, if you don't know where it went between the daily and the current time frame, how do you even know that this is the accurate price here? That's even accurate right now? That it's even that this is even accurate? The 1864. It brings up a lot of issues like that. Oh, it didn't hit. Well, check another time frame on the wick. I mean, if it went in there on the wick, if it hits it on the wick, it hits it on the wick, on all the time frames. So, but it brings up that issue. Just unreal. Okay, she recovering, everything recovering. She on into 786. on into 786. Did you guys compound down? Do you have that 86 scoped out? You got your core levels below that? The 86 down? Lots of price action to take advantage of. Stash that extra cash. Boom, 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 boom. So, are we at a turnaround point? Let's see. Are we at a turnaround point? How long will Bitcoin grind in along this 50% retracement? That is our key question. We spent time at the preceding levels. And I'm saying time like a good amount of time, like 2 weeks plus, like 30 days, a month. Here we go. Like 16 days. Okay? We spent time at these preceding levels. Patience is required for trading. We have to be patient and remain in our trade unless we're in one of those phenomenal moments, which is why I like to trade. It's why I exist as a trader. Me personally is for the high throttle, high velocity moments where it'll actually carry any amount of cash and go up, and it doesn't make you chintily wait along while it decides what it wants to do. But that level of patience in crypto, unfortunately, is required as a matter of fact, unless you want to wait and just be a part of the moments where your coin is going to rail through the roof and either carve along or just blast off through. Bitcoin will blast off through at times. It'll carry any amount of cash at times. But those moments are just not extraordinarily common. When it gets going, it gets going, but it's still going to be carving a little bit. And we have a good handle on when we have had a good handle on when it's going to get going. So it's just, that doesn't change the fact that you want it to get going. That's just the nature of it. But patience. And I just know that, Angel, you understand this better than anybody else in the book, anybody else around here. You just understand it. That's why you're up. That's why you trade. That's why that's how you trade. You understand the need for patience and the fact that it's not going to give you what you want tomorrow. Sometimes it does. I like the moments when it gives us what we want in the next 10 minutes, right? Without a doubt, it's going to produce in the next 5-10 minutes. You can structure your year like that. It's just the market seems really, really crafty or capable of. There is value in, I say, technically speaking, fundamentally, with classic TA and real trading, there's value in holding a position. It's rare the individual who can really operate or just find or let's just say even find or maybe be given the trades. At some point it's kind of like be given, we're talking about incorrect technicals, be given the trades that they can operate in just a 5 or 10 minute price increment, unless things are really, really aggressive. So aggressive pricing helps that equation. Well, how long do I have to hold? Really aggressive pricing helps that equation to the upside or to the downside, if you're shorting or you're long. You just need some aggressive pricing. You need that price action. Like Matic, we got a little spoiled, with Matic. All right, that was wild. That was some of the best price action anybody's ever seen. Look at that drop out. Boom. Nice. This back in here was unbelievable price action. Some of the best we've had. I did say, and it was just, we have tested this so many times here. that it would have been phenomenal for us to pick up at this on Matic. It would have been a phenomenal pickup to the extent what? Now we're there. Traders still picked up a bit, tried to, failed. But the issue was it was a phenomenal. It would have been a phenomenal pickup to the extent that phenomenal in the context or with the meaning that it doesn't happen all the time. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a frustrated 5. If you study Elliott enough, you'll see how they count that together. Right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably an A, B, C. Let's see here. A, B, C. Classic Elliott wave formation. It's nice. So near, hammering into its 50%. Anybody with orders waiting is happy on near thus far. Well, that's real nice, huh? Oh, nice. That's a 10% move for anybody with orders waiting on near. Not too shabby. That's going to work there, huh? That's what's up. Nice technical conformance on near. I like to see that. That makes me think some people were after that level, huh? Yeah. 10% move. Look at Luna. Now, from its pickup, you had to play aggressive on. Look at that, up 14%. It made you play a little bit aggressive. You sold at 187. Now you booked a trade. That's a sweet trade you booked on Matic. After it reached the 240, yeah. A lot of money left on the table. Well, it's just it was tough in the context. We hit some good targets. I think we hit the exact top. And for people who, there was just a group of people who didn't want to they didn't want to sell at the top. It's just we hit it within like 30 or $3. What is that? Like one of them we hit within like 0.02 cents or 0.002. I don't know what it was, but it was. You just get in the groove where it's like, okay, you hit that target, but there's going to be another one above us, you know. And the Elliott wave it's continual and it's indefinite and it's exact and it's unspecific and so I mean everybody understands that. Yeah, but never get mad at your own money. It was a positive trade, and that's always a good thing. Absolutely. The market's going to teach you what the market wants to teach you. And you can try to, you can't really put a spin on it. At the end of the day, you make money, you know, and if a trade goes against you, hey, you're gonna hammer into it. You're gonna bring the heat. And if that doesn't sound like a possibility for you, or not you, anybody, right? Just you in general. If that, whoever you is out there, if that would not be a possibility for you, is to bring the heat after like you lost, Q1 was miserable. Cool. You're gonna hit Q2 with like, first quarter is miserable, awful. Well, second quarter, can you launch into it with like two more zeros than what you just hit into it with? I'm honestly asking whoever out there, You would throw into it with $200,000 and Q1 is gone. Oh no. Can you throw into it with like 2 million or 2.5 million and then maybe you have like I don't know, like 15 or 20 million behind it because people who are involved in crypto, many of them have that. Not that you have to have that, but when you expect to make dramatic gains, you need to understand some of the people who have spent money getting to the position where they're capable of doing that. They have invested millions of dollars in the form of experience in the market. Some people have spent $1,000 and made $1 million or $2 million. Other people have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars getting trade experience. They just have. And, no one wants to talk about that. It's just the truth, you know. It's not something just to throw money around, but you know, people have money from investing, first of all. And it's not that, it has to be an expensive endeavor to trade. But you have to have a threshold and tolerance. You have to be able, whatever it is, whether that's $100, $200, or $300 or $100,000, you have to have backup to cover your positions. You have to be able to cover your positions. The all-in syndrome is a syndrome, and it doesn't end well. Just watching Luna right now, see if it wants to formulate a nice flag and take off to the upside. Let's see what we got. We need a rebound. Isn't it funny? Immediately we start thinking rebound and recovery. That's where we want it to go. I'm going to flip. I'm going to invert the scale. I want to see what this looks like. Let's go to the 4 hourly. And I just talk about big money because in addition to the need to cover your position, in addition to that, you don't ever want to be upset because you lost. Like you want to be upset? You don't want to be upset. Like I'm just going to tell you, we do not trade. We don't trade to earn, guys. You have your other businesses. They facilitate crypto. And in the long run, you're going to have some home runs. You're going to. Based upon experience here, you're going to have your home runs. That's an interesting pattern on Luna, isn't it? I had to turn it upside down to really get that. Invert scale. Boom, boom. Yeah. And then we also have this here like that. So it's just not worth it. It's too stressful. If the money means too much to you, there are better ways to go make money than to experiment with trading, because you're competing with people who are formally trained. I'm just telling you guys the truth. And anyone who's listening in, who's formally trained and competitive at Highline Mathematics. They grew up silver spoon or not. Daddy was a banker and a trader, and so was Granddaddy. And now I have a corner office, and I have all the gadgets in the world that Wall Street wants to give me to trade. And you don't have those gadgets, and you don't have all those benefits of having it crammed into your brain at 3 years old. So you have to compete with those guys. You can beat them. You can work harder. You can beat them if you really want to. But it's not necessarily an intuitive process to accomplish that. Now, as we look at, I grew up with the New York Institute of Finance book in my hand in high school. So to think that someone's going to technically outmatch me, I just believe that's about impossible. Honestly, I would walk in with a board of director or anybody. I would with anybody, any trader anywhere, and I'd be like, "Oh, that's what you think is going to happen." I don't care who it is. That's just me. So you have other guys like that, or like me, or like whoever else who's just they're pretty much maybe it's not that level of exposure. Maybe they have a computer program they use. They have like a strainer or a filter, and they're going to bring up all the best patterns. It's going to automatically deliver all the best patterns in the market automatically. Automatically going to build the daily inventory for them to trade perfectly. All the best patterns or candlestick formations or whatever it is going to be delivered to their desk in the morning at 9 a.m. You were up until 3 a.m. again trying to find patterns. And they just walk in the office. Hey, no big deal. Oh, what's up? What's up? What are we trading today? I don't know. What do we got? They flip through 10 pages. 10 pages of perfect patterns. Let's trade this one. You got to beat that guy? That's not easy. That's a lot of work. You guys see the difference? Yeah, it's a lot of work. Full-time trading. Day traders, you close your trade at the end of the day, no big deal. That's you. Sounds glamorous. Except what? We're in crypto 24/7, 365. You don't close your trades at the end of the day in crypto. There's no end of the day. Yeah, but you can make like $1 million a year. Yeah, you sure can. You can make a lot more than that. A little bit competitive, huh? Yeah, it gets a little bit emotional, gets a little bit tiring. You know, it's kind of like I don't know. We may look back on these days and be like, can you believe, huh? Hopefully it'll be with a bunch of zeros in the accounts, right? In the right direction. Yeah. Angel knows. Big time. And looking at Luna, I think you'll appreciate this, Angel, because looking at this pattern right now on Luna, what are we noticing? That we're formulating also a descending triangle with the pickup here at the 50%. Beautiful pickup at 50%. If anyone was a little aggressive on that, you know, it's competitive. It's competitive right now because it forced you to be a little bit, just a little aggressive, right? It didn't pick up the flat 50 orders. A lot of people are like, dang it, man. Or it did on your exchange, and Binance isn't showing it. Maybe that's more likely. That's pretty sweet. That's nice pick up thus far. Let's measure what it's moved already. But I'm bringing up this descending triangle because there's some other coins, right, like DOT up 13%, this up 13%. That's a nice rebound. Hold on. Yep, 13%. Let's see what this is. Buyers up almost 20%. 15 to 20%. I'll just say 15, ballpark 20. Nice. So other coins are in this descending triangle. We've picked up in a flat support equivalent here along that 50% retracement. In that around that 52.02, rebounded up to 60. Okay, so a lot of coins are in this formation right now and have broken down from that IE dot, i.e. Bitcoin. So we're paying heavy attention to this, wanting to see if we're going to, you already know the answer, if we're going to formulate anything like this within this triangulation. Like on the other coins, that would carry us down to a lower level of the Fibonacci, potentially down to 786. Very interesting. If you paid attention throughout the evening, you know exactly why we've drawn this. And it's a very interesting look at the dynamics, and to be equally prepared for a move up or a move down on this is a wonderfully charged and sophisticated exercise to accomplish with yourself. Absolutely. That's VIP. That's nice. That's about everything we stand for in terms of the application of this pattern with Bitcoin, DOT, etc. Nicely done, huh? And to be equally prepared for a move up or a move down into the 61.8, 65th, and 786 requires some poise and some maturity and some ability to manage the position, like, with some cash, with some understanding, and with some patience, and no problem. Well, once you come down here, just the mature approach, everything else, no problem. That's great. That'd be fantastic. I would love to get some additional Luna at $22. I would really love that. 786, love the project. I know what a phenomenal project it is. I would really love the opportunity to get some more at $22. Would love that opportunity. Just as easy kill and steady as that'd be fantastic if it wanted to set a new all-time high and operate. Let's imagine that it wanted to really outperform the market and continue its upward trajectory. That'd be just fantastic, huh? Sure, something. $120 would be fine. Huh? That'd be really nice. Huh? I'd look forward to hitting my 50% retracement from 120. Absolutely, just smooth. And I know we get emotional about the market. I know that. Could we hit up into this level of resistance? That would be the King Kong move, huh? Yeah, it'd be nice. 130, 140 at some point, huh? If it wanted to really stretch beyond, you know. What if it's the longer the wait, the higher the move? That takes maturity to look at things like that. And it takes market performance. Yeah, there's no guarantee. It's investing. It's risky. Yeah, you have risk. So if it heads up all the way to 200, okay, great. Yeah, it looks doable. 200, that's fine. That's doable, huh? It may want to do whatever. I mean, it may be ugly between now and then. It may be beautiful and it could be ugly. It could get on out here and it could hit 350, and it'd take a year and a half from now. You have to be prepared for that. I'm not going to tell you what the Fed's going to do, right? What do you say about poker chips? Something about Gary Gensler warned about impending crypto restrictions, especially stable coins, which he called poker chips. I'm not sure Powell said anything. Maybe Powell said too, but don't know. He called them poker chips. These are poker chips, eh? Well, I don't think that. Nice little recovery for Luna. We talk about it. It's not what everyone wants to hear, but it's what people need to hear. And that's what we're known for, is having the discussions, the true form and function. Well, how does that help you? Good gosh, how does that help you? Telling you reality? That's how that helps you. I'd be prepared for an internal channel here. I'm excited we broke out of this and got to the top level. I'd be ready for an internal channel. It's a nice channel line to see the price behave with. That'd be nice. I'd like to see that. Luna's been a phenomenal story. I love it. Nice to see a little pickup action. We hit our targets. We watch her go. See what we got on. What's DOT doing? What's DOT doing? It did pick up pretty well at that level. And iron-handed Angel hitting with it, right? I want to see that work. You and me both, huh? It's going to be interesting, Angel. What do we got here? Here we go, 100%. Yes, sir. Want to see Dot. How much did Dot pick up here? We're getting down into those zones where that's 15%. It picked up 14%. Nice. Internal descending, overall descending, down into 786 to 86. Dot has been off on its fibs. Just has been. That's okay. You have to do some complicated work to get to where it's at. I explained that earlier. That's once I show that to you in person and really go over this, you'll know how to do this the rest of your life. And it's just it's pretty complicated. I'll go ahead and admit it. It's a pretty complicated function. But once you do it, you'll recognize that Fibonacci's don't have to just sit from 0 to all-time high. They sit in between each level, and they're really easy to work. They're really interesting to work with. You get into the math behind the price function a lot more when you do things like this. But you also become a lot more accurate. You can talk anybody else in circle. You can talk circles around them with Fibonacci's once you get this part down. It's interesting. You'll look at them like, oh, that's it just becomes overly simplistic, their approach most of the time. Let's see. So Bitcoin dominance, what's this? Yeah, Bitcoin dominance going up now. Nice move. It's in a arguable descending triangle, isn't it? Yeah, that's market cap. There is no market cap. The Fed, huh? Market cap. Maybe. That's funny. So it looks like we would have some room to operate in this zone. It would be nice to see Bitcoin operate in this zone. One of two things would occur. Bitcoin would gain some pricing, or the altcoins would lose some pricing. Mid-level form function. Want to see a little bit of price action to the upside. Let's see what we have here. Wow. Interesting. On the daily. Getting into familiar territory back through 2018. Hello. On market dominance. Interesting. It's the first strong correlative we've seen, or yeah, I'd say correlative we've seen with 2018, 2019. Interesting. Like that. And we're still at strong prices to see that for Bitcoin. Absolutely. So Bitcoin only down 2.95% right now. And it's playing with that 50% pickup that it had. Hey. So that is what occurred is Bitcoin went down and slammed into. AVAX is a nice one to look at for technical conformance. It's been beautiful technically all year long. We handled that first bull flag. Very nice. AXS has lost steam. BNB. Yeah. There's good old Bitcoin. Doge doing okay. I hope Doge doing okay. If Elon likes it, why not? I was even nice to CZ. I decided to be nice to CZ on the air. Huh? I don't know why. I just decided to the other day. Part of this 2022 deal. Might as well just. Who knows? Maybe something will change him. Be positive about him. Let's see. The Floke, FTM. Oh, Phantom. Let's see what Phantom did. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. And it's back on its 50% hit as well. Phantom hit 50%. FXS down into golden pocket. Gala slamming down into unnaturally, seemingly seemingly unnaturally low territory. Essentially, its 786 has been hit. Link has been down for a while. Let's just have Link and Link underperform Q34. LRC down on its 786. Luna. Okay, so from Mana to Matic, we have targets on Matic. That's that C function. And let's see what we got down on 53. So it's hit most of the, I'd say a lot of the coins hit into 50%. That'll work. A little bit beyond near 50%. It's just so simple when you look at it, isn't it? It's so simple. That was an all-time high. People want a 50% discount. That's it. And they're backing up orders at lower levels. One. Yeah, a little bit more complicated on one. Probably different on time frames. We went through that differentiation on different time frames, which are all-time high. I can't believe they do that. They can't do that to my traders. I'm going to make an issue. Someone's probably, I don't know. I'm sure they're looking into those issues in depth. Rose back onto support would be an amazing pick back up for Rose. After the throwover would be amazing. Seriously amazing. Now, sand. You know, let's see. Little bit off kilter on sand. You had a retracement of, and we will go through this figure very quickly, 70%, a little bit off. Again, is that in line with institutional levels of interest, like a just GAN box, more like a 70, 75, 60, this, yeah, it's real non-standard. So, a little give and play. You had to play a little aggressively on Luna. You did. You had to give past the 65th. We can say that definitely. You had to give past that 65 on, and just always be prepared. That's the part of the stomach, the gut you got to get through. Past the 65, in between 65 and 78.6 variability. Sheeb. Let's see how much Sheeb picked up back from its, there you go, 10% up. People powering into Sheeb, ready for lower acquisitions. This thing. This is sushi. Looks like we got some issues here with sushi. Not a big fan of the way the coin behaved in Q3-4. Was a little bit underperformed. That was the bottom line, just so we know. Real stodgy patterning here. Not nice patterning. I'm just gonna say that. XCAD we looked at. Potential great trade, great short. It just had some frustrations across the top. It failed an ascending triangle and or pennant. It was as closely fashioned to FXS as possible. FXS moved. So we pay attention to patterns like that we represent. As you look at that, we look at this potential wedge formation that played out to the upside. What did it play out? It actually ran that specific period, bam, 40% to the upside. So that essentially was a nice recreation here on XCAD. Now you can see this on XCAD a little bit better in terms of its its context is nice. Now that we went through FXS, you see pennant formation. This did not perform to the upside. A little bit worse of a market timing event here. And FXS a little bit more phenomenal. in terms of the expectations. Really had that get up and go. Frac shares, algorithmic stablecoin. Interesting. Atom, can it pull off? Now it's making me think maybe it can pull off an ascending triangle. That'd be great. We talked about that earlier. BTC a little bit down now. Was up and down in the twos. Now it's, let's see what it wants to do. Micro time frames. And we'll hit a level. It'll decide to scroll along, and boom. It'd be nice to see us hit up at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wouldn't it? Be nice. It would be nice. Yet, that would be for anyone with a 50% entry. What are we going to do with the people who have a golden pocket entry? They want to go further down. I don't know about that. Man. Let's see what we got. So, sent Angel a text. Boom. Just straight up leadership. Awesome to see. Now, it is 5:30 in the morning. 6:30 Eastern time. It was like we know that. But we have to regroup a bit. Just a touch. And it is late enough that we can do a few things. We can continue to attack the market and go through technicals. We can just do that. I have no problem with that. If you have anything else going on today, this is the one caveat. If you personally have anything else going on today, you were planning on going to work out, you were planning on hitting the dry cleaners, you were going to go and your wife would like to see you for more than 2 minutes. She expects you to be showered and shaved and happy and looking cool and all this great stuff. Or you have even an encounter with your neighbor while you're walking your dog, getting the mail, or anything else that happens, We need you to be in tip-top shape. We need you to be functional, high-fiving the world, and go get 'em style. So, you guys are masters of your own schedule and your potential. You're unstoppable. I know this. So, what I would say now is, it's only 5:30. That's fine. The market is open, The market's not shutting down, guys. It's not. I mean, this is the thing about the technicals. I mean, we can stay on this. I feel like we got the following. I'm gonna say this. I feel like we have a very good bearing right now, legitimately, on the market. A lot of pickups just occurred. If you were part of the pickup at the 50, you know you're back up, right? You know you're back up 61.8 to 65th. We may spend some additional time here at the 50% that we didn't spend on this little staircase along the way down. Still no guarantee we're going to absolutely just hit here, but a stronger impact that we had at the 50 than we've had at some of these little stair-step events. We're operating on the downside of this wedge. Now, coins picked up. Luna, for instance. Almost foremost. Let's see. Huh. Ample back end zone. No, a lot of people eyeing this one. That just went 2x. Love that, huh? It's nice. So yeah, Bitcoin's really beating the bunch. Doing well. So Luna, XRP, 80, a Doge. All right. So this is where we're going to go ahead and do a break. Because you guys are great. And I mean break, we'll break the stream. You guys roll, and let's do this. I'm going to be on my cell phone. And those of you who have my cell phone, either I'll be in the back DM. Anyone who needs anything else, absolutely squarely personal, etc., you hit me up, DM in the Twitter. You do anything like that that need be, okay? Or email if you have my email. And I will be on my phone for purposes of like just direct anybody who's been chatting me or anything else. I will make myself fully available for that as we roll into kind of tomorrow, because we may see some additional negative pricing. And any question you guys have, just stay attuned to that fact. You really dug down deeply and recovered about 10%. So anyone with orders waiting just did well. What are we always doing? We're always what? We're always buying, right? I'm looking at Doge, looking at One, looking at like Gala, always buying, and what? And we're always selling. So to the extent that you're literally willing to follow the compound down, heavy cash reserves, never overexposed, the market is yours. If you want to go all in kamikaze, things can be difficult. Can be difficult. And you guys have done a great job, technically speaking. Let me see what I can see in terms of any technicals that I might want to bring to you before we take off. We talked about RSI as a continuation feature, didn't we? We certainly did. We talked about the notion that the RSI is, we talked about this last week, the RSI is a continuation, a notice of a continuation. There's another chart I have. But as you would look at this, how many times on the 4 hourly has it dug down into it? It's not a reversal feature based upon all the studies. On a lot of the studies, it is a indication of momentum directionally geared, i.e. the buyers are selling, demonstrating, that's the purple on the screen, that they're selling, continuing to sell. Doesn't have to be a reversal feature. We covered that heavily. I'm glad we did too. That's just New York Institute of Finance stuff. That's their goods. So, it's a nice chart. Nice chart. We have in just that expression of the triangulation. Because the wedge is there. If we include this prior hit down on December 3rd, we get into absolute fact. We get into the descending triangle. Without a doubt, huh? Angel, you're everybody's hero. You know that? That's so cool. It's just the truth. I'm just telling you the truth. When I say that it's just the truth, you know that's just the truth. Why? Because I tell you guys things that are the truth, and I don't know that you don't believe me, but it's like I think you believe me, but you just don't know, right? You just don't know, right? New York Institute of Finance. Because I've been telling you the whole time I bring up New York Institute of Finance, and what? I tell you it's the back door to Wall Street. You're like, oh, yeah. I'm into crypto. They trade. They teach trading on Bitcoin, dudes, right? Truth. Look at this. I'm not selling them at all. I want you to know. Like when I tell you, Angel, you're everybody's hero. Listen to it right here. New York Institute of Finance is celebrating 100 years by providing world-class training in its financial industries. Great. To commemorate the centennial, New York Institute of Finance will feature a 100-year anniversary logo, which will be featured all year. Check it out. Thank you for your support. Look at this. The centennial, the 100 years is what? New York Institute of Finance, established in 1922 by the New York Stock Exchange, where Wall Street goes to school. Oh, where Wall Street goes to school. Oh, so like everything I've been telling you guys about the New York Institute of Finance, oh, they're 100 years old and Wall Street's been going to them for 100 years. Yes. So that is what we look at. These guys are not going to beat us. They're not going to beat us. No, 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 no. No, no, no. So the same way, Angel, I tell you, you're everyone's hero. You're the hero around here. Yo, same way. When I say it's the truth, it's just the truth. When I say the same thing, New York Institute of Finance, it's like the back door to Wall Street. It's just the truth, right? So yeah, I guess Angel knows that now. He receives that. I think he sees that now. I got to tell it like it is. Got to be. BTC losing some steam. I drew this up. Now it's two. We've been working with these descending triangles a little bit. I'm just looking for value. I want lower prices. Me personally, I'd like even lower prices. Even lower than what we have right now. Personally, if I had a preference. Why is that? Because the repeatability function of what we will experience to the upside will be greater. You say, well, we will lose more. Well, if you have backup cash, it's not even really a debate as to which one you would prefer. Believe it or not, it's not. There's not a debate, guys. In terms of the repeatability function of the pricing, even a wave formation, like the reasonably anticipated wave formation, etc., that we would encounter from a lower price or a higher price, we would just. I mean, it's not even a debate. You would prefer it at a lower price. You would make more money at a lower price. Now, existing holdings, etc., not wanting to compound into a position, wanting to kind of change the formula up, I'll give it to you. And it's not to talk the market in any direction, nor to make people feel more comfortable with lower prices or to justify that. That's not the intention whatsoever. But you can't argue against the benefit of being at a lower price, where, as we would look at this, the 80% move here that we had the mid-level function, if repeated from a lower price, and not that low, I'll tell you, not going that low. That's not my goal. But the 80%, the same move goes to a 226%. Okay? And in between here and there, it gets more interesting and more profitable the further you drag this down, this repeatability function. The further down it would go into the price, the more money there is to be made off of the move. And as we talk about covering spreads, as we talk about the difficulties of ETFs, etc., arbitration bots, everything else, this moving down helps us. Getting lower into the price indicates a higher, just a higher potential for profit. Just, I mean, if we can successfully repeat the moves, pricing behavior is pricing behavior. Look at this move. What was this move? What's this? 100%. That's nice. Let's just move from the bottom. 100%. There's 100% all over this thing. Is Bitcoin, huh? You gotta love it, guys. You gotta love it. See, this, that was 100%, 100%. What was this? 85%? Yeah, that's right. I remember that. 85% to, see what started to happen? The repeat of the move was 85%, then 70%. So yeah, people want that 85%. They want that 100% move. Once you hit it, when you get it, you're gonna love it. Once you can, if when she creeps back around and she wants to throw 100% at you, you're gonna love it. You are gonna love it. It may take her a while. When she does it, you're gonna be happy. If you do it on a 5L, you're gonna love life, man. You're gonna have so much fun. You're gonna think you King Kong or Wall Street, all you guys. You'll forget about how long it took you to get there. I am hoping. So what am I doing? Let you guys go because it's about 6 in the morning, and I don't want your families, I don't want your wives or your children or anybody else upset at me. Okay, it's Saturday, it's the weekend. I know your bosses of the house, but I don't want that challenged at all. Okay, I don't want anyone else turning into the boss for the weekend because you were up on the stream until 6 in the morning. Deal? Yeah. Want you guys healthy, want you eating well, sleeping well. Get a cat nap in, get a power nap in, and go hit it. We got a good day, good weekend ahead of us. And yeah, it's Saturday. I mean, nothing like this. We're leading into lower prices. We have been asking for lower prices. We've been telling the world we want them. So in terms of the downside potential, the next level down we have is the golden pocket. Okay, I've got some other levels that I'll probably shoot around to the VIP here in a bit in the back rooms. I just appreciate all you guys being large and in charge. Angel Hero, $2,000 in terms of super chat. Just nothing, no fear. There's no fear here. Just yeah, just total leadership. We so much appreciate that. It's been fun, but it's Saturday morning, and I'm going to snuggle with your honey. I'll see y'all later. On that note, we will tell you good night, Angel. You are awesome, and we will talk to all the VIP later, and just shout out. We so appreciate you guys. Make sure, like he's going to invest in the relationships that he knew was worth investing before he started investing. You guys, go get it in everything in life. We'll